is once again Robbie McKinley, our group 2 in Oklahoma. Okay, everybody, quiet please. Thank you. Thank you all for being quiet. It's very important. Thanks for talking to the country team. I think we've over 70 clubs here, and you guys are very blessed to be able to have all waterways, estuaries, the oceans. So it's fantastic. We've got jobs to do here. We're actually just going to get underway now. For about 30 seconds, so if everyone can come down, I appreciate it. Okay, so I'd like to welcome Uncle Colorado from Oregon.
Hey, Bryce. There you go.
Arid country stretches from Bondi to Blackheath in the Blue Mountains, from Palm Beach to Picton, from Colo to Camden, Campbelltown and up the Burragarang Valley. I'd like to warmly welcome you all here today and to pay our respects to the land that we stand upon across this vast continent of Australia, and in particular here on the Burruburungal clan. We acknowledge all these descendants as guardians of the earth and of all things that are reproduced and grow from these rich soils, and as trustees of the waterways and of the rich and vast variety of life that stems from such waters. We thank these ancient guardians for passing on their knowledge and heritage that they have maintained since the dreaming began in the dawns of time, and whose love of this great land has made this a true place of beauty and one that we all treasure to this very day. I especially and humbly pay my respects to the elders of this great nation, both past and present, who are connected to this bountiful and magnificent land, its waters and its skies. We acknowledge and respect the enduring culture and the contributions they have made and continue to make to the life of this proud land. I would also like to acknowledge and welcome other Aboriginal people from other nations who may be with us here today, as do I acknowledge my own and your ancestors in the diverse places where they were born and have journeyed to and from in their past lives. Ladies and gentlemen, while you are here in Darug country, may the good spirit High Army watch over you from the high country and take you all safely on your journeys home, at the end of the day, to family and loved ones. I leave you in peace and harmony. Yanamar Butcheri Gumada, walk in good spirits. I thank you. And may you all be winners today.
Thank you, Uncle. Fantastic welcome to country. Bit of feedback. So could everybody please be upstanding for the National Anthem? We are privileged to have from the local Penrith Conservatorium, the music to sing the national anthem. Elizabeth Drayton, over to you. Oh, we're going to do this in a cappella. Ooh. Hello up there. So what a fabulous welcome to Country Bar. And now as we await the technical difficulty, a little bit of a hiccup for the music, otherwise we probably will do it in a cappella. Pretty sure we all know it. Oh, we are blessed. It's going to be a cappella. Beautiful. And again, a fan day. Let's go over to the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Alrighty. That is fantastic from the local Penrith. Wow. Okay. Now we are going to the eye-dotting ceremony. Is that correct? Now the Chinese Youth League, we have Peter Campos, Oz DBF Chair. Gillian McCullen, DBN New South Wales Chair. Donald Lankin, DBA ACT President. Kay Roberts, DBQ Queensland. Julie Lister, DBSA President. Ray Curran, DB TAS President. Heather Watts, DBV President. Brad Bixby, DWA President. And this is performed by the CYL Chinese Youth League. Ni hao, zhou san. So as you're all sitting very patiently and quietly looking at the eye dotting ceremonially, obviously it's very traditional, over 2,000 years, and obviously you're very, very lucky and privileged to be paddling in this great venue. Usually the eye dotting is on the boats, but we thought we would make it a bit more swift. As each year the AusDBF get better and better at doing everything, and great to have team representatives from each state, presidents from each state representing here. And then up next to do the athlete's oath, which is pretty soon. Can we do it while they're... Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Gillian. Thank you, Donald. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Ray, Heather, Brad. And thank you to the CYL Chinese Youth League. Big round of applause. Okay, now it's only a few more minutes, guys. If we could have a bit of quiet again. Helen Claxton is going to up on the stage to read the anthem's oath. Welcome, Helen, please.
On behalf of all paddlers, I promise to take part in this regatta showing mutual respect and abiding by the rules that govern, with the Dragon Boat spirit in heart and mind, for the glory of the Dragon Boat and the honour of all victims. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. I'd like Darren Gilchrist on the stage to read the athlete's oath. The race officials' oath. Let's not win. Hello, paddlers. On behalf of all of the officials and volunteers at the running of the 29th Australian Dragon Boat Championships, being held here at Sydney International Regatta Centre from the 26th of April through to the 1st of May, I promise that we shall officiate these championships with complete impartiality, respecting and abiding by the rules which govern them in the true spirit of sportsmanship. Fantastic. Without the athletes and the officials, we haven't got a championship. Peter Campos up next, the AusDBF chair, to the welcome to officially. Away you go. Peter Campos, Australian DBF chair.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Penrith. Isn't it fantastic, the number of people that we've got here and the grandstand? And this venue, it's really amazing. We've got something like about 2,500 athletes over the next 6 days. So it's a really big packed schedule. This couldn't have happened without a hell lot of volunteers. So thank you to the New South Wales Organising Committee, but especially to two individuals, Mel Campbell and Lachlan Marginson, who worked tirelessly. Absolutely. They've worked tirelessly for the last 6 months to help the New South Wales boat to actually make this happen. So that this becomes a really fun event for you. As you know, this is a qualifying championships for the next CCWC competition next year. So there will be a lot at stake here, and you couldn't have asked for a better venue to make this happen. As you know, with all these folk coming, there will be a very packed time frame, and we need to go into action pretty quick. So I'm not going to hang around here much longer. If I can actually make some time so that we can actually get all the races done today, that would be wonderful. We are pushing at the end of the day to get the 2Ks happening. So welcome everybody, have a great time, catch up with all the people that you have not seen for a while and say hello for those that you have. And for those that are here for the first time, enjoy.
For those that have, this is your backyard, well, thank you for having us over. Everybody, enjoy yourselves and have some great racing.
And that is, thank you, Uncle, thank you, Elizabeth, thank you to all the IWA ceremonies. The AusCBF 2025 Penrith is open. And everyone could please get to the front for a photo. Where's Elizabeth? Peter, with Uncle.
The presentation is done, they're just getting a photo now.
So just remember, while we're getting your photos, we are open. And I would like races 1, 2 and 3 to start moving to marshalling. So thank you very much. I'd like a big cheer please from everyone, all the paddlers, let's go! That's the way to do it. So just a reminder, we have races 1, 2 and 3. That is the women's cacao collective. Small boat women's heats up first. Race 1, so if we can get to marshalling, that would be fantastic. So, as you can we'll get to marshalling before we can get ready with women's.
So with that, we as we are gearing up, we have race one, is competing with a small boat. We won 2 games. We've got Australians 3 Komodo, 4 ACDC, 5 and 6 Yarra games. That is the power for race one. Kicking off at 8 o'clock. Coventry Tower is the life-saving rescue community all the way from Penrith. The waves are big. So what do you know about lifesaving? Not a whole lot. Been very careful around the water. It's not all about loss, but it's nice to know that that's right, we are hoping for no risks and no capsizes, but it is a beautiful morning with Penrith is full for us. It's foggy. We have beautiful drone coverage from the company there. We have radar systems operating drones, which is going to be fantastic for operating the drone footage in all the world as well. Very, very lovely. Yes. Warm sun this morning here in Penrith. We welcome you all. All the teams are warming up. The Penrith Dragons up there warming up for their first race. We've got Tawaka also here. And just up near the merchandise, we have the fire merchandise, which would be getting all the apparel. We have Tyson Nate paddling here.
Should have told him. He'll still freak out. Is that what it is? Yeah, I think it sounded like somewhere there. Or maybe it was the echo. It wasn't too bad for this. It could come from here and then where's the sound like it comes from? He almost threw his coffee. My coffee went like that. cheap, I let them fold. How high do you reckon? How high do you reckon?
10 meter?
10 meters,
You like pin drop. That's the one where like they bend like it's like a stick. Like your body goes like this. It makes a bigger splash. Yeah, yeah.
My friend was overseas and there's this region. What's it? What's the name? It's like a 20-meter drop. It's like the tallest thing you can drop off the lake or anything. He dropped off the mountain.
Holy shit.
Like it's huge.
No, now people do that. Like competitive diving.
Yeah, you have to learn to do it like in a certain way, right? Yeah.
energising big power sampling up the back. There's the race.
Horses are going to go past the tower. And live stream's probably going to be going on just soon. And then we have in lane one we have Peninsula Dragonflies in two-way coach. Komodo for ACDC 5 and 6 This is going to be heat one with the calculated Premier Williams Smaller. Victoria Yarra Una Dragons.
Well, we are off and running in the first event of the championships. Lane 1, the Peninsula Dragons. 2 is the Gold Coast Dragons. Komodo in 3, ACDC in 4, ACCA in 5, and the Yarra River Dragons in 6. What are we seeing, Bryce McGain?
Well, we're seeing the crews kicking off 10 minutes early. That's the first part. But they're keen to get things started. They were sitting at the start and they didn't want to cool down. But on the far side, it's the Yarra River Dragons looking to stretch out a little bit in lane 3. Komodo Paddle Club going quite well in lane 4. ACDC. Lane 1, keep an eye on the Peninsula Dragonflies, the Purple People Eaters, as they get up to the finish now. But it is going to be the Yarra River Dragons, followed by the Komodo Paddle Club, and probably in lane 1, Peninsula Dragonflies. Lane 4, ACDC. Lane 2, the Gold Coast Dragons. And in lane 5, ACCA getting through in 6th place.
Wow.
So they're the placings in the first one. Nick, what are you seeing there?
Well, that's just fantastic. Great early start there as the crews come through, but you saw lane 1 there. Only a bit of a kick start there. So that was the Cow Collective Heat 1. Up next, guys, probably on the screen, and welcome viewers. I've got Bryce and Robbie here next to me. The familiar voices from Albury Wodonga. And up next, we have Heat 2, which is also the Premier Women's, Cacao Collective. We'll try one of those cacaos a bit later. Lane 1, the Hunter River Dragons. In 2, Typhoon, which are going past. In 3, Pacific Dragons, DB and Outrigger Club. In 4, the Canberra Ice Dragons. And in 5, CYSM, Robbie.
Well, there we go. A nice little early, but as you said, a nice early start there. We do apologies if you had been making your coffee and you weren't able to get there, but it's it's welcome to the Australian Dragon Boat Championships from the Sydney International Regatta Centre and the Penrith Lakes. I'm Robbie McKinlay, and it's a great pleasure. I welcome alongside my commentary team, Bryce McGain and Nick Hando. And gentlemen, it'd be fair to say we're all pretty excited about what is about to unfold over the next 6 days. Bryce.
Absolutely, Robbie. And under gloomy skies, unfortunately, in Penrith at the moment. We hope that clears up. The forecast isn't great for the next 6 days of national racing. But look, it won't affect the quality of the dragon boat paddlers. Rain, hail or shine, they get out there and really put on a show. So we have kicked off a little early. So for those watching from home, catch up. Because we're 10 minutes ahead at the moment, and we'll keep it moving. But alongside Robbie and Nick, what are you looking forward to here, Nick?
Oh, look, you mentioned the weather. At least they're not going to get too wet. But, like, in this Premier Women's race, just a quick, there's probably a lot of Typhoon people up there watching, and we were sad to hear the loss of Anna Hurst. So Dan and all the Typhoon family, she was a great Queensland paddler, Australian paddler, Typhoons. So they're in this heat. That's the Premier Women's Small Boat in race 2, which is starting off at 8:06, but in lane 1, Robbie, we've got the Hunter River Dragons up near lane 2 in Typhoon. 3, Pacific Dragons. They're down in the northern beaches. Bit of an outrigger club as well, so I'd look out for them. They're used to the water. Pretty heavy crew over the years.
Well, they were runners-up in the Nationals last year over in WA, so that they've got a good form line as they come into this one.
Canberra Ice Dragons, been around a long time, and then obviously CYSM, the Chinese Youth League. So it's going to be a bit of a foggy start, but we've got a fantastic viewing. So all for you viewers, sit back, have a coffee, have a cacao, and
well, cacao. A bit more about cacao. We had the privilege of finding out a little bit more about it, but it sounds like something we might need over the next few days.
Oh, I think so. Look, it's raw coffee beans out of Peru, and the Cacao Collective here. Actually, they're one of the sponsors. They're up in the tent, so they'll be feeding us and the racing officials the cacao. Gives you a beautiful uplift, energy without the sugars.
And a big thank you to Fire Apparel for their wonderful shirts that the commentary team have got, and the spray jackets. So fantastic. When it's raining down there, Nick, and you're on deck, you're going to be safe, mate. You will not get wet. Yeah, Bryce and I are safe up here. But you down there, mate, when you're doing your hard work, just working the catwalk down there, you'll be as warm as toast.
Well, I'm just privileged to be with you two fine young gentlemen. So to share the commentary for the next 2 days, and it looks like Phil Reeder, which is world-renowned starter. We're in great starting hands there, Bryce.
Indeed. Well, highly experienced, been around the world. international events, and he was eager to get things started. That is for sure.
It was indeed. So Heat 2 is upon us. The Hunter River Dragons are in 1. The Brisbane Typhoons in 2. The Pacific Dragons 3. And GBR Ice Dragons 4. And CYM over there in 5.
Just recapping that first heat that we had, it was the Yarra River Dragons first, Komodo Paddle Club second, Peninsula Dragonflies third, fourth ACDC fifth, Gold Coast Dragons and ACCA were in sixth place.
We've got the Magic drones by the company The Bear. We've got radar just honing in on there. Where's that? That's lane 4, is it?
He is hovering on lane 4, correct, Nick?
That's the Ice Dragons. And then overcross to lane 5, which is the CYSM in 5. Magnificent shots here of the Penrith Olympic Regatta Rowing Centre. Great history.
And we're off. So we've got another good start. Here we go in the second heat of the Premier Women's Small Boat. And, well, Nick, what have you seen from the start?
Okay, look, it's a pretty even start. I'd say over in lane 4, Pacific Dragons have got away quite well. Typhoon in the middle, taking it up in 2. Out wide again, CYSM just dropping back. But you could throw a blanket over this field for this first race. But in lane 1, Bryce, the Hunter River Dragons look like they've got a little bit of a narrow lead. And coming beside them, Typhoon in 2 are really starting to put their higher rating in as they come up to the 100-metre mark.
Yeah, they are indeed. Pacific Dragons in 3 look to be stretching through on the far side. That's CYSM from Melbourne are lifting through. This is a very good even heat. They're right across the field. It's the Ice Dragons just a little bit behind, but looking at Hunter River Dragons in 1. Lane 3 coming through. The Pacific Dragons look like they're about to cut the line. Lane 5, CYSM. It looked really close there. Typhoon as well in lane 2. Hunter River Dragons in lane 1. What an even heat that was.
Oh, wow. You could throw that warm blanket.
Wow. So we'll just confirm the minor placings there. We do know that was the Pacific Dragons in 3. Might have been in 2. Maybe the Typhoons. Here we go, Nick. Gee, this is a big finish for second.
Oh, wow.
Maybe lane 1 has picked up second there.
Out
not a lot
wide
in
as
it.
well, right? And look, for all you viewers out there, this is why it's so important to get off to a good start, but also have a good finish. As you know, you saw the Typhoon rating come up and the boat speed picked up, and then they respond as well. So it's a very quick race. It's 200 metres. It's 70, 80 strokes. And, you know, it was just fantastic to have that level of competition at the Nationals of Heat 2.
Yeah, so in the heats, the first and second go through. The next 2 fastest overall progress to the semi-final. The remainder, everyone goes through a repechage, so they get an opportunity to feel the water and get themselves moving and fine-tune at the end of each heat. But 1 and 2 go through, plus the next 2 fastest across the 3 heats.
Alrighty, that is the second heat, the Cacao Collective. And over to 3, obviously we're going to tune up and get everything synced when we get the start and crew lists. So we hope you are, wherever you are, following your clubs, your teams, your crews from right across Australia. Tasmania come up. They'll be used to a bit of a cold weather, Bryce.
I guess so. It's not that cold, actually. It's just gloomy skies. It's pretty mild, actually.
It's almost a fog. What is it? It's like a London fog. The Canberra crews might be pretty comfortable with this too. So.
The Ice Dragons.
So we'll be able to get those results up shortly. So we'll catch up on all the timings for the heats as we progress through to the third heat. It's the women's small boat. 3 heats in all. Coming up just after that is the standard boat. Premier Women's Standard Boats. There's 2 heats there to come up.
Okay, we are ready to go in Heat 3 of the Premier Women's Small Boat in Lane 1. We've got the Griffins from Canberra. We've got Lakers from Western Australia in 2. The Sydney Zodiacs in 3. Melbourne Flames in 4. And Fremantle in Lane 5.
Yeah, as I was saying during the opening ceremony, gentlemen, Australia is just, like, for a country with the estuaries, the lakes, the rivers, the oceans that we paddle, we're very, very fortunate here. And to get this many clubs, I think it's 74, 76.
Wow, yeah.
Is fantastic. And look, dragon boating is one of the, up and coming, historically over 2,000 years, but all over the world. They have amazing championships, and you'll see during the day, all the way from juniors to, I think we saw Canberra Grammar in the hotel this morning and competing.
Nick, the viewers may not see we see behind us and around what's in the stands, but how many potential competitors, spectators could be here at any given time over the next 6 days?
Oh, probably anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000, I think. That's probably an adequate number, I would say, plus the live streaming.
As Seb said, we've got those wonderful overhead shots.
Yeah, look at the drone. You can see the drone.
We've got 2 in play today. Yeah, so over the 6 days, we're going to have the 2 drones in play. Okay, about to hit off for Heat 3 of the Cacao Premier Women's Small Boat.
That's it, Bryce. So, Lane 1, Canberra Griffins 2, the Lakers from WA, Sydney Zodiacs in 3, Melbourne Flames in 4, and the Fremantle Dragon Boat Club in 5. As Phil Reader, our starter, lines them all up, making sure they don't pull. For all your viewers out there, they back in. Everything's a very even start on the pontoon, and he takes them back. The sweep, or helmsman as they might be called, holds it. The tension, they'll be nervous. They want to flush this first heat out, and I can hear Phil just slightly about to take it off. And they are off in the Heat 3 Cacao Collective. Lane 1 is the CB Griffins. In 2, the Lakers from WA. 3, Sydney Zodiacs. 4, Flames that have got out pretty quickly. And Fremantle 5, Bryce.
Yeah, the lanes to keep an eye on here. Lane 3, Sydney Zodiacs. They were in 3rd place at Champion Lakes in Western Australia. But it's a Melbourne Flames looking in Lane 4. They've come out pretty hot. Over in Lane 1, the Canberra Griffins are tracking along pretty well. Lakers from WA in Lane 2. Lane 3, as I said, Sydney Zodiacs. Melbourne Flames in 4 are really stretching out. In fact, they've had an incredible start and they're extending their lead. Over in Lane 5, it's Fremantle as well, but it looks like the Melbourne Flames, as they extend out, this is 3/4 of a boat length, which is pretty impressive over the Sydney Zodiacs in Lane 3. The Lakers from WA in Lane 2. Over on the far side, Fremantle have got through in 3rd place, and in Lane 1, the Canberra Griffins just dropping off the pace there a little bit, but impressive by the Melbourne Flames. They were in the full boat, which is coming up in the next heat, but they've just got a small boat for this national titles, and they look like the team to beat so far out of the 3 heats. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it'd be great to see those times. And as you see, just going across the screen there, Melbourne Flame got off to a very, very good start. Deep water start, most of the crews in this flat water. And as they've got up there, the Surge's team is doing very, very well there. And wow, look at this. Gone from the small boat, actually small paddlers, 10 paddlers in a big boat, to 20 paddlers in a big boat. So this is going to be one. What do we got here up next, Robbie?
Yeah, so just confirming the results of that Heat 3. It was Melbourne Flames first. In 2nd, it was the Sydney Zodiacs. 3rd was Fremantle. 4th was the Lakers from WA, and the Griffins in 5th spot.
That's 5, the unofficial times, and we'll wait for them to come up officially. But now, as you've got the footage, Bryce, now you're seeing these big boats, 22 people on board with the drummer, the sweep, and just a magnificent synchronicity there. Everyone's You know, they always talk about teamwork in other sports, but this has got to be one of the most remembered sports for teamwork. Everyone's paddle in at the same time, everyone's knee, head, that are going there.
Well, I've often called it the world's ultimate team sport, where everyone has to be, as you say, in complete synchronisation. And, well, there's nothing more impressive than seeing a Dragon Boat crew in perfect sync and that boat lifting right out of the water. So what we have now, it's the Premier Women's Standard Boat. So, as you said, all 20 paddlers in there.
Okay, that's right. It is the Cacao Collective Race 4. This is the heat. And so the winner from each heat in this one, plus the 2 fastest overall, go through to progress to the grand final. So in 1, Mako Paddle Club with Chicky and Dave Miller there. In 2, Coomera. 3 different strokes. 4, Akka. Lane 5, North Queensland Phoenix. And in 6, over the far side is Ride Dragon Boat Club.
Lanes to watch here, different strokes in lane 3. They were the champions in Albury in 2023 and runners-up in Champion Lakes in Western Australia last year. And Mako Paddle Club have been strong and getting stronger. So this is going to be a very, very slick heat, I would imagine.
Nick, you're saying that at the pontoon start there, the depth of the water where these boats are going from, the deeper the water, is it how does that all work with the depth of the water and the pace off the mark?
Yeah, look, ultimately we're blessed to be having a great even rowing course, but some courses and some rivers and estuaries round where they have regattas, there's sometimes they can go on, there's a bank, and then suddenly the boat surges because it's shallower water, and it sucks up, and either can sink the boat down. Paddling in salt water is different than paddling in fresh water. Boat's a bit heavier, sits a bit, so you've got to get it up. So the start's very, very important. Deeper water. I think, what is the depth here? Is it 9 metres?
Around 5 metres, I believe.
Average,
the consistent average was 5 metres. So, and that would be right throughout the whole course. Obviously built for the Olympics, built in 1995, but predominantly built in around for the 2000 Sydney Olympics.
Yeah, so very even. And it's also, look, I think yesterday we were talking, if there is a prevailing wind straight up and down the course, it's pretty even. But if there's a side wind, this lane 1 and 2 could benefit because it'll come over that hump and then into that, which I've noticed before over the previous years. But look at that drone footage, boys.
What does the fog do for pace?
Well, it doesn't do too much for me. I'm a bit foggy. I can't see.
Yeah, so we are. But we're not too far away from the standard boats. In lane 1, Mako, or the Mako Paddle Club. 2 is Coomera. 3 is different strokes. 4, we have Akka. The North Queensland Phoenix in 5. And we've got Ride over there in lane 6. Not too far away off the start.
You can see it's a genuine Peace Super here. As that fog comes in, it is a bit of a challenge for the starter. Phil Reader, they're under starter orders now as the boats prepare. But thankfully it's not a 500-metre race because we wouldn't be seeing the start.
There they go, and they are off in 4. Mako's in 1, Coomera in 2, 3 different strokes. Akka in 4, North Queensland in 5, and Ride in 6. As we thought, the different strokes are out quite quick. Also, Akka in 1, in Mako coming through coming up to the 100-metre mark now, and it looks like the middle lanes and also 1 are doing quite well. Out wide, North Queensland Phoenix and Ride dropping just off a bit. But in 3, it is different strokes, as you said, Bryce, looking to ramp up their rating, and they are competing with Akka.
They are indeed. Akka are really giving them the challenge. They've probably got the Dragon Head just ahead. Different strokes lifting in lane 3. Mako Paddle Club in 1 are doing particularly well. But it looks like in lane 4, it's going to be Akka and different strokes just easing up on them at the end there. In lane 1, Mako, Coomera in lane 2, and over on the far side, North Queensland Phoenix and Ride over in lane 6. But impressive by Akka there.
Yes.
really stretching it out from the champions of 2023 different strokes and the runners-up last year. The challenge has been set straight away.
Absolutely. And as you can see, viewers, the boat speed, having 20 paddlers, getting that, 800 kilo, well, they're women, maybe about 600 kilo, 20 boat up compared to having the 10 paddlers. And the pace was great. But, yeah, Aka. So, Robbie, what did you get there for the unofficial results?
Yeah, unofficial results, of course. So, yeah, Aka in lane 4. Different strokes was second in lane 3. And then across here in lane 1, nearest to us in commentary, the Mako Paddle Club. 4th was Akumara. And North Queensland Phoenix were 5th. And 6th is Rye. But, of course, they are unofficial. As we see the shots across the regatta here. Beautiful lake. The flag poles in the background that would have been a sight to see in the 2000 Olympics. That is now 25 years ago. Who would believe?
That's it. Beautiful. We've seen results on the big screen there for the previous race. So again, we have, this is the heat 6, heat 5. Heat 5 in lane 1 we DSA, 2 Diamond Phoenix, 3 CYL, lane 4 Tewaka and Sloss. That's going to be a mighty challenge, Bryce, up there, because they were very, very strong in their state titles, with Tewaka taking over a lot of the wins up there. Also Sunshine Coast. The Sunshine Coast aren't here this event, and the Sloss up there in 5. As we're lining up, it is the Cacao Collective. And the first winner of each heat, and then next two fastest overall progress to the grand final.
There will be a little bit of a delay at the moment. We're still waiting for a couple of the crews to arrive. They're still just leaving the marshalling area now. Lovely shot there before of the Olympic Bridge. I'm not sure if that's the correct name for it, but that's what it looked like to me, with the 5 rings and the bridge, the flag poles. Entrance. It's a great site here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
Oh yeah, wouldn't it be magnificent? I think the IDBF have for years been talking to the IOC to get this in the Olympic. Like how amazing would it be with the Olympics up in Brisbane for as a spectacle? I think they've had exhibition sports in China where they've had dragon boating, but imagine that if all the crews are doing an opening ceremony down that big brown snake up in Brisbane with paddling with the athletes in it with the flags, and fireworks going off. Yeah. No, we might have.
You know what it is, man, Nick. There's no doubt about
we've
it.
just ignited something. Yeah. So if you're out there and you're hearing the IOC, which they probably are, they know that you're here, Robbie. They tune into Albury Wodonga, I think, from fans now and then, don't they?
We have put in a bid down there to host the Olympic Games, but I don't think it's going to come off.
Right.
You got to dream big. So it looks like the coming through there, the two of the crews is number 2 there. Yes,
that's
we've got
Diamond
Diamond Phoenix, and we've got DSA as well.
Yeah. This is again the Premier Women's Standard Boat, the Cacao Collective. Should drum up that cacao for us pretty soon, I reckon.
Yeah,
I'll go for a walk after this one. And then, well, look it up next. I've seen it's the Fire Apparel
We're all in sync, aren't we?
Oh, wow. It's just very good. Very colourful and high-tech up here in the commentary box.
Now, you haven't got your spray jacket on yet, Nick, but just looking ahead to the weather forecast potentially over the next day or two, I think it'll come into play.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not sure we'll need it up here. Bryce and I will need it up here in the tower.
Great thing about the bomb, it's either raining, windy, or sunny. It's great.
And it's not hard to forecast that.
Yes, indeed. Well, with my 2 commentary, talk about, cricket royalty and AFL royalty here. We've heard the voices of you gentlemen over the years, and what's it like when you were first? So let the viewers know your experience, Bryce and Robbie, of commentating in Albury Wodonga. How was that?
Well, it was great for personally for me. It's in my hometown, and I know the interest it generated and the excitement, and just people were very inquisitive about it, what it was, and I know what it did for the economic value for the Albury Wodonga area. But it was fantastic. I thought it was great. But when I come in here and I see this venue, this is a world-class venue. Bryce, it's another level.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive. It was terrifically hosted in Albury Wodonga. It was fantastic for all the paddlers. But the facilities here, obviously, it is an international regatta centre, and hosting the 2000 Olympics. We're high and dry up in the tower with a great view of the course. And, of course, the stand, all the paddlers cheering on their teams. They'll be getting ready for their racing later on. So this is the second heat of the Premier Women's Standard Boat. The winner goes through, plus the next 2 fastest overall. They progress to the grand final. There is a repechage for all the remaining crews as well.
That's it. Phil's lining them up. And there's just lining up there. DSA's in 1, Diamond Phoenix in 2, CYL in 3, Te Waka in 4, and the Sloss out 5. I'd be looking for DSA could go pretty quick, but Te Waka and Sloss, I think they've been training very, very hard, and this is the Cacao Collective Premier Women's Standard Boat, just about to go off bus.
Under starters' orders now, as they just get settled. Of course, the next race is the under-18s. The Joey's Canberra Grammar Skulls School teams. That's going to be exciting to come up. But they're away, and the Premier Women's Standard Boat, heat number 2 in lane 1, DSA, lane 2, Diamond Phoenix, lane 3, CYL, Te Waka in lane 4 and lane 5. It looks like, though, in lane 3, CYL have got off to a very good start. Lane 1 also, DSA is strong. Te Waka in 4 and Sloss in lane 5.
Okay, so yes, that's true. It's CYL in 3 that have taken off with a very quick waiting. Te Waka starting to go with them now. They've responded quite well, and in 1 is DSA, but it is in the middle lane. 3 and 4 battling out. Sloss fading away just a bit, and 1 coming home strong. But it looks like CYL coming. Woggy started to push them, but yeah, the first 2, actually the first winner goes through to this. It's 3, CYL, here comes back. Sloss are putting an effort in as well, but it's going to be 3. It's going to be CYL, it's going to be Te Waka and Sloss, and in 1, DSA, and in 2 is Diamond Phoenix.
Again, terrific racing. CYL, most impressive in lane 3 as they got to the line there. Lane 4, Te Waka really finishing strong alongside the Sloth. So they've all lifted each other. Some good times will be recorded from that race. And don't underestimate DSA. They'll tune things up in that lane 1. Diamond Phoenix a little off the pace, but they'll be better for the run. Of course, as we said, the winner from each heat plus the next 2 fastest overall out of the first and second heat in the standard boat. But there's a repechage for all. So they can tune up their crew. And it's always good to get that first race out of the way. That's the Premier Women's Standard Boat.
Yeah, but just so close to that finish, Bryce, you would think CY will be pretty happy to go over the line first there, because there's probably a dragon's head in it between second and third there, which was Te Waka in third and Sloss in third. So yes, good one to follow up that one. A good finish in the final coming up. There's no doubt about that. And as Bryce said, next up, courtesy of Fire Apparel, which have kitted out the commentary team for these Australian Championships. They are sponsoring what will be the under-18s women's small boat. You're seeing a few of the crews starting to head out there now, out to the pontoon start. Looks like the fog's lifting a bit, Bryce, so that's going to open up our viewing to another level.
It will indeed. Certainly closed in there for a period of time. We haven't seen the sun since the early morning. But yeah, the vision is extending out a few more 100 metres. The start is nice and clear now. The pictures coming through. My Sport Live doing a terrific job, and of course our drones from overhead, the Bear, Radar and Tristan doing a terrific job in controlling those and bringing these sensational pictures. We're up in the tower there, just on the right. I don't even know what floor we're on. Third floor, are we?
Third, apparently. Yeah. Yep.
So all the race officials underneath, keeping track of everything, right at the very top. Our camera crew. And, bringing you all the great pictures of the finish and also the photo finish if it is required. So crews are coming out. This is the under-18 women's small boat. They are on their way out. Lane 1, it's the Joeys. Lane 2, Canberra Grammar and Skulls in lane 3. So the shots there are as the crews return. And they are getting ready for the next race after that. This is the Fire Apparel under-18 women's small boat. And then The under-18 women's standard boat will follow that. So Skulls have 2 crews in there. They've Skulls Fire, Skulls Fury, and the Sydney Zodiacs in the Fire Apparel under-18 women's standard boat. That is to come. But the race that we're having right now.
Yeah, an interesting thing about this format of racing, Bryce, is that the times from round 1s, 2 and 3 are added together to work out the final placing. So every round certainly counts.
It does.
And yeah, so we really enjoyed that racing over the last few years. So we're looking forward to that.
Well, every second counts, and sometimes, you know, in your first time out on the water with the under-18 girls, they can maybe miss a start, but you know, finishing off really strong. Every second counts because it does go through round 1, 2, and 3, so they can pick up seconds along the way. So it is for some good, exciting racing with these 3 crews going head-to-head in the small boat.
Yeah, particularly with the age of these at the under-18s level, the coaching really does come into it, the feedback, and they can pick up seconds. It's not a problem. As you said, though, as they make the start now,
if just something goes wrong, and it might be at the start,
or it could be at some point in the race, but we've got away here, and it looks like a pretty good start for me. It looks like on the outside lane there, the in lane 3, the Skulls have made the best of the start. Move across then to the Canberra Grammar, who are now starting to find a little bit of their rhythm. And then on the inside lane, we've got the Joeys. But just for mine, over that first 50 or 60 metres, Bryce, it looks like the Skulls have made an exceptional start and are building on that now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of girls. They have 2 full standard boats to come, and then they have the small boat happening here, but they are looking really strong. Coordinated group, you can see there, lane 3, just easing ahead, doing very well, the Skulls crew. The Joeys in lane 1 are sticking to their task, and Canberra Grammar are doing their work as well in lane 2. But it will be the Skulls, and in very, very impressive time, and the way they are paddling was outstanding. Lane 3 getting through in that first spot. Lane 1, the Joeys getting through in second, and in lane 2, Canberra Grammar will be better for the run as they go through. They're just a paddler down, we noticed there with Canberra Grammar. In the back of the boat there, they've only got 9 paddlers working away there. But good times by Skulls. Gee, they were impressive. So synchronisation and their finish, an impressive group.
So if you're watching on or listening in Canberra and you feel like having a hit out here at Penrith, that we're one short, come along. But that's it. I think it's a great example of what we spoke about pre-race there. The Joeys in 2 missed the start a little bit. There was a dominant performance from the Skulls, particularly over the first 100 metres. But for mine, the improvement Joeys made up late, and that's something they'll build on across heat race 2 and race 3. Remember, the times all put together, and they work it out, their placings from there. So good racing. Excellent start from the under-18 girls.
It is. The next race on the card we can see there is the under-18 women's standard boat. So full crews on show now. It's race number 7. This is round 1 of that under-18 women's standard boat. In lane 1, Skulls Fire. In lane 2, Skulls Fury. So
there'll be a bit
lots of girls representing Skulls, and Sydney Zodiacs in lane 3. There'll be some rivalry here.
I'm looking forward to this.
Competitive nature.
Yeah.
They've probably trained against each other and mixed and matched their boats, and so it's going to be all fire and fury. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, exactly. Well named, isn't it? So we really will watch this one with a lot of interest. And just on the outside of those, of course, the Sydney Zodiacs will just be going about their business and see what can happen here. But we're off and running on day 1. We've got 6 big days ahead of us here at the International Sydney Regatta Centre.
Well, here we are, Bryce. We're not too far off a start here in the Fire Apparel under 18 women's standard boat. In one, we've got Skulls Fire. In two, it's Skulls Fury. And we've got the Sydney Zodiacs in three.
Sydney Zodiacs is a great story. They're the only junior youth exclusive dragon boat club in New South Wales. And they have paddlers from the age 10 up to 24. They were established in 2012, and it's a real youth program there, which is terrific to see that they're focusing on the next generation of paddlers for Australian dragon boating.
I think they've got 70 on their list at the moment, so which is outstanding. And of course, the Skulls are going to, a genuine powerhouse with strong numbers. And here we go. So we've got a start, and it just looks like the Zodiacs have made a really good start there in lane 3, and the two Skulls crews now are just looking at each other and lining each other up, and the best of those, I would say, would be on the inside. The Skulls Fire have started the best. In fact, they have lifted their rating to a big extent at the moment now and have pulled up alongside the Zodiacs. Bryce, this looks like we're in for one hell of a finish coming down as we meet the halfway point of the course.
Yeah, lane 1, Skulls Fire really lifting. They just need to concentrate on their steering. They're just narrowing into the lane boys there. So that may take a little bit of the edge off their straight line speed. Over in lane 3, the Sydney Zodiacs, very impressive. This is going to be a really good finish. And in lane 2, the Skulls Fury are just dropping off the pace a bit. But I think in lane 1, they'll hang on, provided they'll stay in their lane. I think they have. The Skulls Fire have got it done. Sydney Zodiacs pushed them all the way. Great paddling out there. And well done to the girls in Skulls Fury in lane 2. Some good racing.
Well, outstanding there from the Skulls Fire. We know that the Zodiacs started out of the pontoon like a rocket, and they took up the early running. And then once they got themselves together, the Fire, they absolutely hammered down lane 1, and they took that one out by probably about a quarter of a boat length in the end. And then, of course, the Fury in third. We'll take a short break. We'll be back for race 8 this morning, which is a Fire Apparel mixed standard boat under 18s.
Okay, welcome back to race 8, the Cacao Collective. And Bryce, this is first to fourth in the reps. 4 crews progress to the semi-final. The remainder 4 crews drop out. Yeah, this is a repechage from the heats earlier on this morning. So those the crew list here: Lane 1 Gold Coast, Lane 2 Lakers, Lane 3 Ice Dragons, ACDC in Lane 4, CYSM in Lane 5, Fremantle Lane 6, Lane 7 Canberra Griffins, and ACCA over in Lane 8. So a full field of 8 in the first repechage. The Premier Women's Small Boat is here, due to start in a minute's time. So
just waiting on the Griffins there. Bryce, you can just see them on the left of the screen, heading over to the pontoon. They will be out of Lane 7. They were 14th in the heats overall.
Great shots there of the crews. Again, Lane 1, that's Gold Coast, closest to your view there. Lane 2, Lakers, Ice Dragons in Lane 3, Lane 4, ACDC, CYSM in Lane 5, Lane 6, Fremantle. Canberra Griffins getting across to their slot in Lane 7, and ACCA over there in Lane 8. So a lot of boats to call in this one.
A lot to call, Bryce. And I think the one that probably to keep on would be ACDC in Lane 4. They were 9th in the heat, so they become the fastest time in this event from the previous, so into the repechage. And then either side of them, you've got the Ice Dragons and CYSM. But as we know, we see big things can happen. And that second hit out on the water, as we just see the Griffins from Canberra are just going to work their way back in for that pontoon start.
Yeah, the crews can often shift around their balance. And we see a few of the crews there, and not often shift around their placings, but just how they're going to rate, how they start, how the boat felt, and they'll use that feedback. So we can see some big changes here, as much as their times in that the first heat sets up the field here, but we can see some big shifts at times, Robbie. So a full crew of, a full race of 8 boats here.
Yeah, the top 4 go through, so and the bottom 4
to a semi-final.
Yep.
Yeah, they go through to the semi, and as you say, the remaining 4 crews, easy for me to say, they will drop out of this particular competition. The Premier Women's Small Boat under starters orders now.
It's not too far away now. As you see, the fog's starting to lift here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre here at Penrith Lakes. And a good day forecast for you. We think we'll get through no rain today. Fingers crossed. Close for a start here. So remember, the top 4 go through. Bottom 4. Out they go in the Cacao Collective Premier Women's Standard Boat. Getting close now. And we have got a start. So what a great shot we've got there from the My Live Sport cameras. And a pretty even start. Maybe the Griffins over in Lane 7 were probably the slowest out of the pontoon. But in general, the rest has been a pretty good start here. Keep an eye on ACDC in the centre there in Lane 4, Bryce. And outside of them, CYSM in 5 and the Ice Dragons in 3. But we've got a pretty good start, and it does look like ACDC are taking up the early running.
They are. The Ice Dragons in Lane 3 are going with them. CYSM over in Lane 5. Lane 6 is Fremantle. Canberra Griffins over in Lane 7. And in Lane 8, ACCA are keeping up with Lane 6 in Fremantle. But I think it is in Lane 4. It's going to be ACDC as they sort of just stretch out a little bit. CYSM are going with them. Lane 3 is going to be the Ice Dragons. All important, Lane 6 is Fremantle. The first 4 are going to go through, so there's a big push from Lane 7, the Canberra Griffins. Over in 2 is Lakers and Gold Coast in Lane 1. But going through ACDC, Lane 4, Lane 5, CYSM, Lane 3, the Ice Dragons, and in Lane 6, Fremantle, are the 4 boat crews going through to the semi-final. Canberra Griffins over in 7, Acker in 8. Lane 2 is the Lakers, and Lane 1 Gold Coast look to miss out on the semi-final. But some good racing again with those top 4 getting through to the semi.
Yeah, terrific call there, Bryson. Just can confirm that unofficially, though. But from what we saw up here, and we're very close to the finish line, ACDC will progress. They were the fastest. They were the winner of that. They'll go to the semi-final. And the surprise for me, the Fremantle crew really made a big improvement out of lane 6. They finished second. Not too far behind were CYSM in third. And the Ice Dragons have got themselves through to the semi-final by finishing 4th there. So fantastic racing there out on the water.
We'll just see if we can get a replay of that.
Yeah.
Just see if we can pick that up. We've got a shot of the other paddlers supporting on the sidelines there, but picking up that all-important 4 crews going through to the semi-final coming up. My Sport Life doing a terrific job. So that's in lane 4. Going through there is ACDC, and right over there in lane 6, I think that's Fremantle and CYSM. They'll get through.
Wow.
And then Ice Dragons in lane 3 will get through as well in that 4th place. But really tight racing there.
Bryce, that's in dead heat material, that for 2nd and 3rd. That was so close there. We saw from the Freo crew and the CYSM, there was nothing in it. I'm looking forward to see just how much the margin is on that one.
Well, Fremantle really lifted there. They were, out of those 4 finishing boats, they were the slowest in the heat. But boy, did they lift up for that repechage, and all 4 of those boats will get through to the semi-final.
Yep.
So terrific work there. As you say, an opportunity for a little break. We'll be back shortly with the Premier Women's Standard Boat. And there are 7 boats in there. We'll be back in a second.
second place you've got the Diamond Phoenix. So look at racing that previous record charge in the women's small by 3 metres. Really doesn't matter over 3 or 4 finishes. Probably about the rock here. They're really coming strong in the second spot. I see these two getting through in round 4. I think round 6, 3 metres very because it's still racing. Just like picking out the field and Australia go forward. But all of the really competitive racing. We look at that as well because obviously the boat has come up a little bit and then companies usually try for their second time on the water. As the boats are going through, Moto going through. We've got number 4 there. This is a couple of minutes full. That's bringing us away. That's one we didn't give them away. The boat coming through 1 2. The slots and people there, just doing their warm-up and the right to say, head up to the start line. It was a few minutes behind here, 6 minutes behind the scheduled race time, so just got by a few minutes back. As those other crews come up, we could be on loaded. Yes, so you're going past these 5. Hoorah! As you can see, we've had magnificent drone footage during the day, and this is just a couple of you really standard boat for is one live again. This is coming past the tower, we found the Diamond Phoenix. Diamond Phoenix. Just cruising up to the big one. Sydney Martin from Sonico in the shot. Pretty good. So I hope you're all tuning in the live stream and hope you're all enjoying this start to the Penrith Ausdance 2025. So just a bit of time here, we've got the cat collective, as I said, we whip up the back and get the power in the
Welcome back, and we are race number 9 here. This is Repechage 1. This is the Premier Women's Standard Boat. So it's not the women's under 18 small boat.
No, a lot of those ladies be happy to have that tag to them, Bryce, but it's not the case.
No, so it is the Premier Women's Standard Boat, Repechage 1. Lane 1 is Ride. As we get through the cruise here, I'll catch up with it. Lane 2 is North Queensland Phoenix. Sloths in Lane 3. Mako in Lane 4. The fastest in the qualifier of this one. Kimura in Lane 5. Lane 6, DSA. And Diamond Phoenix in Lane 7 coming into shot now. So that's Lane 5 coming in now. Kimura. Lane 6, DSA. And over in Lane 7 there is the Diamond Phoenix. So not quite what's on the screen there. This is the Premier Women's Standard Boat. Repechage 1. First and second from this repechage, they go through to the grand final. They get an opportunity to earn some medals later on. The remaining 5 crews drop out of the competition. So it's very cutthroat. First 2 go through to that grand final.
Yeah, we see there the Sloths were 6th in their heat. Mako, the white crew, right in the middle there in Lane 4. They were 5th in the heat. So we're away. We've got a pretty good start too. It's excellent right across the board here. And I think if you look through to the middle of the field there, Mako and Sloths are both doing well. Kumara, excellent. But Mako at the moment going very well. And the outside and the inside crews, Phoenix and Ride doing okay. But the action's happening in the middle part of the field here, Bryce.
Certainly is. Lane 4, Mako. Lane 3, the Sloths are going. Ride with a really quick race. Their tempo is right up in Lane 1. North Queensland Phoenix in Lane 2. But we look to the middle. Lane 3 is Sloths. Lane 4, Mako. Kimura in Lane 5. They're lifting to get to the finish. Lane 6, DSA. Diamond Phoenix over in Lane 7. But let's keep a look at Lane 4 here. That's Mako getting through. Lane 3 pushing. It's going to Kimura really pushing. Have a look down in Lane 1. The rapid fire Ride finished all over everyone else. North Queensland in Lane 2, over in Lane 6, DSA. But look at the finish here again. Lane 4, Mako. I think Lane 1, Ride with their rapid rate. I'm not sure that Sloth would be aware that they've been pipped on their inner side. Well done by North Queensland Phoenix in Lane 2. Kimura in 5, DSA 6, and Diamond Phoenix in Lane 7. Finished out the placings, but I think it might be unofficially Mako go through most impressively. I think in Lane 1 Ride might have pipped it again.
All the attention
Just
was in the
pipped
middle
Sloths,
part of the field, and then Ride have come home with a withering finish. Their last 50 metres was outstanding, and unofficially we think that they may have gone through because the top 2 go through to the final, and gee whiz, the Sloths, they were hit from nowhere with that big finish. And looking at that, just how much more of Ride got in them. That's the thing we need to ask.
Yeah, I reckon we might have another close look at this replay because it's all important. As we know, the first 2 boats go through to that grand final. They get an opportunity for some medals later on. The remaining 5 crews drop out. So Mako was standout. They were excellent. And it's between Lane 1 and Lane 3 here. On the inside, it's Ride. And in Lane 3 is Sloths. I think Ride have got it done. Their rate was most impressive all the way through. And their lift at the end, I think they've just pipped the Sloths. What a great finish by Ride. They have lifted to find their way through. It's going to be Mako and Ride getting through to that grand final. Really impressive there. That's the Premier Women's Standard Boat. Mako and Ride getting it done. Sloths 3rd there. North Queensland Phoenix were impressive in Lane 2 as well. And the crews over in Lane 5. Kimura, DSA, and the Diamond Phoenix. coming up now, we have the under-18 women's small boat, and this is progression number 2, round 2. Skulls in lane 1, the Joeys in lane 2, Canberra Grammar in lane 3. So they shuffle the order around for the round number 3, and they are away. A good start by all the boats there. Just going off at just a bit of an angle is in lane 1, Skulls. Joey's in lane 2, combination of around Australia, under 18 paddlers, and in lane 3, Canberra Grammar.
We have indeed, Bryce. So, yes, lane 1 at the moment, it's Skulls leading the way, and the Joeys and Canberra Grammar are having a good little run for it for second spot there. So cumulative times here across the 3 heats. But at the moment here, it's the Skulls who are just starting to extend that lead a little bit. And on the in lane 2 there, the Joeys and Canberra Grammar making up time. But the Joeys, they're pretty brave here. Not sure if they've got enough to bring home the Skulls.
Yeah, certainly plucky, the Joeys, working hard. Skulls, they're franking their form from the first round as they come through in lane 1 now. Lane 2 will be the Joeys, and lane 3, Canberra Grammar. And we noted in that first round as well, Canberra Grammar just a paddler down, so you'd expect them to lose a bit of power as they get through the course. But those placings again, lane 1, Skulls first, Joeys are in second place, and Canberra Grammar in third. So some good racing there. That's the under 18 women's small boat. As we have a look at the next race, progressing down to the start. And it's the under 18 women's standard boat. So the full crews are in there. That boat on screen is the Skulls Fury crew. In lane 2 will be the Skulls Fire, the Fire and Fury. And Sydney Zodiacs, the youth club, will be in lane 1. So that's coming up. The under 18 women's standard boat, round 2, where the times all matter.
Yeah, and of course, in the first heat, or the first run, it was Skulls Fire first. Just the Sydney Zodiacs made a lot of ground, and the Fury were third. So we'll look forward to seeing what might pan out there in the next race. We'll take a short break, and then we will be back with all the live action.
You look fantastic, you guys getting the
speaking there with the Scottish Youth.
It's great to have your company back here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes. And we are into the race 11 of the day, the Fleet B Women's Standard Boat under 18s. And of course this is times for rounds 1, 2 and 3 are added together. This is the second round. And in lane 1 we have the Zodiacs. In 2 we've got the Fire, the Skulls Fire, and the Skulls Fury in 3. So the Zodiacs were pretty impressive in that first round. When they finished second, and they certainly put a bit of pressure on the winner. See, fog that was prevalent early here has lifted, and so has the start of race 9 on the card. Race 11 on the card, the women's standard under 18s, Sapphire Apparel. In lane 1 we've got the Zodiacs, and this looks like a better start from them. They lost a bit of ground early in that first round, and there's Fire from Skulls in 2 and the Fire, the Fury from Skulls in 3. But a good race coming up here, Bryce. Maybe the Fire from Skulls just taking it up, but we know how well the Zodiacs finish.
Yeah, they did. The Zodiacs finished second in that first round, but they're looking to lift here. They are in lane 1. Lane 2, the Skulls Fire, and in lane 3, the Fury from Skulls as well. But this is some exciting finishing here. Skulls Fire in lane 2 look to be just ahead. Sydney Zodiacs aren't to be dismissed completely as they keep striving through to the finish, but it will be the Fire, the Skulls Fire in lane 2, the Sydney Zodiacs in lane 1, and coming through Skulls Fury, the younger girls, doing their work in lane 3.
Well, they've done it again, the Zodiacs. They've finished strongly. If they can just make some corrections and adjustments from that start over the first half of the course, you never know. They might be able to pinch the round 3 event. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have next up on our event here and our calendar of events that are coming to you from the International Regatta Centre here in Penrith. We have got race 12, which is the Cacao Collective, the Premier Women's Small Boat Semi-Final. And we look forward to bringing that to you very shortly.
So we're back with live pictures here. This is the semi-final. It's semi-final time. And we're waiting for one of the crews to come up in boat number 1, ACDC. They'll catch up. The orange and black crew, we're waiting for them to join us at the start. But lane 2, they're Pacific Dragons. Lane 3, YRD. Lane 4, Peninsula Dragonflies. Lane 5, Sydney Zodiac. And in lane 6, the Ice Dragons. So they'll be back-to-back here. Semi-final 1, that's the crew there. Semi-final 2. So importantly, first and second from each of these semi-finals, plus the next 2 fastest go through to the grand final to make up that whole crew. Remaining 6, the slowest 6 crews, drop out of competition. So it's semi-final 1 coming up.
Yep. Yeah, so first 2 from each of the semis, they go through then combined over the 2 heats. The 2 semis here, the 2 fastest times will go through. So it's going to be really important to keep an eye on that. Obviously the best method, the easiest path is finish first or second and get yourself through. We're going to see some pretty competitive racing here. Bryce, I suppose that the YRD was super impressive. They were first in their heats with their time. They're going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, they will be. Peninsula Dragonflies in lane 4. We'll be pushing them all the way. They were 4th in heats time. And it also incorporates the Repocharge crew, and that's why ACDC are just catching up in lane 1. They were first in the Repocharge. So they just recently were on the water, so the other crews have had a little bit more time to get themselves prepared. So ACDC now just lining themselves up there. Those crews again in lane 1, ACDC, Pacific Dragons in 2, YRD in lane 3, lane 4 is Peninsula Dragonflies, lane 5 Sydney Zodiac, and lane 6 Ice Dragons.
Remember, the first 2 from this semi-final will go through to the grand final. The same will happen in the semi-final that follows, and then the combined 2 fastest times will go through as well for a field of 6 in the final.
So that third placing is all about time. First 2 through, time for the third, and potentially the 4th place as well. So all boats will be putting the hammer down on this semi-final number 1. Premier Women's Small Boat.
How good are those shots? That's the drone from the Bear. And it's a big feature of the Dragon boat racing wherever we go. It just adds to what is a fantastic coverage from the My Live Sport team. And there we go, we've got a start. A couple a little bit slow to get out of there, as we see. So across the field there again, ACDC in 1, Pacific Dragons in 2, YRD, probably the favourites in 3. In 4 we've got the Peninsula Dragons, Zodiacs in 5, the Ice Dragons in 6, and it certainly does look like the YRD, the Yarra River Dragons, Bryce, have made a very impressive start.
They were the fastest time in the heat, so they have put a little gap on the field in lane 3, but of course, the other placings are critically important in this first semi-final. Peninsula Dragonflies in 4 are going well. Pacific Dragons in lane 2 dropping off. ACDC in lane 1, they're competing right up. They've had the Repocharge run, so they've got the hot boat at the moment. Over in lane 5, that's Sydney Zodiac. They're finishing strong. It's going to be their time that's going to be important. Ice Dragons in 4. It will go through, YRD going through. Peninsula Dragonflies lane 4. And in lane 1, ACDC put in the time. Pacific Dragons in lane 2. And over in lane 5, Sydney Zodiac and the Ice Dragons over in lane 6. Impressive YRD in lane 3. They will go through, no doubt about that. Peninsula Dragonflies in and ACDC fighting out that second spot. We'll have a look at the replay. Such a tight finish again. Of course, we've mentioned it a few times, but times do matter in qualifying for that grand final that is due to be coming up at 9:30.
And so unofficially, we believe it was the Peninsula Dragons who came through in second position there. No doubt about the Yarra River Dragons.
They got a good start, didn't they?
Yep.
They were first out of the blocks there and really got the boat up and moving ahead of all other boats.
You get the feeling they had a little bit in reserve there too, Bryce. They, as you said, they got a great start and they controlled the race from go to woe.
They did. Maybe did. And they had the luxury to just ease off. Not maybe quite go as hard at the finish and save a little bit for 9:30, which is not that far away, let's be honest. An advantage. They'll sit back and have the longest break. But that's the scheduled time, of course. We are a little bit behind time. This race was, that first semi-final was due at 9:06. We're now at 9:20, so just a little bit behind time as all the competitors get used to the rhythm of getting out there on the course. And there's that finish again. I think it is. I think it was the Peninsula Dragonflies getting through.
Yep.
We'll look at those times in lane 1 as boats prepare to go back to marshalling, swap over. Other boats handed over to semi-final number 2.
All right, well, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you for all that action. Remember, the first 2 will go through. They'll join the Yarra River Dragons and we think the Peninsula Dragonflies, and then it gets down to time for the remaining 2 to get through to that final. Back shortly.
So semi-final action number 2. This is a Premier Women's small boat. We saw YRD stand out in that first semi-final. They'll go through to the grand final. We're a little bit behind schedule here, so this race is scheduled for 9:12 local time. We are now 9:23, so the boat's setting up. So in lane 1 it will be Fremantle. In lane 2 it will be Hunter. Lane 3 Komodo. Lane 4 Melbourne Flames. Lane 5 Brisbane Typhoon. And CYSM in lane 6. So this is going to be some very even rating. We saw Komodo second in the heats. Melbourne Flames were third in the heats. And these are all on times. And the repechage teams, we're seeing the extra run really do them a favour. And the repechage teams here, lane 1 Fremantle, they were second in the repechage, and over in lane 6 CYSM were third in the repechage. But we saw with ACDC in that previous semi, they leapt ahead of many other boats, having had the extra run in the repechage. So it's nearly an advantage to head to a repechage early on in the meet to get your boat running and give you the best chance in that semi-final. So boats just adjusting their angles at the start here.
Field of 6. First 2 go through to the final, grand final. And as Bryce said, it's all about the times.
Now we're just getting those times. We will be able to get those up on the feed. The MySport Live crews are working with that connection. So we'll be able to show those up hopefully sooner than later in the coverage. But we'll give you all the audio of who qualifies, who gets through the official ones. But we are away.
We are indeed. We are away in the Cacao Collective. And Freo in 1, Hunter in 2, Komodo in 3, the Melbourne Flames in 4. And we've just had a false start. So we're going to pull back there. Bryce, what did you detect from that? So we've had a...
Yeah, so we're just catching our vision up on the start. A bit of a false start. So they've called the crews back.
It was the
couple of the
crews, wasn't it?
Well, they took off, but it looked like over in lane 6, CYSM really didn't get going, nor did Brisbane Typhoon in lane 5. So the other crews there, Melbourne Flames, are just sitting there in lane 4. Look like they haven't even got going at all. So,
well, 4, 5 and 6 did not move. So they've stayed where they are. So
just a miscommunication for the start. And once one triggers, we've seen it in a lot.
The domino effect.
The domino effect happens. We used to see it in swimming a lot, but now obviously there's immediate disqualification if you break and you're in the water first. And we see it have seen it in running. You get a warning in sprinting and athletics, but it'll probably be a warning to the crews here. But once you trigger one, the others are off as well. They're ready to go. But just realigning now under starters' orders.
In the starter, Phil Reddy's got them back into line pretty quickly there. And we know that the following event will start pretty quickly after the finish here. We've got the crews are ready in place. That's for the fire apparel round 3 in the women's small boat under 18s.
They're those boats on the left of your screen.
Yep.
They're not getting a head start and doing a U-turn.
We call that, I think it's lane 9 out here on the course. It's the traffic lane. That's where they go. So now we're away, and that looks like a pretty even start right across the board there. We'll go through those again. So in 1, on the left of your screen, you can see there, we've got Freo, then Hunter, Komodo, Melbourne Flames in 4. Keep an eye on them. The Typhoons, and then on the outside, we've got the CYSM. But already through that middle part of the field there, and looks like, I'll tell you what, a good run from the Typhoons in 5 there. Bryce, looks like they've lifted their rating. But in 3, the Komodo crew are really warming to the task.
They are indeed. Faster rate by Melbourne Flames, notably, than Komodo, but Komodo still holding ahead. Lane 2 is Hunter. They started sideways, but are picking things up now most impressively. Fremantle in lane 1. Over on the far side, lane 6, CYSM just dropping off the pace, as are Brisbane Typhoon. But let's look to the middle here. It looks like Melbourne Flames are pushing this all the way. Komodo in lane 3, Melbourne Flames in lane 4. I think it's lane 3 that gets across. And over on the far side, Brisbane Typhoon in 3rd. Hunter may have picked up after going sideways at the start. It's going to be about their time, and maybe it's cost them. But in lane 2, Hunter were good. Fremantle in lane 1 and over in lane 6, CYSM. But Komodo, I think, got it done just over the Melbourne Flames. That really tight racing.
Here we go. You give it to 3, which was the Komodo on the Flames. Now, here we go. Just look at that on the outside in 5, Bryce. I think we'll go with 5. So it looks like the Typhoons may have just nudged Hunter, but as you said, it will all come down to time. Interesting. And we know in the first heat, it was a very tight finish as well. This was going to be fascinating to see what we come up with here.
Yeah, certainly the ones that we know that have gone through automatically are Komodo and Melbourne Flames out of that semi-final number 2. In semi-final number 1, it was YRD, the Yarra River Dragons, and the Peninsula Dragonflies. They automatically go through, and then it's down to time. So we wait for that collection, Now that final is due for actually now, but we have a couple of races in between. The women's small boat under 18s, they're quickly getting themselves lined up there.
Yeah, round 3 it is. And of course, already they've had 2 hit-outs on the water. And we've got the Canberra Grammar School. And then we've got Skulls in lane 2 and the Joeys in lane 3. Just perfect conditions here now as we do make a start in the 3rd round of the under 18 women's small boat. Of course, the times from rounds 1, 2 and 3 are added together to work out the final placings here, and it has been the Skulls crew who are in lane 2 who have so far held sway, but it looks like we might have one of our most even run homes here. Across there in 3, the Joeys have possibly taken up the early running here in front of the Skulls, and the Canberra Grammar Girls are showing some big improvement over here in lane 1. But as we look at it, as we go well past the halfway point here, the Joeys were in front, pushing hard now as the Skulls, they come through. The Skulls have really got their timing together now, pushing hard. They come up, they get past the Joeys, I think. They do now, so it is Skulls in 2, pushing hard with the Joeys. It's 2, it's 3. This is going to be one big finish. Give it to the Skulls just on the line ahead of the Joeys, and a big improvement there from the Canberra Grammar crew as that completes the 3 rounds of the under 18s women's small boat. Times from all 3 rounds are put together to work out the final placings. It'll be Skulls. They'll be the winners from the Joeys and the Canberra Grammar in 3rd. So we'll look forward to our next event, which is the Fire Apparel under 18 women's standard boat. And of course, that's where we have the 2 other Skulls crews, the Fury and the Fire, up against the Sydney Zodiacs. So back live pictures, and we have the third round of the women's standard boat under 18s. Times from all 3 rounds accumulated to work out the final placings. We've got the Skulls Fury in 1, Sydney Zodiacs in 2, and the Fire team, Skulls team, are in 3. And we have got a start here in the third round of the women's under 18 standard boat. And if you look to the over there in lane 3, it's the Skulls Fire team that have started very well. The Zodiacs are inside of them, and on the inside lane we've got the Skulls Fury. But in lane 3 at the moment, it's Skulls Fire who are putting together a nice little start to this race. But the Zodiacs in 2, who have been super competitive throughout the first 3 rounds, Bryce, are making them work for every little part of this.
Absolutely they are. This is a very competitive race once again. Skulls Fire in lane 3. The Sydney Zodiac, they look like they're lifted here. Maybe they can pip them here.
Can they get them?
In this particular race, their rate is up nice and high, but Skulls Fire are just holding them off. A Dragon's Head in it as they get down to the finish. Well, a good controlled race again. Skulls Fire proving over the 3 rounds to be really strong and consistent. Sydney Zodiac second and Skulls Fury, the younger girls, coming through in lane 1. The way they finish there will be the way they are awarded over the 3 rounds.
Yeah, that'll be it. So they've got it right at the finish, but yeah, full credit there to the Zodiacs. They found improvement throughout the final 2 rounds. It wasn't enough, however, to knock over the Fire crew from Skulls, and they'll go home and celebrate. And Bryce, what type of dog is that?
I have no idea, but it's a cute one, and it's great to see a
everywhere.
lot of people bringing their dogs, keeping them on leads, of course. And it's a great precinct here for all the paddlers and supporters and families to be a part of it. But there's the paddlers in and out under the grandstand here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. And, well, that they are preparing now. Coming up is the Premier Women's Small Boat. It's grand final time. We'll be about 5 minutes away from that. The grand final of the small boat and also the Premier Women's Standard Boat Grand Final. We'll be back with those, brought to you by KO Collective shortly.
All good.
next we have the grand final. You can wait here for a second. We have the calculated grand final, which will be Tony Carson in 1, we have Hunter in 2, Flames in 3, YRD 4, Komodo 5, Dragonflies, and 6, Brisbane Typhoon. Bryce, it's been magnificent, and you're just about to try, it's Spencer's Delight.
It's long gone now. I've had it. It's beautiful. It is terrific. It tastes just chocolatey, and I think that plays will kick through in a second.
Well, here's one of the sponsors, Gaz, and Desmond has a bit over for birthday.
Oh, it's been fantastic. We're so happy to be here. So much to be able to share our heart with all the people this evening.
And panels. What are you playing here, mate? Well, the racing is fantastic, and so is the green. We'll see up here. So as we are just waiting for the first grand final of the day, it's Federer's car collective sponsored get up in 1, Flames into Yarra Dragons in 3, Komodo 4, Dragonflies in 5, and Brisbane Typhoon.
Komodo versus CYSM. And we do have a start of the crew that you can see there in front of us. It's right in front of our vantage spot here in the broadcast position. Is the Komodo team crew out of Canberra. Of course, they do their training and good work out on Lake Burley Griffin in the nation's capital.
And even though they were the third-ranked team, what we did note was that they had at times a few of their paddlers would just put the paddles up. They'd conserve their energy. Expect a big push now from Komodo. I'm sure their time will really come down. They conserved a lot of energy. So we see a terrific shot there of the whole centre. CYSM, they're on the right-hand side, just going through the southern end around the turn. That's the second of the CYSM boats, boats 3 and 4. That's the men's group catching up there, the Premier men's, and in front the Premier women. They're setting the bunny out in front to catch, and then they'll work together once they are caught. It's a real team event, this one. Men, women working together, 2 boats.
What could go wrong?
Not much.
No. Now, question we've had noticed, Bryce, CYSM. I'm unaware of the full, what that abbreviation means as a club. I know I believe they operate out of Melbourne, the CYSM crew.
They do the Chinese Youth Society of Melbourne.
Aha, there you go.
A real connector around the sport of dragon boating.
Well, that to me on that magnificent overhead shot from our drone, the Bear, would tell me, Bryce, there is not a lot in this race, and it's just coordinated, synchronised paddling at its best.
It is. So heading up towards, up the screen if you like,
Top
from
right.
your viewing part there, heading up to the southern end of the course is Komodo, and we can see them just about to start to work together as they get to their second curve. CYSM down on the bottom of the screen in the red and black, they are starting to catch up as well, and that's when they start working together. That's where the times really start picking up. So some exciting racing now.
Well, you see a classic example there. Both crews in each side team, same distance apart and in almost the same part of the course, obviously at opposite ends. But in distance and in margin, this is going to be very, very tight. Very even start so far. Komodo out of Canberra, CYSM Melbourne-based club. And it continues to be so. We see on the near side here, the foreshore side, it is Komodo. You can see in the smattering of blue throughout the cruise.
Well, you look at them go now,
Whoa.
like this, they're all up and about. The wash on these boats, the Peishing boats, they're the fastest in the country. And Komodo, this is a big effort now. That's the 2 boat. There's no resting paddlers there in this round. They use the heat as a bit of a practice dry run. Now they are lifting. Now they work together. They go down to this, well, the second last of their turns. They'll work efficiently around there together. They are setting up a very, very good time. We look to the other end, the southern end of the course right there, that they are the crew from CYSM. They've already connected as well. They have 2 more turns to negotiate, but this is where the work happens. They've got a back straight to work their way down. Here's Komodo, the front straight if you like, closest to the bank is where CYSM will be about to line up now, and they will be surging all the way down.
Well, they're about to line up. They've negotiated that turn in good fashion. So have Komodo as well, as they head into their straight on the western side of the course. This has been tight and close right from the get-go. I can't see how it won't finish that way. See, this is a good run at it.
This is a perfect example of that wash riding, working together, surging that number 4 boat forward. That's the CYSM teams, the crews working together.
So this is going to be a big finish. That is CYSM we're looking at there. We flick across the other side, and our camera shots will now take hold on the Komodo crews. They've got 1 turn to go. Both clubs here putting on powerful displays. Time is important. CYSM together. Komodo doing the same. Both back boats have worked their way to the lead here as they negotiate the bends.
And you see the strategy here, the women working on the inside, the men taking the longer route around the outside so they can work efficiently together. This is the last turn that they need to make. Perfection by the sweeps. They work the oar just to line up that number 2 boat for the big finish.
Here they go now.
About 100 metres of effort ahead of them.
There's nothing in it here. There is nothing between both. Maybe Komodo, who had a terrific run around that final turn, have got the open water ahead of them. They've just taken up a good advantage.
Okay, we are back live as the sun starts beaming through the early fog cloud. It's burnt all that off, and we're into our first of our grand finals, Bryson, and what a mouth-watering, enterprising, anticipated event this is going to be.
It is scheduled for 9:30, so we are a little bit behind time. Local time now, 9:52. but this is all important. The Premier Women's Small Boat Grand Final, as the boats find their way into position. Those are the results up on screen there, just flashing up on there from the under-18 girls. But coming up in this one here, we have lane 1 in It's Hunter, lane 2 Melbourne Flames, lane 3 YRD, the fastest in qualifying, the favourites going in here. Komodo in lane 4. They were runner-up in Champion Lakes in WA, so they finished second there, looking to come over the top and get the job done here. They're in lane 4. Peninsula Dragonflies in lane 5, and in lane 6, it's the Brisbane Typhoon. So they're coming together in the foreground. They're the boats for the next grand final, the Premier Women's Standard Boat. But all under starters' orders. You're getting close to it as lane 1 Hunter just gets into position. This is a Premier Women's Small Boat getting set up now, Robbie.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, there was a lot of interest who would get those final spots. And Typhoons, they came in that 6th position. That big finish, and Hunter too as well. So what they did over those last 50 metres was, in the end, it paid dividends. But if we look at Yarra River Dragons, first in the semi-final, Komodo second in the semi-final. So that's where it's probably going to come from. But the Melbourne Flames, we know they do have that ability. They lift on the big occasion.
They do indeed, and it's notable their faster rate. Generally, they've been renowned for a long, powerful rate, and I know it's a 200-metre race, but notably their paddle rate has been a lot faster. So it will be over to Phil Reeder, the official starter.
And here we go. So Phil has given them the all clear, and what a good start it is too. A good start there by Komodo out of lane 4 has probably given them the early advantage. In 3, it is indeed the Yarra River Dragons. Now the Melbourne Flames probably haven't got the start they were looking for. A little bit slow out of the blocks. Hunter in 1, doing okay. And right on the far side of the course, the Typhoons look like they've got the momentum from that semi.
They do indeed. It is the YRD. They've got a Dragon head ahead. They're in lane 3. Komodo are lifting now. Lane 4. They're really pushing hard. They're catching up there. Peninsula Dragonflies in lane 5. And Melbourne Flames not to be outdone in lane 2. Lane 1 Hunter and Brisbane Typhoons just dropping off a little bit. But it's YRD, Yarra River Dragons in lane 3. Lane 4 is Komodo. Lane 5 Peninsula Dragonflies. And in lane 2, it's the Melbourne Flames. But it is going to be the YRD, the first grand final to get. They have done it. It is lane 3, Yarra River Dragons, lane 4, Komodo, Melbourne Flames in lane 2. A close thing with Peninsula Dragonflies in lane 5. Some outstanding racing. Brisbane Typhoon over in lane 6. Battled all the way through, as did Hunter in lane 1. But YRD, they are congratulating each other. It's the first grand final. It's the Premier Women's Small Boat. And we look at the finish again, Robbie.
Yeah, it is. It's Yarra River Dragons powering through. This where it gets tight. And coming through in second position there was Komodo. And the Flames grabbed third in a really tight go there with the Peninsula Dragons. So, but YRD, they let it from go to woe. They started brilliantly. They were impressive in their heats semi-final, and they've brought their A-game when it counts, and they are the grand final champions.
Robbie, they've been untouched all the way through. They've done it by a good dragon head, quarter of a boat length, and they've been able to control the field right out from the start. You mentioned their starts. They power off the line and control the races. They've been able to do that through the heats, the semi-final, and now the first gold medalist of the 2025 National Championships for AusDBF.
Well, I just ran into Christine Watson there before in the break, and she's very excited, so that'll be a great start for that club. The Yarra River Dragons, the first gold medal around the neck, and what a place to get a gold medal in gold medal country here. This was the scene of the rowing at the 2000 Sydney Olympics. This whole venue was built for that purpose 5 years previous. But Jeff, all that time, 25 years ago, you can still feel that Olympic atmosphere here, Bryce.
No doubt about it. It is a terrific setup. They had dragon boating, not an Olympic sport, but they also had canoe kayak in the paddle variety as well as the rowers. And what a magnificent event. Hard to believe it was 25 years ago, Robbie. It just seems like a handful of years back that we were celebrating the Sydney Olympics. And what a great event it was everywhere, including here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So the crews are coming up to the line here, and that is the small boat. They are the final placings there. So we have those feeds and times now available on screen. So it's grand final time now. The Premier Women's Standard Boat, Robbie.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, the winners there. You had to. The minute is a bit of that target. You go under that minute, you're going to give yourself a really good chance there. So we have with the grand final, the Premier Women's. We've got in 1 Mako in the white, CYC in 2, Aka in 3, Different Strokes in 4, Tiwaka in 5, Ride in 6. So first in the heats was Aka. Different Strokes were very impressive. They were second. And we have got the Tiwaka crew. Can they find some improvement there? CYC in lane 2, third in the heats.
Yeah, CYL there. They actually just lined up in the wrong lane. They slotted into lane 3 where Aka is sitting and said, hey, hop over.
Out.
You need to hop into your own, swim in your own lane if you like. Stick to your own lane. So Aka were the most impressive. They're in lane 3. Different Strokes. Well, Different Strokes have been right up there.
Just a little bit of an adjustment there for the CYL crew in lane 2.
Different Strokes were the champions in 2023 at Albury Wodonga and runner-up last year at Champion Lakes in Perth.
What conditions now. Almost perfect out there. And the Premier Women's Standard Boats, we've got a start. And what a start it is too. Have a look at that right across there at the moment. So there's certainly no early indications there. In lane 1, we've got Mako. CYL in 2. Aka in 3. Different Strokes in 4. Tiwaka in 5. And Ride in 6. And it's a pretty good go. Probably in the middle and the outside lanes at the moment, Bryce, are prominent, particularly Ride on the far side in 6.
They are indeed. They've been a surprise pack at Ride. They were second in the Repechage and they've come through to this grand final. They're going well, but it looks like Aka in lane 3 and right up there with Different Strokes. They are stroke for stroke, head for head. Lane 5 is Tiwaka. They're finishing strongly. Ride in lane 6 are right up there. Don't underestimate CYL in lane 2, but we look at lane 3. It's going to be Aka. They get that Dragon Boat ahead. They do indeed. They've just got over Different Strokes. And lane 2, CYL were absolutely flying after a slow start. They picked up on Tiwaka in lane 5 and Ride in lane 6 as they tired at the end of the 200. They felt the pinch. Mako in lane 1, but what a terrific finish it was. It was lane 3. Aka have gone through gold medal in the Premier Women's Standard Boat, pipping out Different Strokes, and Different Strokes, they're runners-up once again at a national champs.
Yeah, and what about Ride, who get the bronze with that big finish over there in, CYL with getting third place there with that massive finish. So great racing, a great call from you, Bryce, and of course repeating, it is Aka who are going to have the gold medal put around their neck pretty soon too, because the women's medal presentations occur immediately after the women's finals during the open races, so we keep our eye out for that. So yeah, all right, well there's not too much of a break, Bryce. We're about to move into sort of the next phase, and we're into the Premier Open Small Boat Heat 1. And this should be an absolute beauty. The Canberra Ice Dragons in 1, the Power Blades in 2. We haven't seen the Power Blades yet today. The Muds are over there in 3, Lakers in 4, Mako in 5, Peninsula Dragon 6, and the BOP Flyers in lane 7. So almost a full field for this one.
It is indeed the first of 3 heats for the Premier Open Small Boat.
The first of our Kiwi crews. Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
in 7.
We've certainly seen the boys warming up around the back, and well, they've had to wait a long time to get cracking. 10 o'clock local time now, and they're looking to catch up some time. So this race And the start of the Premier Open Boat Small Boat is scheduled for 9:42, just after 10 o'clock in the morning local time here in Sydney. From wherever you are watching around Australia and around the world, My Sport Live teamed streams to all places on the planet. And so we welcome you to the 2025 AusDBF National Champs. So those boats just lining up. We're missing one out there. We're missing a couple, in actual fact.
Yeah, a couple are coming out. I'm just looking over towards the marshalling area, Bryce. So it looks like we've got the crew from Mako. Sorry, not Mako, the Canberra Ice Dragons.
Oh no, they're sitting over there.
At the back.
So the ones we're missing are Lane 5. We are missing the Mako team. Don't know where they're situated here. So a little bit of confusion at the start. So we've got Ice Dragons sitting there. They're in lane 1. Lane 2 is the Power Blades. The Muds, Melbourne Uni in lane 3. Lane 4 is the Lakers. Lane 5, Mako Paddle Club. It's vacant at the moment. 6 is the Peninsula Dragonflies.
Here comes Mako now, Bryce.
The Purple People Eaters. They're ready to go in lane 7. The Bop Flyers from New Zealand. They're not late. They're a few hours ahead.
Yeah, well, they are, exactly. Yeah, and here we go. We got confirmation. The Mako Paddle Club crew, they'll be out of lane 5. They are just making their way down in front of us here in the commentary position, out to going past the medal presentation area now, so they won't be too far away of joining in the fun and the frivolity, which will be race 18 of the morning's running, the Premier Open Small Boat.
So all eyes on Mako. A little bit embarrassing when you miss your cue at the start, isn't it? The first race, but they'll catch it up.
Look at this, they're going to cut across there nicely.
Yep.
That's smart.
All eyes are on them. A few blushed faces, no doubt. But interesting, the Bop Flyers from New Zealand coming across. They're a diverse range of paddlers. And they've got a common goal, paddling with purpose. And it's great to have a New Zealand crew across, and a huge following. We can tell already on the live stream that so many people tuning in to see how they go in their first heat today. The Bop Flyers, we wish them all the best.
What does BOP stand for, Bryce?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Best of people, maybe.
It could be.
I'll do a bit of homework on that one.
Little question without notice by you.
Yeah, I love that. I'll get back to that one. But the Mako crew, I hope they haven't used all their ammo in just getting there after a bit of a late delayed start to getting to the pontoon start. Might just warm them up.
As they back up their Dragon boat. The field again, Robbie.
Yeah, we'll just run through that field now. For the Premier Open Small Boat Men's, CBR Ice Dragons, the Canberra Ice Dragons in 1, the Power Blades in 2, the Muds in 3, Lakers from Western Australia 4, Mako in 5. Looks like they're just about set to go, the Mako crew. The Peninsula Dragons in 6. And our New Zealand friends, the BOP, the Bop Flyers, are ready to roll. So, feel ready. The starter has got them done beautifully as they leave the pontoon and they head for a couple of 100 metres of the straight run. It's a good start too. Fantastic. One of the most even starts we've seen in racing this morning so far. Really hard to see who might be taking up the early running. You might have to go out to the far side, and it's the New Zealanders, the Bop Flyers, who are doing really well over the first part of the course, Bryce.
They are indeed, and the drummer with the hair flowing as well. The Bop Flyers in lane 7. Lane 5 is the Mako Paddle Club, and I think their warm-up has set them up well. They're right up there in the mix. The Melbourne Uni team looking very strong and powerful in lane 3. The Lakers from WA in 4. Back in lane 2, the Power Blades, just off the pace a little bit. Lane 1, the Canberra Ice Dragons, but it looks like it's going to be Mako in lane 5, pushing their way through to the finish. They might just pip out the Melbourne Uni, the Muds, and over in lane 7, just tiring a bit, the Bop Flyers. Lane 4, the Lakers. Lane 1, the Canberra Ice Dragons, the Power Blades in lane 2, and coming through in lane 6, the Peninsula Dragonflies. Impressive by Mako, Robbie.
They were incredibly. They probably gave up the early ground to the Bop Flyers from New Zealand. But then their second part of the race was outstanding. They hung on pretty well, the Flyers. I reckon you got to mark it down, though, to Mako, who was so strong. And they have taken out the Heat 1 of the Premier Open Small Boat.
Well, the Bot Flyers, they were right up there. A power start. But just tired a little bit. Maybe the adrenaline, the excitement. The first time on the water in the trip across to Sydney. I'm just looking at their crew now. A few hunched over their paddles at the moment. They're blowing pretty hard. It caught up with them in the end. But some great racing. Mako, as you said, impressive. Melbourne Uni, I must say,
We'll put a
a
watch
crew
on
to
them.
watch. Yeah,
Yep.
let's put a little asterisk on them because they looked incredibly organised. They are an impressive developing group, the Melbourne Uni, the youngsters from the uni. And it was the Bot Flyers who held on for third, but Mako impressive in that first of 3 heats. Who have we got in this second heat?
Yeah, we have got the second heat, and of course the first and second from each heat, plus the next 2 fastest overall progress to the semi-final, 8 crews. So, and then the other 13 crews go to the reps. In heat 2 of the Premier Open Small Boat, we've got Fremantle in 1, Sydney Tsunami in 2, Komodo 3, Southern Storm in 4, the Gold Coast Dragons in 5, the Sydney Zodiacs there in 6, and we've got the Bluefins over there in lane 7.
Yeah, and of course the Zodiacs are youth team, so they are 24 and under. So we're just waiting for one of the crews again. The Bluefins we're missing over in lane 7. So we might see them come up with blush faces, a bit like the Mako Paddle Club. But maybe that was all a bit of show by Mako before, because eyes on us. We're going to knock off this first heat. And
well, it didn't harm them, did it? Not at all. So it's a Fremantle 1. Sydney Tsunami, I think it's the first time we've seen one of the Sydney crews as for the morning's running.
Yes.
He's back. Nick Hando doing some fine work down there on the stage down below.
It's magnificent. Look, I'll step it after first, but you've got this race, Bryce.
Here we have. So we are off and running in Heat 2 of the Premier Open Small Boat. Freo in 1, Tsunami in 2, Komodo 3, Southern Storm in 4, the Dragons in 5, the Zodiacs, the Young Guns in 6, and the Bluefins in 7. And Bryce through the middle of the course. It looks like it could be Komodo, is it?
yeah, look, Komodo looking strong in lane 3. In fact, they are stretching away. This is an all-powerful crew. They've been waiting all morning for this opportunity to get on the water. They're looking really impressive. Southern Storm in 4 are going well. Over in lane 6, the Sydney Zodiacs, the under-24 team, are doing well. Gold Coast Dragons in 5 are tracking along just a little off the pace of Sydney Tsunami in 2 and Fremantle in lane 1. But Komodo go through comfortably as winners. Southern Storm in lane 4 were second. Over in lane 6, the Zodiacs and then Gold Coast Dragons. But boy, Komodo, impressive right from the top.
Just great to see it. Obviously seen those first 2 grand finals of the women's races, and then suddenly just the uplift in power with these open crews. And the sun's come out, Robbie.
Yeah, the guns are out, aren't they?
How have you guys been doing it? Bit of live coverage down there for me. You guys will have to give that out. It's actually quite good. You're walking along, race calling with it. And
you are a man of the people. You are the man of the people, Nick Hando, and you've just got them eating out of your hand down there.
It's
across
amazing.
the front of the grandstand. I love it.
Mate, it's amazing. Some of the women we talk to, we put the microphone and they just go shy. I don't know why.
Maybe we need to keep that in the back of our mind. But great race. That particular heat there, it's a real watch on that, because you look at the overall times and the finish, there was not a lot between all of the 7 competitors. So good racing there, which will move us along to the next one on the card.
Yes, heat number 3. The Premier Open Small Boat, heat 3. Lane 1 is Acker. Lane 2, Canberra Griffins. Lane 3, ACDC. Lane 4, Melbourne Flames. North Queensland Phoenix in lane 5. Hunter River Dragons in lane 6, and in lane 7, the Pacific Dragons. So they are the times that were up there, flashed up there quickly from heat number 2.
Oh,
There
they're
we
back
go.
up there.
We've got them back up there, and Komodo at 51.01 is a definite watch. They were impressive, even though it took them a while to get out to the start.
That's a great time.
It is a very impressive time. Southern Storm pushed them all the way, as did the Sydney Zodiacs. Pretty impressive, the Zodiacs.
And that's the under-24 team. So
Yeah,
great to
absolutely.
see. That's the
Yep.
youth. That's the future. And it is fantastic. So coming up the next one, what are we on? Race 20?
Race 20,
Lane
heat
what?
3
Yeah.
of the Premier Open Small Boat.
So Phil's got them all ready in ring. Acker's in 1. Griffins in 2. ACDC 3. Melbourne Flames are back in at 4. North Queensland Phoenix 5. Hunter in 6. And the Pacific Dragons, the Dragon Boat and Outrigger Club from the Northern Beaches in the Premier Open. This is the Hong Kong Economic Trade Organisation sponsoring these races. It's fantastic, Bryce, to have them on board.
It is, and we see Pacific Dragons just easing their way across the bow of all the other boats, getting to their lane 7.
That's not a bad shot.
Actually,
That is
that
a great
that
shot.
could be Hunter, because PDs are in orange.
Bit of a little
Yeah.
snapshot of what we're seeing at the top of our picture there, all the flagpoles. And you just got to keep going back 25 years when the Olympics were on out here, and just the excitement and the emotion that was flowing throughout. Falls City was one of the great 2 weeks, and back out here 25 years later, it is just an exceptional venue. Spectacular shots from the Bear. On our 2 drones here today.
Yeah, I saw radar before. He was radaring in on down
he?
them. It was amazing. So yeah, we're just actually, I think we're waiting on Pacific Dragons still
to come in there. So yeah, we are looking for a.
We've got 7 crews up there. Yeah, we've got the 7 crews up there. So maybe what they're. Yeah, look at it. We've got 7 crews. We'll call them as we've got them listed.
Robbie's got the binoculars. You can see the sweep change their minds.
Well, they're all blue. The outer lane 7 of the all blue crew.
So this is heat 3, scheduled for 9:54 for those keeping track at home. It's 10:15 local time here in Sydney, so we're just a little bit behind. It is race 20, the final of 3 heats in the Premier Open Small Boat.
Of course, the first 2 from each of these heats, plus the 2 fastest overall, 8 crews, progress to the semi-final. And the remaining 13 crews go to the repechage. So 21 crews all up in the Premier Open Small Boat. So there's a lot to play out yet amongst all the action we're going to see here. But for heat 3, it's Acker in 1, Canberra Griffins in 2, ACDC 3, the Flames in 4, North Queensland Phoenix 5, Hunter River Dragons in 6, and the Pacific Dragons are over there in 7, who are still, Bryce, just having a few little difficulties at the start, just working their way back to the start position on that pontoon. In perfect conditions now. See, brilliant day, burning off that early fog. It reminds us that winter's around the corner. Let's enjoy this while we can.
You can see a few of the boats just on the right hand of your screen there coming up. They're the Premier Open Standard Boat. That's where the water's going to flow. We're really going to see some impressive paddling there. This is the third of 3 heats in the Premier Open Small Boat. Just aligning themselves on the pontoon.
What would that be, Bryce? Because it's very calm out there at the moment, the situation is. The crews are just realigning now. We go back to his from the first of our presentations too, down in front of the grandstand. So Nick Hando has left us, and he's going to go down there and do his stuff. First for the gold medals.
There's a touch of confusion here. We're seeing boat number 7 go out. Now, we have that listed as Pacific Dragons, but
Yeah.
Pacific Dragons are generally in. So I think they're just aligning what they need to do here. This could very well be the Bluefins that missed their heat in the second heat.
Might be a bad call, that,
And
Bryce.
then the Pacific Dragons, an unknown quantity. So maybe they are catching up now. So the Pacific Dragons, we know, are an orange, generally an orange and black crew.
Yeah.
So I think has been a little bit of confusion with the team. So what we're going to run with here, I think we can see them coming past our vantage point, and it's just on the very far under your logo there on the right-hand screen is they need to come up to the start, potentially. So this is the open small boat. We can see an open small boat coming up. Pacific Dragons, the orange crew, need to hustle up past these boats and find their way up to the start, because there's no one to race against for them if they're waiting around there. So I think the message will get through to them that they need to find a slot. So I think they're accommodating this. So Phil Reeder, the starter, is he's on the far left on the boat there. So I think on the official boat, the starter. So he'll just be letting them know, wanting to call them up. They'll go into lane 7. Over in lane 8, it will be the Bluefins.
Yeah, who were scheduled to be in lane 7 in the second heat. I reckon you got that right, Bryce, that they've, for some reason, they're unable to run that in heat 2. They've been allocated back into heat 3. They get moved over to lane 8, and
the Pacific Dragons will
the
come up. So they're just calling them across now. Yep. We'll see them just slide across the bows of all the other Dragon boats. So it was the Bluefins that missed their second heat. So it's all worked out.
Yep.
Accommodating. One of the probably the more frustrating parts of this is the fact that the other boats have been sitting there for some time. So in lane 1, it's Acker. Lane 2, the Canberra Griffins. Lane 3, ACDC. We're working across right to left on your screen there. Melbourne Flames in lane 4. Lane 5, North Queensland Phoenix. Lane 6, the Hunter River Dragons. The Bluefins have gone across to lane 8.
Far left.
And the Pacific Dragons will be in lane 7 as they back their boat in now.
Yep, that's exactly how that will pan out. We're seeing not a breath of wind out here out at Penrith.
Oh, these are superb conditions
Aren't
now.
they? They're just 100%. They are ready to rock and roll here.
Absolutely superb. Sun is breaking through, and with a bit of warmth on the back, the paddlers will find their very best.
Yeah. So the great shots there from our drones. The Bear, but 2 in play today. So which will be with a 2 kilometre race will be a great asset for the coverage, for the whole broadcast, having one at each end of the course. And from our vantage spot here, we can see all the way down. We weren't able to see that earlier in the day, Bryce, because of the fog.
We couldn't see much past the 200 metre where they are starting now. We couldn't see much at all, but now it is clearing right up. Very, very impressive. So this is race 20. It is scheduled 9:54. We've had a little delay as boats have just got a little out of order. It's 10:22 now local time. We're ready to go.
Yeah, we are ready to go. So Phil Reedy has got them all pretty much aligned now in heat 3 of the Premier Open Small Boat. This one's a full field of 8. The Bluefins, who were scheduled to go into that heat 2, have been moved into lane 8, which is the 3rd heat. First and second from each heat, plus the next 2 fastest. They'll progress to the semi, and the remainder 13 are into the repechage as we make a start. And the Bluefins on the far side of the course, out of lane 8, have made a very good start. A little bit sluggish there on the inside with the Pacific Dragons, Bryce. But generally, through the middle part of the field, look at lanes 3 and 4 at the moment. That's where all the heat is.
It is Akadaka in lane 3. Lane 4 is the Melbourne Flames. Akka in lane 1 are going along really well. Canberra Griffins in lane 2, just off the pace a little bit. Lane 5 is North Queensland Phoenix. Lane 6, the Hunter River Dragons are right up in amongst it. Over on the far side, it's the Bluefins and Pacific Dragons in lane 7, a bit off the pace. But in lane 4, it looks like it's going to be the Melbourne Flames as they extend out and they get across the line first. Lane 3, Akadaka, ACDC in lane 3, and then lane 1. Akka coming through. Lane 2, the Canberra Griffins. North Queensland Phoenix in lane 5 were pretty impressive as well. As we have a look at the replay now, as they get to the finish, that's Flames getting through in lane 4. Lane 3, a tight thing. ACDC along with Akka. Then it goes out to the North Queensland Phoenix. Well, the Hunter River Dragons over there in lane 6 were pretty impressive. So, a good race there by the Melbourne Flames. They qualify straight through. I think it's lane 3.
Yeah, I reckon ACDC were the ones, Bryce, to get through there in a real close call with Akka out there in lane 1. Great racing, but it was a very good performance there from the Melbourne Flames.
Yeah, so they automatically, with ACDC, lane 4 and lane 3, they qualify through to the semi-final. Straight through. Everyone else goes to the repechage, and we've seen already with the women's crews, the repechage gives a little competitive advantage. They get another run on the water. They get to tune up, so not all is lost if you've just missed out. Lane 1 Akka were really pushing there, so they'll go via repechage to get to a semi. Now we see, well, the Open in the full boat, the standard boat, the Premier Open. What's the field for this one, Robbie?
Yeah, first of 2 heats, Bryce, and it costs the winner of each heat, plus the next fastest overall 3 crews progress to the grand final. So that you win your heat, you go in, then it gets down to times. And then the remaining 10 crews go into the reps. But we've got in lane 1, Akka, Coomera in lane 2, CYL in 3, CYSM in 4, Pacific Dragons 5, Different Strokes in 6, and Ride in 7. And already we can see they're moving in quite nicely here. As we've got the first of our medal presentations taking place down below. With, Nick Hando down there doing some of his finest work. And just look at the times there. So the Flames dominant, 51.79. And ACDC, yes, 0.12 of a second, Bryce, ahead of Akka. And then about another second to the Hunter River Dragons. So, yeah, pretty competitive racing there right amongst the group. So, moved in nicely here for the Open Standard boat. First heat. A field of 7. And with our starter, Phil Reedy, he's just about satisfied with what he's seeing out there. Perfect conditions here at the International Racing Centre here, Regatta in Penrith. Just a little bit of adjustment there for the crew, the CYL crew in 3. And now we have got a start. So powering off the pontoon they go. Go through that lane again. Akka in 1, Coomera in 2, CYL 3, CYSM 4, Pacific Dragons in 5, the Different Strokes in 6, and we've got Ride in 7.
Robbie in lane 3, CYL, the rate that they took off from the line is most impressive. They are away to it. Pacific Dragons in lane 5 are going alongside them. They're actually generating some great pace in their boat. CYSM in between them, sandwiched in 4. Over on the far side in lane 7, it's Ride. They're going along very nicely despite losing their number. Lane 2 also, Coomera doing very well, but it will be in lane 3, CYL, followed by Pacific Dragons in 5. Over in lane 2, Coomera on the far side ride. And in lane 4, CYSM, Acker in lane 1 coming through alongside Different Strokes in lane 6. Have a look at the replay here, Robbie.
Yeah, not a lot in it, Bryce. Not a lot in it all. CYL, they're just getting ahead of the Pacific Dragon, so that is a real watch. And then even for third there, coming through, it looks like it was, looking down there, it might have been the Pacific Dragons. Sorry, Coomera in lane 2.
Yeah, they were right up there. Yep.
So great racing there. Fantastic. Look at that spectacular. So that's the grandstand. Looking at all the action. You've just seen it on My Sport Live. And you've also seen what a powerful performance there from CYL. Their start got them. Pacific Dragons, they finished strongly too. They are right in this.
They are. Good by Coomera. Slowish off the start in lane 2, but lifting all the way through. CYL, their rate was most impressive. Their boat was up and going, but Pacific Dragons, I reckon, picked back about a few metres.
Definitely.
As they got through to the finish line, finishing runner-up in the first of 2 heats in the Premier Open Standard Boat. Heat number 2 coming up now.
Yeah, it is, Bryce, and it's a very tantalising prospect, this one. The Yarra River Dragons will be in 1, closest to us in commentary here. The Brisbane Typhoons 2, Sloths in 3, Different Strokes 4, Tawaka are in 5, and DSA in 6 on the far side of the course.
Got to point out the Different Strokes have 2 crews running through here. It was Different Strokes Tonic in lane 6 that finished 6th in that race before, and interestingly named the Different Strokes Gin. So they've got the Gin and Tonic crews going here in lane 4. So Different Strokes Gin in lane 4 for those following at home. They're the times from the first heat rather, in that previous race. CYL, they were impressive, but Pacific Dragons were pegging them back. So the 2 standouts in that first heat.
Well, we spoke about the powerful start, and that paid dividends, but there's a bit to play out in that one there too. I would think the Pacific Dragons will paddle away from that one, knowing that they are right in this. They are a genuine gold medal chance, as we do get a start here in Heat 2. In 1, the Yarra River Dragons. 2 is the Typhoons. 3, Sloths. Different Strokes Gin in 4. Te Waka in 5. And then we've got DSA on the far side. And Bryce, this is a pretty good go.
It is indeed. Yarra River Dragons in lane 1 and lane 3. The Sloths are really going at it. Keep your eye over on lane 6. DSA, they are tracking along really well. And in lane 5, Te Waka and the Different Strokes Gin crew in lane 4. Brisbane Typhoon in lane 2. Just a bit off it, but not far away at all. It looks like in Sloths in lane 3. Yarra River Dragons on the closest here in lane 1. And over in 6, it's DSA. But it looks like in this second heat, it is lane 3, the Sloths, Yarra River Dragons. And then it worked its way back. DSA in lane 6. Te Waka in lane 5. Different Strokes Gin crew in lane 4. And Brisbane Typhoon getting through in the placings there in lane 2. Impressive by the Sloths in 3.
Yeah, there they go through it. The one that really caught my eye was that big finish from the Yarra River Dragons there in lane 1. They came over the top of DSA to grab second position there. Now that doesn't matter, because it's the winner from each heat that goes through, but it's the 3 crews with the fastest overall progress to the grand final. So plenty to watch on that one there. Good racing. Really, really enjoyed that one, but the Sloths in 3. Can they potentially push the CYL crew, who were so impressive in that first heat?
Yeah, great to see the standard boats out there in the Premier Open division. Now we head to, it's going to be race 23 on the card. It is scheduled for 10:12. Just running 20 minutes behind now, local time 10:32. So just for those playing at home, it's the under 18 open small boat. The field there, Robbie?
Yeah, it's great to see. We said the Beechworth crew from North East Victoria. Of course, home of Ned Kelly when he was doing some
Nasty work. His
bit
best
of-
work, maybe.
Well, no, his best work, but he was keeping everyone on their toes in the late 1800s. That's Ned from Beechworth. He spent a bit of time behind bars there in Beechworth, did Ned. But they are in lane 4. In lane 3, we've got the Canberra Grammar Schooler back. Joey's Red in 2 and the Joey Blues in 1. So, yeah. And also, if you look at Joey's Green are in 5 and the Sydney Zodiacs in 6. The Zodiacs were very impressive. We've seen earlier on this morning. So this is going to be some pretty competitive racing here. And great to see at that level under 18s that are from a regional town in northeast Victoria, Beechworth, the Golden Serpents, making their way up here to Sydney. What a moment this must be for them.
Absolutely. And the crews from all over Australia and a few from New Zealand, which is exciting in itself to have those New Zealand crews coming across. We're talking about the Bop Flyers, who were in the Premier Open small boat a little earlier in that Heat 1.
Bryce, tell us about the Joeys, the teams from the Joeys. We've got 3 in this event.
Yeah.
What is that all about?
Yeah, it's just youth paddlers from all around the country. They bring them together at the Nationals and put them in their teams. Up on the screen there, that is Heat number 2, and we saw the Sloths with the best time in 46.39.
It's competitive racing though. If you look from second through to 6 there is just over a second in it. So we've got a really good watch on that one. Sloths will go through, but there's a few crews in there that are going to really, if they can just find that bit of improvement, probably pick up on the start, they're going to be right in contention.
So it's the under 18 Open small boat now, just aligning themselves at the start. Phil Reader doing his best work, the starter, helping the youth teams get ready. This is round 1, so the times from round 1, 2 and 3 are all added together, so time matters. We've said it before, every second counts. So finishing off, even if things go a bit astray throughout the start, middle, even towards the end, you've got to keep pushing your way through. Every second counts overall.
Keen to see the Sydney Zodiacs here, Bryce. They're in lane 6. So as we look at across there, they are nearest to us. The form they showed a lot of improvement earlier on this morning. We've got to start, and we spoke about the Zodiacs, and they've probably started as well as anyone. And also they're in lane 4. The Beechworth Serpents were good to start there too. But right across, it's not too bad. Probably the Joey's Blue and the Joey's Red have got a little bit of work to do in lanes 1 and 2 respectively.
Yes, they work it out. They haven't paddled together too much, and they're just getting their rhythm and pacing going on the far side. The Sydney Zodiacs, the team you said, hey, keep an eye on, they're right up there. Beechworth in lane 4, this is exciting. They're right up there, getting pushed by Canberra Grammar. Lane 5, Joey Green. Lane 2, Joey's Red, and lane 1, Joey's Blue. Just a little off the pace as they work it out. But the top 3 in lane 4 is the Beechworth Golden Serpents, getting pushed along by the Sydney Zodiacs on the far side. Lane 3, the Canberra Grammar are doing very well, but it will be Beechworth that have come up and done exceptionally well. Sydney Zodiacs over in lane 6 and Canberra Grammar in lane 3. We'll go to the photo finish. I think it was Beechworth and Canberra Grammar.
Yeah, Beechworth for mine, Bryce, but we will have a look. Here we go, straight away, have a look at that for... Yeah, Beechworth, so they'll grab first position there.
The Zodiacs on the far side in lane 6. They will get second, and not much in it. This is going to get tight. These 3 crews are right up there. And the Joey's crews, as they all come together down in lane 1, the blue. Then in lane 5, the green. And then in lane 2, the red. The Joey variety there of the combined teams, if you like, of paddlers from all around Australia. But those first 3, Beechworth, Sydney Zodiacs and Canberra Grammar, I suggest that is going to be very even.
There we go, have a look at that. The bear. That's right, ta-da. Thank you. Just keeping an eye on us, Bryce. Just making sure we're doing all that good stuff in here, and away they go. So, but yeah, great result there for the rural crew from Beechworth. I'm sure there was be quite a few of the Beechworth Bush Rangers junior footballs and netballs amongst that crew as well. And isn't it? It's a great thing, Bryce. We often talk about it. You know, just that what an opportunity for other sports to engage Dragon Boat into their fitness regimes, pre-seasons, the lot. We just think it's fantastic.
Yeah, there's some real opportunity to cross-train, and you have to be really fit to be a Dragon Boater, all-round fitness, and it's the teamwork and coordination and that is so important as well. It is the world's ultimate team sport. Everyone needs to be working together. So we have the BCP and ACP Women's Open small boat. We have 2 heats here. The winner from each heat goes through to the grand final, plus the next fastest 3 crews overall. The remainder 6 crews go through to the repechage. So we've got 2 heats here to start with.
Okay, so we are back into the BCP ACP Women's Open Small Boat, and We've got the DAA Connect in lane 1. DA Melbourne Pink Phoenix in 2. Sydney Spirit in 3. The Brisbane River Dragons in 4. And the Dragon Masters ACP over in 6.
Yep, the lane 1 DAA. It's the Dragon Abreast Australia Connect crew. Lane 2, Dragons Abreast Melbourne Pink Phoenix. Sydney Spirit in 3, Brisbane River Dragons number 1 in lane 4. And over in lane 6, the Dragon Masters. They're in their own competition out there.
That's right. Yep.
The ACP paddlers from the Dragon Masters.
So the winner from each heat plus the next fastest, 3 crews, overall will progress to the grand final, excluding the ACP, of course, over there in lane 6, who are in their own group. But we have got to start, and they have started really well over there. The Dragon Masters, the ACP category, are doing really well over there in lane 6. And if you look across into the middle part of the field, the Brisbane River Dragons in 4 and the Sydney Spirit in 3 are having a good crack at it, but looks like it's the Sydney crew, Bryce, who have taken over the top position here.
It does. The light blue crew in lane 3, the Sydney Spirit. That's them setting the pace. Not to be outdone, the Brisbane River Dragons number 1 crew in lane 4. They're right behind them. Melbourne Pink Phoenix in lane 2 and DAA Connect in lane 1. It is the Dragon Masters over the other side in a world of their own, in a competition of their own. They'll get through first. Sydney Spirit will get through in lane 3 in their first place. Brisbane River Dragons in lane 4. And it's a good even go here. In lane 1, it'll be the DAA Connect and the DA Melbourne Pink Phoenix in lane 2. Good racing.
Great racing. Fantastic there. And the Dragon Masters showing the way. But gee, we had a nice little contest there in the BCP section with Sydney Spirit taking over. We're finishing first there with the Brisbane River Dragons not too far away in second. Okay, we are ready to go in Heat 2 of the BCP ACP Women Open Small Boat. And in Lane 1, we've got the DAA Spirit, the Pendragons in 2, Ben Loon in 3, Brisbane River Dragons 2 are in Lane 4, and the DAA Hope, they're in Lane 5. I'm just waiting on Lane 4, which is the Brisbane River Dragons 2 boat, just making their way out to the pontoon. So we're just a little bit behind schedule here, Bryce. If you're going off our start times, this event scheduled to start at 10:24. We're now around about 10:50 Eastern Australian time. So a little bit of cloud cover here comes over the water. Perfect conditions though.
Yeah, not a breath of wind and flat surfaces means good racing, Robbie. And well, it is a treat to be here in Penrith. It's such an outstanding facility for the AusDBF National Champs. Just waiting on that crew to slide into position. The Brisbane River Dragons, their second boat. Of course, they had a crew in Lane 4, both lining up with Lane 4 as they just swing around into position.
Yes, here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes. It opened back in 1995. The drone pictures you're seeing come through from the Bear. Got 2 of those out on course today. As we just await the start of race 25, the BCP and ACP Women's Open Small Boat. Winners from each heat, plus the fastest 3 crews overall progress to grand final, and that's excluding the ACP Dragon Masters. The remaining 8 crews go to the repechage, and we have got a start. So we're off and running in event 25, and it's a good start too. So not a lot to take from the first 50 metres we go out. We've got the AA Sprint in 1, Pendragons 2, Ben Lewin in 3, Brisbane River Dragons 2 in 4, and the DAA Hope in 5. And Bryce, it's a good little go here. Not much in it. Chuck a blanket over them.
Yeah, it is. It's a very tight race. The Pentadragons in Lane 2. They just have a little edge over Lane 1, the DAA Spirit. Bayloon in Lane 3. Lane 4, the Brisbane River Dragons. Just dropping off the pace. They had a bit of a rush up to the starting. Maybe they spent all their carrots of energy getting up there, and in Lane 5 it's the DAA Hope, but in Lane 2 the Pentadragons. Pendragons getting through in Lane 2. Lane 3 pushing them all the way is Bayloon. Lane 1 DAA Spirit, but it is Lane 2 going through over in Lane 5, and then the Brisbane is DAA Hope, and the Brisbane River Dragons coming through at the back of the field.
Good finish.
Pendragons, very good.
Yeah, good finish for second and third here, Bryce. Let's have a look at it. So, coming through now, the crew in Lane 1.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that is so tight. So we'll see the timing. The timing's going to be fascinating here. So we're just going to see a replay. Maybe it is Lane 3. It's the bob of a Dragon's Head in it, Bryce. Too close to call.
It is.
Too close to call.
Photo finish, we'll call for that.
Yeah, it is certainly a photo finish. Times will tell it all. So there we go. Gee, that's good running there. But it was the Pendragons who got the chocolates. There's no doubt about that. Bayloon or the Spirit, second and third. Dragonflies, the Brisbane River Dragons fourth, and the The Hope crew are in 5. Really looking forward to seeing the timings on this one, Bryce. That's as close a finish we've had for a placing all morning so far. So the next schedule event will be the Premier's Open Small Boat Repechage 1. And this is for the boats that were not through to the finals. We've got crews from 9th in the heats all the way up to 21st in the heat. So there's that time there now. Let's have a look at the finish there. Now the Hope. So I'm just checking those times now from race 25. So the Pendragons will win there. Not sure if that timings are quite right, because we know the Pendragons were first, but there was a really good finish there between the Spirit, which time hasn't come up yet, and that could change, and Bay Lewin. So we're just waiting on the Spirit time to come through there. But we will await on the next event, the Repechage 1. We'll be back with that very soon.
So we're back here. This is the Repechage number 1 for the Premier Open Small Boat. There are 2 Repechage in all in this one here. In lane 1 it'd be Bluefin, lane 2 Phoenix, lane 3 Bop, lane 4 Gold Coast, lane 5 Tsunami, lane 6 Dragonflies, and lane 7 Pacific Dragons. So those fields just coming into play now.
Nice little sprint from you, Bryce, up those stairs to get that the list.
Can you hear my brain?
No, but you did really well. So yeah, so this is, as we said, these are the ones who we got boats crews from 9th in a heat all the way out to 21st in a heat. So there's a bit of a mixture here. It was very competitive though across all 3 heats.
Yeah, the Bop Flyers from New Zealand in lane 3. Ones to watch here. Oh, pretty impressive. They just tired it a little bit. One of the more impressive things is the drummer's hair as well.
Oh,
watch that flowing.
So I'm just going to get the binoculars onto that, and
it's got the headband, and they are off.
They are off indeed. There we go, Bryce. So off and running. Bluefins in 1. The Phoenix in 2, the Bops in 3, Gold Coast in 4, Tsunami in 5, Dragonfly 6, and the Pacific Dragons in 7. And Bryce, again, we've seen, put a blanket across them here. This is a really good start.
Yeah, look, lane 3 we have here, the Bop Flyers are going along very nicely. In lane 4, Gold Coast are right up with it as well. Tsunami in lane 5, lane 4, Gold Coast, lane 6, the Dragonflies are just dropping off the pace. Pacific Dragons on the far side in lane 7, easing off as well. But it's going to be lane 3. The Bop Flyers from New Zealand are very, very impressive. They will go through this Repechage. Gold Coast in lane 4, and it's a tight go between lane 1 Bluefin, lane 2 Phoenix, and lane 5 in the Tsunami. Gold Coast in lane 4 were right up there as well. Lane 6, the Dragonflies, and the Pacific Dragons just backing off. The go for 30s, absolutely outrageous. First from each rep, plus the next 2 fastest overall. Put the Bop through. They go through. Lane 4, Gold Coast second. And then it is really tight.
Yeah.
I think it's lane 2, lane 1, lane 5.
Wow.
But boy, oh boy, is that a tight finish.
That is a tight finish. Of course, because here, the first from each of these Repechages, plus the next 2 fastest, progress to the semi-final. The remaining 3 crews drop out, so it's going to be pretty brutal finish here for a couple of these crews, Bryce. So we look forward to having a check on that. Keep an eye on the times. We do know, though, the Bop crew, the first, they go through, and then the 2 fastest progress to the semi-finals. How beautiful is that? That's our commentary position there, that little tower, that little building structure. We're on level 3. And you've got the grandstand. It runs for around about 2.5 kilometres, Bryce, the whole width, the length of this water. This regatta, this lane.
Yeah, absolutely superb conditions and facilities.
And you're like me, Bryce. You're hanging out for the timings here, aren't you? To sort out the minors.
We are indeed.
The placings.
Such a close run race, and we expect this through the repechage, and often it does happen. The boats get tuned up a bit with their second run. So this is the second repechage, the Premier Open Small Boat in Lane 1 Freo. That's Fremantle. In Lane 2, Lakers. Zodiacs in Lane 3. Ice Dragons in Lane 4. The Griffins in Lane 5. And in Lane 6, we have the Power Blades. So we've got our times up there, just don't have the crew names being updated from the that particular heat, and this is the going from the race before, so that goes into late race 25. We saw those flash up there, so they're just positioning themselves now. This is the second repechage, the Premier Open Small Boat. Fremantle in Lane 1, Lakers in Lane 2. Lane 3 is the Zodiacs, Lane 4 the Ice Dragons, Lane 5 the Griffins, and the Power Blades in Lane 6. We're just waiting for the Griffins to get across there, catching up through that side. So we see on the screen there the Power Blades just aligning themselves in Lane 6, getting themselves set. This is race 27, repechage 2. Cross go the Griffins. Just waiting for them to align. So the call has gone out. We are a little behind time, and the call certainly went out to the paddlers to be prepared. So 10:36 it is set for the time. We're just a touch after 11 o'clock here. So they'll endeavour to have the boats ready, the crews ready, and catch up a little bit of time, of course, later in the day. The exciting 2 kilometre loop races. And they don't want to jeopardise the running of those, as it will be well into the night, the twilight. It is flat out racing here, no breaks. So many crews competing in the National Championships in 2025. Record numbers of athletes and paddlers competing. So the Griffins just backing their way in nicely. And we look for a start. We hand over to our starter, Phil Reader,
who's been doing an absolutely magnificent job down
Welcome back, Nick. You've been down calling for the local paddlers here, not on the stream, but giving all the detail of the racing downstairs.
Yeah, it's just on and off between medal presentations and interviewing people, ripping the race call through the mic so they get a bit more of a activation of the event. But you guys are doing a fantastic job. I've been getting some texts in for some people saying it's been absolutely fantastic coverage. Yeah, so this is going to be a good one. Premier Open Small Boat. This is the progression, right? So
very even runners here. Zodiacs were pretty impressive in their heat. The Ice Dragons right with them, and probably a more even part. This second repechage, Nick.
Yeah. So Freo on 1, Lakers in 2, Zodiacs in 3, Ice Dragons in 4, Griffins out in 5, and the Adelaide Power Blades That's the Hong Kong Economic Trade Organisation. Great to have them on board as a sponsor. Following up our little bit of a cacao papao kick. I've got a bit of a kick to my start.
Between that and that Robbie's honey you've just put down your throat, you are going to be jumping out of the box here in the next hour or so.
Yeah, the Robbie's honey was pretty good. Don't know where we're going to get that from, Bryce. Robbie's?
Or the BG's honey.
BG's?
We've got a couple of honey producers.
Right. Well, they are off racing in the Hong Kong Economic Trade Organisation. Freo in 1, Lakers in 2. Zodiacs had got off quite flying in 3. Ice Dragons in 4. Griffin in 5. And the Power Blades in 5. But it is in the middle, 3 and 4. It's the Zodiacs and Ice Dragons going toe for toe. Downside of them is the Lakers and outside Griffins. Falling back a little bit, Bryce, Power Blades and Freo. But coming up to the 100-metre mark, and it looks like...
Well, it looks like the Ice Dragons in lane 4, just with the edge above the Zodiacs in lane 3. But it's a very good go. Griffins are lifting in lane 5. They're not to be done with. And in lane 6, the Power Blades are continuing on towards the finish, but in lane 4 it looks like the Ice Dragons are just easing ahead. The Zodiacs in lane 3, Lakers in lane 2 are putting all their chips in as well, and Freo in lane 1, but it will be in lane 4 the Ice Dragons, lane 3 the Zodiacs. I think lane 1 Fremantle have absolutely flown from last. I think they've got into third. Time matters, so that's going to play an important role. Power Blades in lane 6, Griffin in lane 5. But that was incredibly impressive. Well done with the Ice Dragons, lane 4.
Yeah, Ice Dragons put in the big ones. They got off to a great start. And then, as you said, lane 1. And to progress through to the semi-final, you've got to put your best times in, especially in these races. Conditions are, there's not much wind. But, yeah, we're just going to wait for the great My Sport Live to come up with those unofficial results. But, yeah, that was a fabulous race.
Maybe Freo. I think Bryce might have got it just on the line.
Yeah.
Maybe Freo. We'll wait on
the
times.
Power Blades out in lane 6 and lane 5. The Griffins were looking set for that third spot. The Fremantle absolutely flew their last sort of 40, 30 metres. The boat just continued on. They were very impressive in lane 1. So terrific racing once again, as we would expect. The cutthroat situation of the repechage, the remaining 8 crews drop out, so the times matter, and they pushed all the way to the finish.
Yeah, especially in these 200 metres, as you know, start like you finish like you start. So you saw the inside track there of Fremantle. They started to pick their rating up, and their boat speed accelerated, and that could have put them in good stead for the semis. What do you reckon, Robbie?
Yeah,
your eyes?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen a bit of momentum at the finish there. What it can do for you, carry you through. But yeah, Freo, if they can get their start sorted. And that is just a perfect hit out for them. So, yeah, things look pretty good for mine for Freo.
Rightio. Well, up next, we have the Fire Apparel. Look at that great shot.
Yeah, it's spectacular, isn't it?
Well, lane 1 looks like they're getting into progression quite well. We've got Beechworth Golden Serpents. Lane 2, the Zodiacs. Joey's Green in 3. Joey's Blue in 2, CBR Grammar in 5, and Joey's Red in 6. So this is race 28, under 18 open. This is the future of dragon boating.
This is the
youth.
second round, and we commented Beechworth was so impressive. They were the winners of the first round. From a club, to have an under 18 club for North East Victoria was absolutely fantastic, Nick. To think that they can come up here and for them to be paddling at an Olympic venue as we start now, and you can see why that Beechworth crew have done so well too, because they have made a flying start on the inside in lane 1. I'll just go through those, then I'll hand it over to you, Nick. Zodiacs in 2, Joey's Green in 3, the Joeys are in blue in 4, the Grammar School from Canberra in 5, and then Joey's Red in 6. And keep an eye on the Grammar School and the Beechworths in 1. They fought it out in the first round, and it looks like they're going to do the same here in the second round. This is a great finish coming up here, Nick.
Oh, yes, Beechworths in 1, and they are flying out, hitting the gates, and into the Sydney Zodiacs trying to go with them. Also out in 5, which is which is Canberra Grammar. But as you said, Beechmere Golden Serpents and Sydney Zodiacs going to fight it out. I think lane 1's going to get here. It's going straight across the line. These young, open, small boat paddlers, and it is a fantastic crew. So there's 1. You've got Beechmere. 2, then 5, which was Sydney Zodiacs, and then followed by Grammar. Coming in 4 is Joey's Blue. 6 out wide, Joey's Red.
Yeah, great finish. And Beechworth have done it again by about a similar amount as the first round contest. So they, because it's built up over the whole 3 rounds, their time, they've just picked up a little bit more now. Look at that finish. Have a look at that finish. That's Beechworth coming through there.
There we go. Dragon, a drummer and a dragon straight through.
Zodiacs in second. And the Grammar School, who, well, they're going to have to probably find something in that 3rd round if they had to turn things around. But they were impressive.
It's great to see Grammar back. I think they had a little bit of a hiatus since COVID, but great to see the schools and the youth and getting back to paddling, getting back to this sport, which is fantastic. But Beachmere, wow.
Yeah.
Where are they from?
Ned Kelly country. Beechworth,
Really?
Northeast Victoria.
Nice.
About 25
Ned Kelly,
minutes
Dan
from
Kelly,
Albury
Steve Hart and Joe Byrne.
You do. You don't muck around with the Kelly gang. And the Beechworth Bush Rangers, they're called in local football and netball. They're up here performing magnificently at the Sydney International Regatta Centre here at Penrith Lakes. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we're going to have all the action in around the BCP and ACP Women's Open Small Boat, the repechage. We look forward to that.
Yeah, that's the breast cancer paddlers and the all cancer paddlers. So that's really good that these women are paddling. They not only do their clubs, they not only do their states, but they're doing their nationals. But they travel overseas. And this year, I've actually just been speaking to the IDBF Loretta Lewis president, and they've adapted, sorry, not adapted, but the Breast Cancer Association are paddling in the world titles in Brandenburg, which I'll be over there.
Beautiful.
I pity you guys just can't pop on a plane.
Just chuck us on.
Just chuck me on as
Put us
extra
in your
luggage.
carry.
Extra luggage.
All right, we'll be back pretty soon. Look at this. Great scenes here out at the Sydney International Racing Regatta Centre here in Penrith Lakes. We're having a wow of a time on behalf of Robbie McKinlay, Nick Hando and Bryce McGain. We'll be back shortly.
Is that for me?
So it's been magnificent racing here at the Penrith Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes with Bryce and Robbie doing a magnificent job up here with live coverage. So click onto that live stream, share it with your club, your family, your friends. It's been telecast globally. IDBF beginning as a vertical. Loretta Lewis is just here live with IDBF
6.3, short little game, but up next is the breast cancer paddling and all cancer paddling racing. get those holes a bit deeper. No shark, no sharks, mate. Just a few crocs. That's right. This is going to go here. What can mate you come and make this job? How do you think it's going to go so far? Pretty good. Absolutely. Engaging, you've got class and logging yourself up the down here. You hear my voice. Because soon you can walk your hands up and timing. But it was fantastic. Okay, we did get that before, but at some point, we started more than 30 minutes behind schedule. So, this is all of the great times in the opens and mixed racing, the 2,000 metre turn races won't happen this afternoon. We will provide you further updates. So please, if you know you're racing, get down marshalling, get in the crews. It's the first day. We want to see these 2,000 metre races happen. So we need you guys, please, be very diligent, calm, clear, and decisive. Get your crews to marshalling, otherwise the 2,000 metres is not happening today.
Te waka. Te waka. Okay, Woggy. Okay.
Okay, we are back here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes, and we are about to go into race 29 on the card, the BCP and ACP Women's Open Small Boat Repechage. So we've got the Brisbane in lane one.
Brisbane River Dragons?
So yeah, the Brisbane River Dragons, the DAA Hope are in lane two.
And we're on.
Spirit are in three. Bayloon are in four. The Connect Crew in five. And in lane six, we've got the Pink Phoenix.
And of course, over in lane 7, the Dragon Masters ACP. The well-drilled Dragon Masters. They're in a race of their own on that far side. We saw how organised they were in their first run through. So there is a grand final here. First, second and third from this repechage progress to the grand final. The remaining three crews drop out. So the top three, it's all on the line.
Yeah, and the Dragon Master course are part of the All Cancer Paddlers, and the BCP, the remaining crews in this, the Breast Cancer Paddlers. So we've got a beautiful, perfect day here at Penrith today. This morning we overcome some early fog. We have no issues now, and we are all sorted here. So we've got A field of 7. And not too far away from a start. And Phil Reddy's done it again. He's gotten away beautifully. As we'll go through that field again. So it is Brisbane in 1. DAA Hope in 2. Spirit in 3. Bayloon in 4. Connect in 5. Pink Phoenix in 6. And then the Dragon Masters, the All Cancer Paddlers, over there in lane 7.
So the first 3 crews, they'll progress through to the grand final. It looks in lane 2 going very well, DAA Hope and Spirit in lane 3. Lane 1, the Brisbane River Dragons are tracking quite well. The Connect crew in lane 5 are going along quite well. So it's a real line of 5 across the front. 6, the Pink Phoenix are dropping off. The Dragon Masters, well, look at the professionalism of that group out there in lane 7 in a race of their own, doing exceptionally well. But we go back to the main race here. I think it's going to be DAA Hope in lane 2. Lane 4 has got Bayloon. They're really striving for the finish as well as Connect. This is going to be a good finish. Dragon Masters go through the finishing line, but the first 3 boats go through, of course. DAA Hope going through. Lane 4 is Bayloon. Lane 3, I think, has just squeezed through. That's the Spirit just ahead of Connect. The Brisbane River Dragons in lane 1, and over in lane 6, the Pink Phoenix. But a terrific finish there for the first 3 getting through to that grand final.
Absolutely. Well, 3, we sort of even tied up second because Grandmasters were way out in front. So they are in a race of their own. And isn't it fantastic to see the breast cancer paddlers and the all cancer paddlers participating? I was saying before, Bryce, that just been speaking with IDBF, and for the first time they're in Brandenburg in Germany, representing their country. So that's also going to be fantastic. And some of these paddlers in these races will be representing Australia for that.
Yeah, fantastic. So now next up we look ahead, and they're making their way pretty nicely out there to the pontoon. We've got the Premier Open Standard Boat, the Repechage Event 30. And Bryce, you've got the field in your hands, and it's a hot one.
It is indeed. So the winner from each Repechage go through, plus the next fastest overall. There are 3 other crews that will get through. So there are 2 Repechage races. The next couple of races coming up. So in lane 1, it's Acker. In lane 2, Typhoon. Lane 3, Yarra River Dragons. Lane 4, Tiawaka. And lane 5, CYSM.
Yeah, fantastic. As they're all getting ready in there. And again, Phil's been doing a fantastic job. The conditions have been slightly overcast, but not much wind around. And in this race, like, what is it, Bryce? The winner goes through with the next 3 overall to the grand final. So this is very important for all crews to get off a blistering start, hit the transition stroke, maintain that hit and glide, and hopefully the boat speed hits up to about 180. And if they can lift their rating up for the finish, that's when we want to see. So Premier Open, Standard Boat, Repechage. And they're off. It is Acker in 1, Typhoon out quite quick in 2, Yarra River Dragons in 3, Tewaka in 4, and CYSM out wide. But it is 2. Typhoon in the middle with Yarra River Dragons going off. Tewaka just falling slightly off the pace in 1. Acker as well. CYSM out wide, but it is in the middle. Yarra River Dragons just start to go past Typhoon. Bryce.
Walker, they're the big finishing crew. Look at them go now. They're lifting their boat up out of the water. CYSM over in lane 5. It's going to be the Yarra River Dragons in lane 3. Going through Tiawaka, that big finish. Watch out for them in lane 4. Typhoon in lane 2. On the far side, CYSM in lane 5. And Acker coming through on lane 1. Yarra River Dragons, but Tiawaka, what about the finish there?
Great finish. Don't know if they left it too late, but progressing into the winner goes straight through. So that's Yarra River Dragons go straight through. And I think the next three go through. So what's that? Typhoon and...
No, so just times. It comes down to times now. And we'll look at the times of the second repechage as well, Nick. So the first go through automatically, and then we're just down to times. The next three boats will get their way through to that grand final. So it is cutthroat. Put it all in, and Tiawaka with that finish may well have found themselves squeezing through to that grand final. So terrific racing there. Yarra River Dragons a standout.
Yeah, progressive times is, look, difficult format. Sometimes if you had a bad start and you at least get the top three in your heat, go through to a semi-final. But as you said, cutthroat racing, and Tiawaka was a great finish. Waggy from the back there lifting their crew. So there it is, there's the times. So Yarra River Dragons were 47.82, Tiawaka 49.22, closely followed, look at that, 49.63, then CYSM at 50.67, and then ACCA at 52.68. So keep an eye on those times, 49.22 for that second place. And then going past, I think it is Coomera in lane 2 past the tower. Different strokes have gone through. DSA. Ryder out in 5. So up next, it's the repechage, the Premier Open standard boat. This is where the times definitely matter. Especially to get that hotly contested final.
So we're into that second repechage now. The boat's getting to the start. First go through and the fastest times. So it's all on the line. The remaining 7 crews drop out, unfortunately. No grand final for you, but Yarra River Dragons in that first heat were pretty impressive, Nick.
Yeah, it was. I was just speaking to a couple of crews when I was interviewing down there, just off the live stream, and some of them finding the water a bit heavier than where they normally paddle. So obviously they've got to adapt themselves, maybe get a bit more pressure on the blade, lift that boat up and pop it at the start. So a bit heavier water down in Penrith. No sharks, no crocs. But clean racing all round. Robbie, that honey was fantastic, by the way.
I'm glad it's got you up and about again, which is fantastic. That heavy water, that's got me intrigued. Did that having to do with the conditions we had earlier on today, the fog and a bit of moisture lower hanging off the water?
No, more the clear water and salt water, so buoyancy.
Okay.
So some places around the world, and obviously, you know, if you're down on the northern beaches and you're paddling in that nice salt water, Brisbane River, a lot of flow, different rates. So, you know, conditions, obviously you don't want any tides coming in and out, but I can't see any beneficial lane at the moment. Lane 1 sometimes have been coming through, but look, it's such a very even playing field here, and it's just great racing. Bryce, what's up next?
It is. So this repechage to lane 1, we've got different strokes. The Tonic team, Coomera in lane 2, lane 3 DSA, lane 4 different strokes, the Gin team. So the Gin and Tonic different strokes, they're both in here head to head, and in lane 5 it is Ride. So the second repechage on the line for the Premier Open standard boat.
Okay, so we have a car that is on. It is DM58JP. Their car is left on.
That could be us.
That really?
I'm not joking. I think it might be. I might go and check that out.
So commentary team, we could have a car that's on. I don't know how much electricity that's taken out, but that is DM58JP. If you could just check that.
I'll be back.
And we've got a start here in race 31, the Premier Open standard boat. This is repechage 2. They're off at the start line. Different strokes, Tonic in lane 1, Coomera in lane 2. Lane 3 is DSA. Lane 4 is Different Strokes Gin Team, and over in Lane 5, it's Ride. But look to the middle, it's DSA in Lane 3. Kuma are making a great move here. They've really tuned up their boat, and in Lane 4, Different Strokes Gin, well, they're putting the hammer down as well.
Yeah, I tell you what, it is Kuma coming back at DSA, and Kuma have really started to lift their rating. DSA out at 2, Different Strokes just falling back a bit, but it is 2, Kuma and DSA fighting it out. DSA 2, Different Strokes Gin coming at them, but I tell you what, it's going to be DSA. Oh, look at the 5 coming as well out there. Oh, wow. DSA, then Kuma, Different Strokes Gin and Ride flying out at 5.
Well, they all pushed themselves there, Nick, and it's the times that matter. DSA will go through directly into that grand final, and then we look to the results. We look for the times. Here's the replay, as we can see, and it certainly is DSA. They've done it by a good metre or two, and I think coming through, it may very well be Kuma in Lane 2.
Yeah,
then
Kuma in
Lane
Gin.
4, the Gin team. And Ride, well, they pushed them all the way. Big finish by Ride in Lane 5. Different Strokes Tonic coming through in that 5th place. But what a great race that was.
Great race. So thank you for the Hong Kong Economic Trade Organisation that have kindly sponsored that race. And what a race it was. And for you viewers on ground and around the world, around the globe, because people are picking this up. I got a message before from Hong Kong. They were chiming in, so that's great to see. Typhoon paddling over there. So yeah, let's have a look at those times. There was a couple of times that the second one from Tewaka.
Yeah, they did a 49.22 to finish strongly. That first of the repechage races, Yarra River Dragons winning at Tiwaka is the time, 49.22. So that's a bit of a benchmark for you.
Ooh.
So I think, well, certainly Kuma there with a 49.04.
And Different Strokes,
Keep warm, guys. You will be continuing into the grand final. Well done. And I think the 49.26 of Different Strokes.
Just outside that Tewaka.
Their Gin 49.26, just outside the Tiwaka. And the Typhoons, I don't have their time recorded, so watch this space. It is down to the hundredths of seconds for that grand final position.
And sometimes that can just be that last push, that last stroke rating. And as you know, watching the big boats, and look, over the course of events around the world, in Australia, you've got 10 people coming up in this next race in a big boat. In the Club Cruise and the Worlds, they're going to be racing in the small boats, but it's fantastic. And as we go to the next race here, it's the Premier Open Small Boat Semi-Final. So that's it. We have race 32 coming up. In 1, the Bop Flyers from New Zealand. In 2, Mako. 3, Komodo, very closely linked teams. Akka in 4, Southern Storm in 5, and the Zodiacs. So this is the Hong Kong Economic Trade Organisation Premier Open Small Boat Final. We're going to wait here and leave it unto Phil Reeder and his starting team to get this underway. So the Bop Flyers are in 1. Mako in 2. They're about to go. And they are off and racing. So from out wide, it is the Zodiacs in 6, Southern Storm in 5, Akka in 4, Komodo 3, Closer in time, Mako in 2 and the Bop Flyers in 1 from New Zealand. The Bop Flyers and Mako going quite well. Komodo in the middle as well. This is the grand final. Acker out wide in 4, but it's the inside lanes here. Mako are doing quite well with Komodo. Zodiac's on the outside, just falling a bit away, but Komodo and Mako are taking it over. Here come the Bop Flyers. The Kiwis are really starting to put in here, Bryce.
They are indeed. Have a look at lane 2. I think it's Mako just holding off Komodo, but Komodo are finishing strongly here. Acker aren't done in lane 4. Lane 5, Southern Storm. Sydney Zodiac on the far side. Look at the finish of the Bops, but it's going to be lane 3, Komodo, then Mako, then the Bops.
Wow.
Lane 4, Acker. Lane 5, Southern Storm, and Sydney Zodiacs. But what a terrific race that was. The first of 2 semi-finals, first and second, are straight through to that grand final, and then it comes down to time, and Bop's time is going to be very, very fast as they chase down those 2 leaders in Komodo and Mako.
Oh my goodness, it was like Bone Crusher coming down the straight, the Kiwi Flyer way back, the Bop Flyers, and you'll probably remember that race, Bryce. Bone Crusher, famous Kiwi
Our
horse.
Waverley Star, yep.
Oh, fantastic. But Mako and Komodo, great story with them. One of the founding members and Komodo team, when they moved, formed Mako. So very, very close teams, and great to see them racing against each other neck and neck.
Well, what a terrific first heat that was. The boats are heading up towards the start for the second semi-final, the Premier Open Small Boat.
Yeah, so first and second went straight through.
Komodo and Mako. And then you're looking for the next 2 fastest overall, and the Bop Flyers, they were absolutely flying in lane 1. Their finish is something to behold. So we'll have a look at their time when it comes up. Note that one down, because that's looking online for a grand final spot. Acker weren't far behind in 4th as well.
Absolutely. As we're getting down for the Hong Kong Economic Trade Organisation Premier Open Small Boat semi-final, we have Ice Dragons in 1, Mud, the Melbourne University team, in 2, the Flames in 3, ACDC in 4, the Hunter in 5, and the Gold Coast Dragons are out in 6. So great to see that we are picking up some good time.
Yeah, this race is scheduled for 11:12, so we're at 11:42 local time now. So we're hopefully looking to catch up a bit of that time, half an hour behind schedule. So here are those times now, and that's a heat time from a little while back. So it doesn't tell us too much about what we're looking for here, but that goes back to race 31. So looking for that time, particularly coming through. Second semi-final, boats getting organised at the starting pontoon. Ice Dragons in 1, Melbourne Uni 2, lane 3 Melbourne Flames, ACDC in lane 4, lane 5 Hunter, and lane 6 Gold Coast Dragons.
Fantastic. We've also, had how great medal presentations for the young women's 200 metres, and great seeing those schools going forward in preparation, and some of them are going across to Brandenburg representing Australia in the schools competition. So it's always great to see the future of dragon boating is in good hands. So just as Phil is lining these boats up, drone footage has been fantastic from the Bear. And they are off. It is the semi-final. Ice Dragons in 1, Melbourne Mud in 2, University, Flames in 3, ACDC in 4, Hunter in 5, and the Gold Coast are out in 6. And it's 3. Flames have got off to quite a good start. 2, the Melbourne University going with them as they did the previous heat. Akadaka in 4, also starting to hit their stride. Hunter falling off a little bit. Gold Coast out the back, and in 1, the Ice Dragons. But it looks like the Flames are coming up to the halfway mark, Bryce, and they're going to have a great competition with Akadaka and Mud.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It is the Melbourne Flames out in front in lane 3. Lane 4, Akadaka. They're pushing them all the way. They're finishing strong. Hunter in lane 5 aren't to be done with yet. And Melbourne Uni are just dropping off the pace just a smidgen. Keep pushing because your time matters. Melbourne Flames will get through in lane 3. They'll be first. ACDC in 4 will be second. In lane 2, Melbourne Uni. Hunter in lane 5, Gold Coast in lane 6, and Ice Dragons in lane 1. But it's the Melbourne Flames getting through in first place.
So there you go.
Pushed
You had the trifecta
all the way with ACDC.
Yeah, if you had the trifecta 3, 4 and 2, maybe you got the magic 5, 3, 4, 2, 5 and 6. But that was great racing. We can't wait to see the times because all important times. So if you're only in these semi-finals, you've got to know that they're pushing to get into the grand final. So up next, we've got a great sponsorship here, gentlemen. Fire Apparel that we are presenting and or representing the whole of the crew, all the volunteers, the marshals. It's just fantastic apparel by Fire. So thank you very much. And we're going into the under 18 Open. Small boat.
It is the third round. Wow. All the times are added together to work out those final placings. And for this one in lane 1, it'll be Canberra Grammar. In lane 2, Joey's Green. Lane 3 will be Joey's Red. Lane 4, Sydney Zodiacs. Lane 5, Joey's Blue. And in lane 6, it will be the Beechworth Golden Serpents, who are doing tremendous work.
And fantastic news update on the car.
It's been running all morning?
Yeah, it just warmed it up beautifully. It is warm in there. But good news is there's still a bit left in the kit, so we will be driving back to our accommodation, not walking at this stage. So
look,
fantastic.
Well, look, when we dropped it off at valet parking, we didn't really expect the valet to sort of leave it on, did we?
That's I thought he had one job, that valet man. It was locked or attempted to lock.
You
anyway,
can't get good help.
Good fun. Good fun. Hey, sounding good down there too. It's a good opportunity. So it's great that our all our the supporters, the spectators, participants down here can hear it all live. The same commentary that's going through the live stream. So hope you're enjoying the coverage on My Live Sport. It's fantastic.
Oh, My Live Sport activating the event down here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, Penrith Lakes. Let's get a bit of a cheer from all the teams down there. Can you hear us up here now in the commentary box? Wow, not that much.
I think they're more keen on the racing than listening to us chitty chat up here. My Sport Life doing a great job. Olivia Liam, Luca and Sarah doing a great job. The drone, the bear, hovering around, bringing these great shots. Thanks to Radar and Tristan doing their great work. Up in the sky, it's the under 18 Open small boat coming up next.
Round 3 we've seen Beechworth have won the first 2 rounds, but there has not been a lot in it. So it's pretty competitive, this one. Zodiacs have been up and at 'em, and the Canberra Grammar. And of course, we've got the 3 Joey's Crews as well. Grammar in 1, the Joey's Green are in 2, Joey's Red 3, Sydney Zodiacs in 4, the Joey's Blue in 5, and then the Beechworth Crew out there in 6. So the Beechworth Golden Serpents.
And they were quick this morning, weren't they?
Impressive. But won both rounds so far, Nick, not by a big margin. So it'd be interesting to see who's got the most improvement. Have they got a bit more in them? And so the times count here. They accumulate the 3 rounds to decide the final placings. It would take a big turnaround. Beechworth Crew would probably have to be beaten by almost a bit more than the boat length if they were not to take out the gold.
Yeah, that's right. So this is round 3 with accumulated times added together. So for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th placings, it's going to be very, very tightly contested, especially the finish last time. You know, those, as you said, Beechworth were way out in front at a different level. We'll see if they do. Under starters orders.
Yes, so our starter Phil has got a pretty good line. All set to go. Great to see the future of dragon boating in our country on display here. The Grammar, keep an eye on them, they've been fantastic. The Canberra Grammar School in lane 1, so closest to you guys. That's them. The Joey's Green are in 2.
They're all set.
Red 3.
Racing here in the under-18 Fire Apparel. Out wide is Beechworth Golden Serpents. Joey's are in 5. Sydney Zodiacs in 4. Joey's Red back in 3. Joey's Green in 2. And Canberra Grammar in 1. Canberra Grammar absolutely have got off to an absolute flyer as well, taking on lane 6. So we're bookmarking at the race as well. Also lane 3, Joey's Red coming, sorry, lane 4, Sydney Zodiacs coming through. So I'd say Zodiacs are winning at the moment, taking it off at the 100 metre. Beechworth Golden Serpents and Grammar coming through there too.
We have got a great finish here. So maybe the Serpents, Beechworth on the far side of the course. They lead it narrowly from the Zodiacs in 4. Keep an eye on 1 though. The Grammar School are coming through. The Zodiacs in 4 are pushing through. Big time here. Beechworth are fighting back. It's head for head.
Here's the Zodiacs.
This is an absolute bolter from the Zodiacs.
Zodiacs,
They've hipped the Serpents, and the Grammar School in 1 come through in 3rd place. But you could see that one coming. The Zodiacs have been building up for something special. I'm not sure if they've cut off enough time to take the gold medal. But wow, what a race.
What a race. And that's the future. That's the under-18 Open Small Boats. That was fast and furious getting that rate up. Wow. Awesome. 70 strokes and it's done.
Yeah, I think, Nick, it is not enough to cut into that lead that the Beechworth Serpents would have built up. But those 3 crews were so close. And have a look at the 3 Joey's crews as they come in for the 4th, 5th and 6th. There was nothing in between them of maybe a third of a boat length. So great racing here out at the Sydney International Regatta Centre at the Penrith Lakes. It's perfect conditions. And we're having a wow of a time, Nick.
Yeah, well, look at the flags. There's not much wind either. Well, the rain's kept away.
I looked at the flagpole and there's not a flag on the flagpole.
down
look at that.
Down at the 500.
No,
wow.
Perfect conditions. Great racing.
So as we're up next, as we're waiting for the results to come in there, we are in the grand final.
Grand final time.
It is grand final for the breast cancer paddlers and the all cancer paddlers Women's Open Small Boat Grand Final in.
We will come back with the fields. Three.
Okay, we're back and it is the grand final. We have Bayloon in 1, Pendragons in 2, Spirit in 3, BRD in 1, DAA pops in 5, and Spirit in 6.
So this is the final, the BCP and ACP, the Women's Open Small Boat. Race 34 on the card today as we are about to hit midday here in Eastern Australia. It's myself, Robbie McKinlay, Nick Hando and Bryce McGain. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on My Sport Live.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, and all the crews, as we just had that previous announcement before, make sure that you and your team managers are across every race that you're up to, so you're straight to marshalling. See if we can pick up a bit of time to get these 2,000 metres off and running this afternoon. However, we are back live, Bryce, for another grand final.
It's all on the line now. Bayloon in 1, Pendragon 2, Sydney Spirit in 3, BRD 4, BRD Crew 1 in 4. We might just say BRD.
Miss a bit of titty.
DAA Hope in lane 5, and lane 6 is DAA Spirit.
Okay, everyone, get to the big screen, get to the foreshore. This is the grand final of the breast cancer paddlers and the all cancer paddlers. So there's great support we can see down there from the tower. Miss a bit of titty there. Also BRD and the DAA Spirits. Fantastic to see these women. Great spirit, great paddling.
Yep. Keep an eye on the start out of lane 3, the Blue Crew. They've been electric out of the block so far.
Okay, they're almost set.
Back into the Premier Opens after this event.
Good to see the Opens are getting right down near the start line. There's sloths going through. The SA.
What do you see, the little hold up here, Nick? What are you seeing from your on the start line here?
No, they're just all keeping, all the paddles are in the water. They're just trying to align, I think, boat 2 is just aligning itself. And then, okay, now, there we go. About to go, all set. Waiting for the ping, and they are off in the BCP ACP Women's All Open Boat Grand Final. It is Bayloon in 1, Pendragons in 2, Sydney Spirit in 3, Miss Abitity BRD 1 in 4, DAA Hope in 5, and DAA Spirit in 6. But as you were saying, in lane 3, it is the Sydney Spirit that have taken off quite well. Inside of them, the Pendragons. Outside BRD, Miss Abitity starting to bring up the speed as well. Falling a bit off in Bayloon in 1, DAA Spirit out wide. But it looks like it's lane 3, Sydney Spirit taking over there, Robbie.
Yeah, they're famous for their start, and they've done that again, but they're getting a little bit of competition on the outside of them from BRD. But at the moment, Sydney Spirit are holding on, but Gee, BRD are coming at him in a big rush here, close, about 50 metres out. In 2, we've got the Pendragons, but it's going to be the Sydney Spirit will prevail here after a big effort here from BRD. They'll take second, and coming through in 3rd place will be the Pendragons. A good run for 4th, maybe on the inside, Ben Loon. And in 5, we've got DAA Hope, and then 6, Spirit. But, well, Sydney Spirit, weren't they challenged by BRD, but they held strong, Nick.
It was. They were coming back with a big finish. Great call, Robbie. Great call. You and Bryce have been doing a magnificent job out here. And, look, when you get the women, breast cancer, all cancer survivors just competing at this level and seeing the finishes like that, talk about being competitive.
Oh, that was the next word I was about to use, the competition between them and the competitiveness, the great spirit. It is absolutely fantastic. What a grand final. It was certainly worthy of it, and well done to the crew from Sydney Spirit. They do prevail, but not by a lot.
No, as the big man Yibbity Yibbity used to say.
That's it.
Bite your lip and taste the blood. There is victory in your sight.
I love it. So that'll be a gold medal performance there for Sydney Spirit. That was race number 35. So next, as we said before, we now move in to another exciting phase. We've got the grand final, Nick, and this gets you excited, of the Premier Open Standard Boat.
That's it, Robbie's
We're just going to finalise our lane list here.
That's it. Just waiting for those results coming up for the grand final. Okay, so here is the Open Standard Boat Heat 5. That was one a bit earlier on.
Yeah.
So the sloths at 103, pretty tightly contested. CYL is 104. Pacific Dragons 107, 109 DSA, Yarra River Dragons at 109, and 112.39 is Coomera. That was the Standard Boat Heat 5.
And yeah, the good news is Bryce McGain is going to be rejoining us very shortly. He'll run through the lane list here for the grand final. Bryce, I know you've been anticipating this one.
Yeah, Premier Open's Standard Boat here. An exciting field. DSA in lane 1. Pacific Dragons in lane 2. The Sloths in lane 3. CYL in lane 4. Yarra River Dragons lane 5. And Coomera in lane 6.
Coomera in 6.
So we're not too far away from a start. The grand final, the Premier Open Standard Boat. Phil Reedy has them in a nice line, nice and stable. We're very close to a start. This should be an absolute beauty. The Sloths were super impressive in the heat. And we have got a start, and what a powerful start we've got. Just over that first 30 metres. So DSA in 1, Dragons in 2, Sloths in 3, CYL in 4, Yarra River Dragons in 5, Coomera in 6. Over to you, Bryce. This is a belter.
Well, the reigning champions CYL in lane 4 are going along really well. Sloths in lane 3, the purple team, going along strongly. Lane 1, DSA, Pacific Dragons in lane 2. Let's have a look at it, YRD in lane 5 and over in lane 6, Coomera just off the pace, but eyes on lane 3. It's the Sloths. Lane 4, CYL, the reigning champions. They're going for it. Lane 2, look at the Pacific Dragons finish. Look, have a look at this. It's going to be neck and neck. I think it's going to be, wow, this is hard to call. I think it's lane 4. I think it's CYL. I think Pacific Dragons and their big finish in lane 2 and Sloths in lane 3. But we wait for the replay.
Unofficial, but I'm pretty sure the 4.
A three-way go here. Something special.
Look at this, look at this. Yeah, it's 4.
Sloths, maybe 3 and 2.
I'm going 4.
You're going 4.
I'm going 4.
CYL, then the Sloths second.
Then Pac Dragons.
And the Pacific
wow.
Dragons. What a finish. Great call, Bryce.
Great call, Bryce.
Sensational paddling.
What a sensational race that was. CYL.
Isn't it? Sloths were maintained like 30 metres out. This is the importance when you helm, when you pick it up, when you pick that finish, when you start like you finish and you finish like you start, you bring your rating up, gets a bit more boat speed, Bryce. Whooshka. Look at that. And was it Pacific Dragons that came home strong?
It was
It
indeed.
was.
In lane 2, they were
Yep.
outstanding. CYL reigning champs from Champion Lakes in WA.
Are they?
The reigning champs. They were second in the heats. The Sloss got them in the heats. But boy, they have turned the tables in the grand final when it matters the most. CYL in lane 4. And then a tight go. Lane 3, Sloss. Lane 2, Pacific Dragons. Whoa, that's something special.
Whew. Talk about it. You talk about jockeys changing their minds. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the sweeps, the helms on that one? That where were they going to look? Were they going to bend lower to be less wind resistant? Bend down low.
Well, I guess
used
it
to
all
do
adds
that.
up,
I was a bit
doesn't it?
lighter. I was a
Yeah.
bit lighter when I did the helm.
Oh, you can get low when you like, Nick. There's no doubt about that. What a race! Well, that just almost took the cake, that one so far. Hey, we're going to take a short pause. When we come back, we've got another grand final. We'll be back very shortly.
Just remember, if you know you are in your next race, please get down to marshalling. The marshallers need to get the boats up. We should be seeing from the tower the next race right near those marshalling boats and for the next heat. So we want to try and pick it up. There's the flames going past our tower. They are on fire. And this is another grand final. This is another grand final as ACCA Mako, Flames in 3, Komodo in 4, ACDC in 5, and Mupp as the drone flies past the tower. And the Melbourne University. There goes Mako. G'day, Bear. As he flies past the tower. Looking very slim there, Bear. And one is the Thunder Down Under Aka. Thunder.
We're ready for the Premier Open Small Boat, and isn't this a crack field of paddlers? This is one to come down to the shoreline and really keep a close eye on. Lane 1 Aka, Lane 2 Mako, Lane 3 Melbourne Flames, Lane 4 Komodo, Lane 5 ACDC, and in Lane 6 the Melbourne Uni Muds.
As we hear a hush from the crowd, get to the foreshore. This is the grand final, the Hong Kong Economic Trade Organisation final. As straight under starters orders, we're almost ready to go. As Phil takes, there is a bit of adrenaline pumping here from all boats. Look for the middle. Flames, Komodo, Mako in 2. Oh, what a field. Aka in 4. Melbourne University out in 5. And Aka in 1. Okay, we'll look for the glistening snap of the paddles as they push. And we'll know when they're about to start there, Bryce. Flames just adjusting, realigning the boat. The hush around the ground. Okay, here we go. And they are off in the Premier Open Small Boat Grand Final. Aka in 1, Mako in 2, Flames in 3, Komodo 4, ACDC in 5, and Melbourne University out in 1. Aka in 1 have taken off quite well, so is Komodo. The Flames are flying, but outside of them are Komodo and ACDC. It looks like lane 3, Flames, and 1, Aka fighting it out. Bryce, as we come to the 100-metre mark, it's absolute flying from Mako and Flames.
It is indeed so close across the mid of the field. Komodo in lane 4 are rising up as well. Melbourne Flames in lane 3. It's Mako in lane 2. Komodo in 4. I think they might have their Dragon Boat ahead. They've lifted up for the big finish. Melbourne Flames are hanging on. The fastest qualifier. Can they do it? It's going to be the Komodo, I think, just getting ahead at the end. It's Melbourne Flames just behind them. Mako in 3rd spot. 5th spot, or lane 5 rather, AC/DC.
Oh yeah, Komodo
Aka in 1, and then Muds, the Melbourne Uni, in lane 6. But boy, what a finish. Komodo were absolutely outstanding.
So here we go.
The best of the finishers, and that's where it matters. They've just got ahead of the Melbourne Flames by a nostril.
Great to see that time. Can they break that 50-second mark?
Komodo first, Melbourne Flames second. Absolutely outstanding racing. It was one to watch, that is for sure.
Yeah, the Komodo team were slapping their paddles. I think they know they got a Dragon's Head ahead. And be great to see these times. Be fantastic to see if they could break that 50.
What a fantastic race that was. The grand final, we wait for those times to appear. Komodo finishing over the top of the Melbourne Flames in a very, very tight finish. It was a dragon's lip in it.
And then Mako, of course, coming through for 3rd. That's unofficial. And that's what we saw. We've got a pretty good vantage spot here. So 4-3-2. As pretty soon too, we'll be down in front of the grandstand. There'll be the awards ceremony for the Opens, BCP, ACP medal presentations. So we look forward to that. And after that, we're getting into, sponsored by the Penrith City Council. Their support of this event has been absolutely fantastic, very generous. We're into the Premier Mixed Standard boats. We'll have heats 1, 2 and 3, and that'll be followed up. Actually 4, we've got the...
5.
5, yeah. So it's going to be some big racing there. Looking forward to that one. We're not too far away from that.
And the finishing times, Komodo 50.75, Melbourne Flames 50.93, Mako Paddle Club 51.73. Gold, silver and bronze, Komodo, Flames and Mako. What a terrific finish that was. And good racing by the other crews who were so close in behind them. AC/DC, Melbourne Uni in 5th spot and ACCA in 6th spot. Just 1/100th of a second behind. Terrific racing.
Okay, we are back. So Nick's just on hold there with the presentations for a while. We'll call the next race, which is the Premier Mixed Standard Boat, Heat 1. One of 5 heats, Bryce. So some good racing here. Different strokes in lane 1. Coomera in lane 2. CYD Black in 3. CYSM 4. The Canberra Ice Dragons in 5. And the Ride DBC Black in 6.
Important to note here, the first and second from each of the heats, each of the 5 heats, go through to the semi-final. And 3 best times as well. So times are important.
Yep.
They go through to a semi. The remaining crews, they get the opportunity in the repechage. So all is not lost from the heat set up here.
Yep, there'll be a total of 16 crews will end up in that repechage. So there's plenty of opportunity to bounce back, make some adjustment. We're in the hands of Phil Reedy. Perfect conditions here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre on Penrith Lakes, and we have got a start. So not a bad start either. Nice line across as we look at it now. You can not much at all over the first 20 metres. Probably the best to start in lane 3 was CYB Black, and then number 4, just lagging a little bit there at CYSM, but in 3 they're taken out on the far side there. Keep an eye on the Ride Black. They're looking pretty strong.
Yeah, Canberra Ice Dragons in lane 5. Ride Black now are lifting up. They're good finishers. Look out for them. Lane 3, CYL Black. Lane 2, Coomera are steady as she goes there. Lane 1, Different Strokes Tonic team are coming through. And in lane 4, CYSM. But it will be lane 3, CYL Black going through. Ride DBC and a close go with Coomera in lane 2. Lane 5, Canberra Ice Dragons, CYSM in lane 4, and in lane 1, Different Strokes Tonic. So CYL getting it done in lane 3. Then we look over to lane 6, Ride just ahead of lane 2 in Coomera. So those first 2 heading through, that will be CYL Black and Ride, the black team there as well. They will head through to that semi-final. Coomera will wait for your time, but all boats get the opportunity via repechage as well. So the mixed teams all heading up to that start now. We'll catch up a bit more time here, no doubt, as the teams are ready to fly out on and off with the mixed crews. So just for our second heat in the Premier Mixed Standard Boat, Aka Waka in lane 1, Komodo in lane 2, lane 3 the Sloths, lane 4 Tiwaka, lane 5 Peninsula Dragonflies, and in lane 6 Hunter River Dragons.
Yeah, from what we saw in that first heat, Bryce, the first 4 were pretty tight. So obviously the first 2 go for the semi, but just what we saw from third placed Coomera and 4th place Canberra Ice Dragons would suggest that they are certainly well and truly in contention here.
It is pretty good down here at ground sea level, and we are coming up. Look at Miss Vidititi here. Bayloon. All the Pendragons as well. We're waiting for the medal ceremonies, presentations for the Opens, the BCP finals during the mixed races. So if you are Open breast cancer paddlers and you are first, second or third, you should get ready. Let's get down there, crews. Got to make up some time. As you said before, if we can get to marshalling, so the marshalling can get you onto the water, we should be having the next race all lined up just about 50 metres from the start, boys. And if we start seeing that, we'll start picking up time. So please work together as you have. It's been fantastic. But as the powers to be, we want these 2,000 metres to happen. So, as we are getting ready for the medal presentations, over to you, Bryce.
Okay, we are ready for Heat 2 of the Premier Mixed Standard Boat. And in lane 1, we've got Aka Waka, 2 is Komodo, 3 Sloths, Tiwaka in 4, the Peninsula Dragons in 5, and out in the lane 6 we've got the Hunter River Dragons. Second heat of 5.
Thanks to the Penrith City Council, who are sponsoring the mixed competition. Under starters orders now.
Just a little bit of cloud cover now on a lake regatta that is just hardly got a ripple in it. It is in perfect conditions that have been presented. That could change over the next few days, but we'll be ready for it. Not too far away to go, and here it is. So we've got the start, and it's a nice even spread too. Interesting to see what they'll come up with here. We've got Aka Waka in 1, Komodo in 2, the Sloths 3, Tiwaka in 4, and Peninsula Dragons 5, and Hunter over there in 6. Bryson, looks like the action is coming out of lane 3.
It is indeed. The fast pace of the Sloths has put them at probably a dragon head ahead of Komodo in lane 2. Tiwaka, we know that they've got a big finish in lane 4. Lane 5, the Peninsula Dragonflies. Out on the far side, lane 6, Hunter River Dragons are finding their rhythm and they're up and about. And in lane 1, Aka Waka. But in lane 3, Eyes to the Sloths. Their great start has continued on through this 200 metre race. They'll end up getting through. I think it'll be Komodo. It will be in lane 2. Lane 4, Tiwaka with their finish. Lane 6, Hunter River Dragons, just tiring a little. Peninsula Dragonflies in lane 5. And then coming through in lane 1 is Aka Waka. But it was the Sloths. Their fast rate early on set them up for victory, and they controlled the race from out in front.
They did indeed, Bryce, and haven't they been commanding so far? today on day one here of the Oz Champs at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and a very strong performance indeed. One that's going to take a little bit of toppling, you would think. So that is, look at here the, we're going to, look at that finish here. It's a half a boat length, Bryce.
It is. They did very well over Komodo, and then a good tight finish. Tiawaka, Hunter River Dragons, just tired a little, but they'll be better for the run in the heat. They'll head to a repechage and keep an eye on them. They were very impressive. Peninsula Dragonflies and Akawaka finishing through as well.
Okay, thank you, team up at the top tower. So we have the day one medal presentations. If I can have Canberra Grammar Junior Open Small. Can I have the Sydney Zodiacs? Beechworth Golden Serpents, please, all down here. Then Premier Open Small. I need Mako, Melbourne Flames, Komodo. Premier Open Standards, I need Pacific Dragons, Sloths, CYL. 3 representatives, please. And then we have BCP, Pendragons, BRD, and Sydney Spirit. And the ACP Dragon Masters, please. So we have the medals. We don't want to miss out on them. We need Canberra Grammar, Sydney Zodiacs, Beechworth Golden Serpents, Open Small. Then we need Premier Open Mako, Melbourne, Komodo, Premier Open Standard, Pacific Dragon, Sloth, CYL. Please come down. You do not want to miss your medal presentations. And then Dragon Masters, BCP, Pendragons, Brisbane River Dragons, and Sydney Spirit. They're all here. Okay, so up we have Dragon Masters, ACP, Dragon Masters up here, please. 3 representatives. Well, we did tell you. No, don't jump over. Don't jump over. It's okay. Up on the stage. Oh. Okay, guys. Let's just be calm and clear. We just need to walk. All you have to do is hear what we're saying, walk down and get up. Okay, so Dragon Masters, BCP, congratulations. So, well done. 3 representatives via me this time. Pendragons, over here, please. Over here. Three representatives. Okay, slowly up. Very excited breast cancer masters, weren't they? Congratulations, please. Let's everyone give them a cheer. Okay, Mr. Benetini, Brisbane River Dragons. Okay, 3 of you over here, please. Up we got Mr. Benetini in second. Sydney Spirit. And congratulations. And in first place, time of 1:03.57, Sydney Spirit. 3 ladies over here, please. Just watch the cables. Beautiful. Fantastic. All
And it is going to be heat number 3 here at the start. Heat number 3. In lane 1, CYL Yellow. Fremantle in lane 2. Lane 3, Different Strokes Gin. Lane 4, Brisbane Typhoon. Lane 5, Mako Paddle Club. And in lane 6, Ride. Green, the green team from Ride. So multiple teams in here. They call into colours. So, but I do like Different Strokes in lane 3, how they have the gin and tonic cruise.
Yep. Absolutely. Either one, the gin or just the tonic. It doesn't really matter. There's the results of that previous race too, Bryce. We just come up on our screen. So that we're ready to go here anyway. In the third heat of 5 in the Premier Mixed Standard Boat. And it's a nice little start too. In the middle, they're looking at a lane 4 and lane 3 are making the early pace here. Lane 1's going okay too, which is CYL Yellow. But in the middle part there, Different Strokes in 3 and the Brisbane Typhoons in 4 are running along nicely. Keep an eye on Mako in 5.
Yeah, Mako in 5 are lifting their rate halfway through the race. Keep close eye on them. Ride over in lane 6, the green team from Ride are doing quite well, but we cast our eye in here. It's in lane 3. It's Different Strokes, the gin team. Lane 4, Brisbane Typhoon. Look at Mako. They are lifting up. They are really pushing things through, but it's going to be the Different Strokes, then the Mako Paddle Club, Brisbane Typhoon, and in lane 1, CYO Yellow, who started so well, just tired a little bit. They'll get a lot out of that run. Lane 6 is Ride, and Fremantle in lane 2 coming through. But Different Strokes, that gin crew, they are tuned up. But what about the finisher, Mako?
Well, Bryce, they absolutely flew. We definitely know that Different Strokes got over there first, but I reckon this is really close between second and third here. We look forward to the replay here from the crew at My Sport Live. There is not a lot in this one. So we just, by the eye, we're thinking maybe perhaps it was Mako who were powerful. Here we go here, Bryce. Keep an eye in. So Mako, we know that. Different Strokes in 3. We'll take it out. Lanes 5 and 4. This is where it gets really interesting. So Mako were powering along in 5. But look at this finish. So there's Different Strokes take it. They're the winners. Look at the finish here from Different Strokes. That is so close. Maybe Mako. Too close to call.
Yeah,
you need Bill Collins to sort this one out.
The accurate one.
And we're not going to get that.
No, so what a terrific finish. We know that first and second go straight through to the semis, and then it's the times. And when you've got crews like Brisbane Typhoon and Mako pushing themselves like that, you know that the time's going to be pretty sound as they chase down the gin team from Different Strokes. So, again, this is just tremendous racing. Mixed racing is just the premium quality. We know the open boats maybe travel a bit faster, but the great thing about dragon boating is that they do have mixed crews.
Yeah, yep. And Bryce,
and they can compete all together, and they contribute all together. It is the world's ultimate team sport.
You look at that finish. If that finish line was another 5 or 10 metres, it was Brisbane Typhoons, no problem, by a head. Now, did they make up enough ground? Had Mako hung on? So that is one. So we'll keep an eye on that one as the times come through, as we prepare ourselves for the Penrith City Council Heat 4 of the Premier Mixed Standard Boat. Here on day 1 of the Oz Champs at the Sydney International Regatta Centre here at Penrith Lakes.
And the crews are pretty slick in getting down there. We'll just run you through the crew lineup here. The Sloths Rebels are in lane 1. North Queensland Phoenix in lane 2. As they're just updating some times over the screen now.
Yeah,
this is from the race before. So 54.9. Now this is the close one that you called. It is Brisbane Typhoon.
It's a level.
It's a dead heat. Now
heat.
We're going to go to thousandths of a second. We need to.
Will they do that?
They can, and so they can go out to there. We'll need to get a photo finish, and we need a developed photo. I think. I don't think they do that anymore because it's all digital. But they used to develop the photo when it was this critical. So talk about push themselves through.
Go through, Bryce, don't they? So this is. Are we assuming because Typhoon have been named first that on a thousandth of a second that they may have got the nod.
We just need to push across there. But Heat 4 has started, and we are away with that race in the background.
Yeah, we are indeed, Bryson. We've got the Sloths in 1, NG Phoenix in 2, the Yarra River Dragons in 3. Keep an eye on them, they'll be strong. Akadaka in 4, the Griffins in 5, and DSA over there in 6. But in the middle, have a look at 3 and 4. This is a big go here between the Yarra River Dragons and Akadaka.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yarra River Dragons looking really strong, powering their way through. But Akadaka are not to be done and pushed aside. But look on the far side, DSA, like that crew is absolutely flying over in lane 6. Very impressive. Yarra River Dragons will take this one out. Heat number 4. Through they go in first place. Akadaka in second. Third, DSA over in lane 6. Lane 1, the Sloss Rebels getting through just before the Canberra Griffins and I think North Queensland Phoenix, who got to the finish and took a sharp left as they put their dragon head across, and maybe they got caught up on a buoy, one of the red buoys as they got through to the finish. Maybe that they were pushing it right along the line. But a sharp left. They put their indicator on. They went across about 4 lanes of traffic. But a very good go there, Yarra River Dragons.
Yeah, super impressive. Here's the finish, Bryce, we'll just see here. So they were home from a fair way out. The Yarra River Dragons coming through. Then it got interesting, and Akawaka, so there's not a lot in that. There's plenty to work with there. Can't agree more than this, Bryce. Our DSA out wide, so that'll give them great hope as they'll go through now the repechage situation. Top 2 go through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, one getting through, and I'm just not sure. North Queensland, they just got caught up. The sweep just got caught up, and I'm not sure they went through in the right lane there in that situation. They may get a little red flag. I didn't quite catch the officials' boat there at the end, but another terrific heat. That's Heat 4 done and dusted as they head back into marshalling.
Okay, we are back for the final heat in the Premier Mixed Standard Boat, and in lane 1, Different Strokes Soda. In 2, Pacific Dragons. Melbourne Flames in 3, the BOP, the Boppers, the DBC from New Zealand, and ACDC in 5. So
Different Strokes have a third crew here, the soda crew.
So
We've like the gin, the tonic and the soda.
Yep. I reckon the fourth would be the headache.
So Heat 5, Penrith City Council, Premier Mixed Standard Boat.
You keep an eye on the Kiwis in 4. They are very good at the start. They've done that again. They've come out beautifully in lane 4. On their left-hand side, we've got ACDC. Then through the middle, it's pretty even. So just the Kiwis are taking it out in a strong position here. Melbourne Flames in 3 just didn't quite get the start in lane 1. Different Strokes are doing okay.
It is the New Zealand team, the Boppers in lane 4 doing well. Melbourne Flames are tracking them down now. They're lifting their rate. Lane 2, the Pacific Dragons are holding on. Different Strokes Soda aren't to be outclassed in lane 1, and over in lane 5 ACDC, but it looks like the Bop from New Zealand, they are pushing through. Melbourne Flames in lane 3, over in 5 ACDC, and in lane 2 Pacific Dragons, Different Strokes Soda, but it is across the line the Bop from New Zealand. Melbourne Flames in lane 3, lane 5 ACDC, Pacific Dragons in lane 2, and Different Strokes Soda in lane 1.
Well, I think what we're going to see, Bryce, from these heats, a lot of the minor placings have been so tight, and the timings are going to be very interesting. I think we're going to see a fascinating run through to the repechage system we're going to have in play here over those 5 heats. So it was the Kiwis, the Boppers, they got the job done on this occasion with Melbourne Flames in 2nd. Then it got really tight between 3rd and 4th was a go between Pacific Dragons and the ACDC crew. So looking forward to seeing how all this will pan out. That was a really good go. Look at that, all 5. You can throw in the sodas there as well, Different Strokes. Great racing. Okay, so the start of the Premier Mixed Small Boat. First of 3 heats, and now to lane 1. We've got the under 24 side, from the Sydney Zodiacs. In 2, the Lakers from WA. Aka Snacker in lane 3. Tiwaka in 4. The Muds in 5. And the Bluefins over there in lane 6. So the first and second from each heat, plus the next 2 fastest overall, progress to the semi-final. The remainder of the crews, Brycey, as normal, go into the repechage, which hasn't been the worst thing to happen to a few of the crews so far.
They've certainly improved with the extra run, there's no question about that, but this is where they can tweak the boat a little bit under starters' orders.
Here we go. So, Heat 1 action. Terrific crowd in. Plenty of spectator action down here close to the foreshore. And the Bluefins out there in 6 have started pretty well in what is a pretty even start across the board. Perhaps just missing the start a bit was the youngsters, the 24 and unders, the Zodiacs in 1. But out in lane 4, making a little bit of a move there early days, is Tiawaka. And inside them, keep an eye on lanes 3 and 2. Aka Naka and the Lakers.
Yeah, Aka Snacker in lane 3. They're picking up their rate now. They're chasing down Tiawaka in lane 4. Lane 5, the Melbourne Uni crew. They're catching up a little bit as well. And over in lane 6, the Bluefins doing well. Lane 2, the Lakers and Sydney Zodiacs in lane 1. But Tiawaka, they're going out and they're looking comfortable and powerful and strong as they win their heat in the small boat. Lane 3, Aka Snacker getting through. Tight one. I think the Lakers just pipped the Melbourne Uni, who tied a little bit in lane 5. Lane 6, the Bluefins getting through, and in lane 1, the Sydney Zodiacs. So well done, Tiawaka. I think they got out there, stretched out the lead, and looked mighty powerful in the first heat of the mixed small boat.
Yeah, powerful indeed. Impressive performance from the Tiawaka crew. And they've set the standard pretty high in this first heat. First and 2, they go through to the semi-final, and the rest of the crew, it's not the end of the comp for them. They've got plenty to play for, and we see here the replay, the finish here in My Sport Live. So Tiawaka coming through there, and then we had the Aka Snacker, sorry, doing well, and there's a good go there for third.
I think the Lakers, the WA crew, got through just over a tiring Melbourne Uni. Maybe been up all night studying and they're a bit weary, but they just got pipped on the line in lane 5.
Yeah, I'll go with that. That's of course unofficial, but that's from the observations of the commentary team, which are not always right, but try to get it pretty close.
Check the big screen for the final times and placings, but we'll get those up on our screen, on the live screen going out right across the world. And here it is here, Tiawaka with 53.94. I think that's going to be a benchmark that might hold strong for a long time. A very solid time.
Yeah, you're right, Bryce. The Lakers did get third position there, very narrowly, about 0.25 of a second. So the Tiawaka set the bar nice and high. We're not too far away from a start either in Heat 2, which is sponsored again, the Penrith City Council. The only one we haven't got at the moment scheduled there is the Aka Uni Dragons 24 and under. We're listed to be in lane 6. We've just got the 5 crews out there from lanes 1 to 5, which are Sydney Tsunami in 1, Navmat 2, Melbourne Flames in 3, Power Blades in 4, and the Southern Storm in the green in 5.
Well, Melbourne Flames were runner-up at Champion Lakes last year, 2024. They'll run up to Aka Snacker, who finished second in that first heat. So just seen the form lines 12 months apart. What we can see is the times, and Tiawaka setting that time of 53.94. Now we know different courses have different speeds and wind conditions and all sorts of stuff. But we're away in this heat, the second heat.
We are indeed. And on the outer lane 4, the best to start with the Power Blades. We've got some nice strong work early in the caper. In 3, looking pretty good at the Melbourne Flames. Navvat inside them, a little bit slow to start, and as were the Sydney Tsunami. But the action and the pace setters are in lanes 3, 4 and 5. Bring them home here, Bryce. It's the Melbourne Flames looking pretty strong.
They are indeed. They picked things up a little slow to get off the mark. As you said, it was the Power Blades that got out first, but the Melbourne Flames now, look at them go. On the far side, the Southern Storm aren't to be outdone in green in lane 5, and on the near side, Navmat in lane 2, and lane 1 is the Sydney Tsunami. But in lane 3, it's a Melbourne Flames comfortably getting through. Power Blades will finish in second place, and a good go between Navmat and Sydney Tsunami in lane 2 and 1, and then lane 5, the Southern Storm tied a little bit on the far side. But Melbourne Flames, runners up in the event, last national championships, got through their heat pretty comfortably there.
Yeah, time will be interesting to see how that matches up with what Te Waka were able to do in the second heat. Here's a replay of the finish. This is from the reverse angle. Now we go back to what we are seeing from our commentary position as we come through the finish there, but it was pretty commanding. Melbourne Flames, and I reckon they had a little bit in store there, Bryce. And they're probably going to need it because we saw how vigorous and how powerful that Te Waka crew were. So there's some good racing. So we've got plenty to look forward to. As we next up, we've got Heat 3 of the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Small Boat, and it's good to see you. The crews are just ticking along nicely here. Just trying to pinch up make up a little bit of time. Going through that list, we've got the Sydney Zodiacs in 1, the Northern Beaches in 2, the Black Sea Dragons 3, CYSM in 4, and YRD, the Yarra River Dragons in 5.
Yeah, the scheduled time for this race is 12:42. So for those tuning in around Australia and around the world, we're 17 minutes behind now. So the start would be maybe 2 minutes away. So we're catching up a little bit of time. So for those playing at home, this is race 45, scheduled for 12:42 as we approach 1 o'clock. So those times are up there. 53.94 was the Te Waka time in that first heat, most impressively.
Yeah, now the attention will turn, Bryce, to what the time was for the Melbourne Flames. So just under 54 seconds, Te Waka. The Flames looked like they had a little bit left in reserve. So with the third heat to complete, the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Small Boat. So the first and second go through to the semi-final, and the remaining crews, away they go into the repechage. A field of 5. Beautiful conditions, still conditions here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Penrith Lakes looking an absolute treat. Some early fog earlier in the day. It was burned away with a burst of sunshine. Now just a little bit of cloud cover, which makes it almost perfect conditions. Phil has them ready to go. Nick Hando is back after just knocking over a few prezos, and just a man of the people. I notice you are, Nick. You're it's if you're not presenting someone with something, you're chatting to them about something, aren't you?
Well, it's about activation. Having the high frequency up here, medal presentations are getting done very, very quickly. We're not waiting for anybody, and everyone is very happy as we wait here patiently as they just line up. Bryce, how's the mixed races been going?
They've been very impressive. The times have been quite remarkable in comparison to last year. A good few seconds underneath. Now we know that different courses have different wind conditions and so forth, and it depends on the day, but some good signs that these mixed crews, particularly in the small boats, have been working very hard. They are primed for this national champs.
Yeah, no wind to speak of here at all here at Penrith Lakes. A little bit of work to be done at this start. You're not too far away though.
Yeah, I think one.
Yeah, still might be. Just a little bit of realignment there in one, which of course is the Sydney Zodiacs. Northern Beaches in 2, Black Sea Dragons in 3, CYSM in 4, and then the red and black of the Yarra River Dragons out there in 5. And I think we can expect a big performance from them.
We're almost set here. Ooh, a little bit of a beat of a drum going down. Okay, I can see them almost ready now. So if you're watching on, this is the Premier Mix Heat 3. First and second go through. Heat plus the 2 fastest overall. So it is very tightly contested, and we are about to go. So if you are sitting at home, wherever you are in Perth or Queensland, Tassie, I hope you're enjoying the magnificent commentary from Bryce and Robbie throughout the morning. Could almost feel a bit of thunder just coming past there, the window. And Bryce, have you been enjoying it? Obviously, down at Albury Wodonga, you were a bit lower with the visibility, or do you have a tower?
No, we didn't, but immaculate conditions here. We're suitably serviced in the tower. Just a little delay on the start. Something concerning race starter, Phil Reader.
There's the visual for you guys at home from the drone. It's just flown past us and it's given you bird's eye view of the start. And we see a few of them getting ready, locking them in, locking in position. The sweeps have to be very calm, making sure they don't push or pull the boat from the back. Probably waiting to get clearance from the tower. But
what's it like sitting in a boat, being held up like this, Nick?
Yeah, it's it's pretty tense, like especially when you're there for more than probably, like these guys have been there 4 or 5 minutes. So, you know, you go down, you do your preparation, you do your warm-up, you set, and, you know, everyone's mind has got to be in the boat. But sometimes it's a bit anxious, and you just don't want to miss that start. You know, everyone's blade buried at the same time, everyone pulling back at the same time. And I think Phil's almost got them ready to go, but they look pretty calm. The drummers, and look, it's
It's
Put the feet up on the seat in front and just relax a little bit.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
pleasure cruise.
And the drummers, look, drumming's are very important. Sometimes the drummers try to go off the stroke, and then the stroke tries to go off the drum. So the drum is very important. It's just got to be going right. Here they go. They're almost ready. No. There we go. And they are off in the Penrith City Council Heat 3 Premier Mixed Small Boats. Zodiacs are in 1, Northern Beaches in 2, Black Sea Dragons in 3, CYSM in 4, and Yarra River Dragons in 5. It looks like in 4, CYSM have got off to a great start. Inside of them, the Black Sea Dragons, and out wide, Yarra River Dragons with Sydney Zodiacs in lane 1 and 2 with the Northern Beaches. But it looks like out in 5, CYSM are starting to take a heads Dragon. That over to you, Bryce.
Yeah, lane 3, Black Sea Dragons aren't going to let them have it all their own way. CYSM in lane 4, looking comfortable out in front. On the far side, the Yarra River Dragons, they're finishing strongly, tiring a little in lane 2 as the Northern Beaches and Sydney Zodiacs in lane 1. But it looks to be CYSM, the crew, in lane 4, going through comfortably. Black Sea Dragons in 3. Over on the far side, Yarra River Dragons. And a good go for the 4th place there in lane 2, Northern Beaches and Sydney Zodiacs, tussling it out for that tight spot in 4th.
Absolutely. Grace Racing. And up next, the boats are getting right up. That's what we want to see, guys. We want to see the boats right up near that start line for the next heat so we can get ahead. So we move on to the fire apparel. 18 and under, round 1. We have Joey's Blue in 1, Joey's Red in 2, Canberra Grammar in 3, and Sydney Zodiacs in 4. That's it, and this is the first round of the under-18 mixed standard boat fire apparel race, as Joey's just back it on in. There's 4 in this round, so the times from the round 1, 2 and 3 are all added together. As you saw from the medal presentations before, the one that made up time was really, really close between the Zodiacs and the
Beechworth?
Beechworth got like 2.5 of a second. So.
Wow, that was the differential in the end.
Yeah, I think so, the points.
Yeah. Okay, so, round 1 counts probably as much as any of them here. We've got Joey's in 1, Ride are in 2, and then Beechworth, the Golden Serpents 3, Zodiacs in 4, and made a start. So super competitive indeed it was from the previous race we saw between the Serpents and the Zodiacs. I think it's going to continue because we've seen probably the Zodiacs take up the early running out there in 3, Beechworth on their inside to their right in 3, and going along okay too. It looks like it's Joey's Red team are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum, and Joey's Blue. This is a big finish, Nick.
Rightio, we've got Joey's in 1, Joey's red, Canberra Grammar in 3, and it looks like in 2, Joey's red are slightly ahead. Here comes Canberra Grammar out in 3, and in 4, the Sydney Zodiac starting to finish. But it is going to be 2, Joey's red in this mixed division coming through, and lane 1, Joey's blue. It's going to be Joey's red, Joey's blue in 2nd. Out wide, Sydney Zodiacs in 3rd, and Canberra Grammar coming through in 3.
Well, good racing indeed. The Reds, the Red have got the, for the time being, the bragging rights over the Blue in a really good run at it. And the Zodiacs, very, very competitive indeed. Look forward to the replay to finish this. So, Nick, this is what it's all about, this type of racing over 3 rounds. That was close, very competitive, and what it does, it throws this wide open.
Absolutely, but the most important thing for everyone and around Australia and live viewing, you've got a couple of schools here, some really GPS schools battling against each other. What we want to try and see, and hopefully the youth and the future of it, is the schools in Melbourne, in Brisbane, you know, having Jack Grammar, Nudgee, because they're very competitive. As you know, Joey's fabulous rugby school. So now they're competing internally. So what we want to be able to see is the head of the river rowing, and then having this as a
replicated.
Well, just integrated in it. You know, some of these rowers are there for 4 minutes, one race, and then if they can integrate some of the rowing,
I like it.
So you've got the GPS head of the river, and then 5 or 6 invitational specialist dragon boat events. It wouldn't be too hard to implement. Get the boats in the schools. Get the schools trained up. Bums on seats.
I like it.
Away we go.
Hard to argue with that one.
That's right. Up next, we have the Fire Apparel Under-18 Round 1 small boat.
Well, I gave you a precursor to this event. I started calling the wrong list for the first 100 metres of that race, and you just beautifully said, "Oi, I'll just take over."
That's it. The good thing is, Joey's and Zodiacs were in the similar race, so it was cool. I was going there, but what threw me was Beechworth weren't there.
Yeah. I was looking at the Ned Kelly country.
Right,
So.
we're almost set. Joey's in 1, Ride Dragon Boat in 2, Beechworth in 3, and the Sydney Zodiacs. So as the zone, as the drone peels across this beautiful Penrith City National Regatta Centre.
Yeah, it's a sight to behold, absolute sight to behold.
And they are almost set here. I've seen some buried blades.
Nick, about 1.5 seconds between all 4 boats in the previous race.
Oh, wow. Set, ready, and they are off in the Fire Apparel mixed under 20, under 18 small boat race in 1. Joey's in 2. Ride DBC almost missed the start, but they're not. Beechworth Golden out in 3, and Sydney Zodiacs in 4. So we're looking outside in 3. It is Beachmere Golden Serpent, Zodiacs as well in 5 going well. Joey's inside them, and Ride DBC. They're coming up to the 100-metre mark, and it's that competitive team again, the Spirit. Beechworth Golden Serpents and Sydney Zodiacs starting to fight it out. Look at the snap going in and inside. Here we go, Robbie's over to your bee's knees.
Yeah, loving this work there from the outside. Looks like Beechworth might hold on the Zodiacs. The Zodiacs came at him with a lot of gusto about halfway through that race, but Beechworth have found another leg. They are storming away now. They're opening up around about 1/3 of a boat length. They'll go through. They'll win that one. Sydney Zodiacs 2nd. A good run from Joey's on the inside in 1. They'll finish 3rd. And the Ride DBC come through in 4th place. But Beechworth, they were challenged and they answered the call in true Ned Kelly style.
They
the
did
home
too.
of Ned.
The home of Ned?
Yep.
Ned Kelly, Dan Kelly, Steve Hart and Joe Byrne.
That was them. That was a crew.
Way back.
What a gang.
The gang. It's a good gang.
The gang. So there we go. So that's the round 1 of the under-18s in the mixed small boat. And it is a win to Beechworth, who've had a very good regatta so far. They've made a great start.
And the next one, we've probably got the premier. This is the repecharges, so we need to get what's happening as Tawaka and Waggy are going past the tower.
The Tower of Power. So next up will be the progression of the Premier Mixed Standard Boat. So we've into the repechage. So we're going to see the 14th fastest time will be out of lane 3. We're just getting confirmation of the crews here, all the way up to in lane 1 the 26th quickest time. So there's a little bit of a mixture in here, but what we did see from all the minor placings throughout those 5 heats, there was not a lot of time, in some cases between 1, 2, 3, 4, right through. So this should be some very competitive racing, and you would think that there is going to be some crews from through this repechage that could get through to that final and really give themselves a chance to get up on that podium. So the first of 3 repechage races. The first from each rep plus the next 2 fastest overall progress to the semi-final. And we'll have, from these next 3 races, we'll have 11 of the crews will drop out. So it's set up very nicely, sponsored by the Penrith City Council. Their support has been absolutely fantastic. Here in their home woods, Penrith Lakes, all part of the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and what an outstanding venue it is. And it's certainly been greeted by fantastic weather. The water's in beautiful condition. Fantastic crowd, and hope everyone's enjoying the coverage across My Sport Live. And my man Nick Hando has just dashed up and down the steps, and he's got the starting list for us. And the first one of the repechage 1, Nick, I'll let you go through the lanes.
That's it. As you write them down, we've got Fremantle in 1, ACDC in 2, Te Waka in 3. Different strokes.
Yes, different strokes.
Soda.
Soda. Yeah, they've got a few different options.
And Ride out in 5.
Okay, so the quickest of these, Nick, was Te Waka in 3. So they were 14th overall. We've made a start now, so we've got a good start here. Te Waka might have been just a little bit slow out of the blocks there, but they're going to quickly make up ground. Outside of them, different strokes, moving along quite nicely. In lane 2, ACDC got a nice beat going there. Out in 5, I've got the Ride crew, but it's not a bad line, and this has been expected, Nick, because we saw competitive racing across the first 5 heats. Take it away here. This is going to be a big finish.
That's it. As you see it from my point of view, I've got ACDC just in front in 2, Te Waka 3 coming back at him. They've got a powerful finish, different strokes and Ride, but it's in between 2 and 3, which is ACDC and Te Waka. Woggy's just told them to lift, and here comes Te Waka. Te Waka are coming through outside of different strokes, but it's Te Waka. Ooh, Te Waka, ACDC, different strokes. Right outside wide of them, and then inside side was Fremantle.
Wow.
Great call up there as a finish. Saw the rating lift, boat lifted up, the Dragon's Head went whooshka.
And whooshka it was. What a finish. So Te Waka will progress through to the semi-final. It was a good go for the Miners. Spectacular racing.
So I'll go through the start list for the Premier Mixed Repechage 2 in 1. North Queensland Phoenix. DSA Different Strokes Tonic in 2. Pacific Dragons in 3. CYL Yellow in 4. CYSM in 5.
There we go. So just looking at that finish there, and probably give it to 2. ACDC just flew home there. We're going to see a little bit more of those crews throughout the semi-finals.
Te Waka never got it?
Te Waka got the
right.
chocolates. They did indeed. It was the run for the Miners. There's your times, Nick. Have a look at that. So between first and third, we've got around about 0.7 of a second there. Different strokes in third, 52.82, 52.54 for ACDC, and Te Waka 52.13. And then, of course, the Miners there down to 4th and 5th, 54.5 ride, and a Fremantle just under 55 seconds. What a race.
And we're back live in the Premier Mixed Standard Boat race 49. So in lane 1 we've got North Queensland Phoenix, the Tonic in 2, the Pack Dragons in 3, CYL Yellow 4, CYSM in 5. This is the repechage. First from his rep goes straight through, then the 2 fastest go through. And they are off and racing in the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Standard Boat, North Queensland in 1. Tonics are in 2, Pack Dragons in 3, CYL Yellow and CYSM out in the far red and white are in 5. But it looks like it's a very good field, and they've started to go in the second lane too. The Tonics have taken it off to Pack Dragons, with also CYL Yellow doing a very good pace, and inside North Queensland Phoenix not out at all, Bryce.
Yeah, lane 5 CYSM still cruising along. They're right up there in the mix. This is a go for about 4 across the track. Lane 1 North Queensland Phoenix, they're not to be outclassed as well. They're pushing right up. So CYL Yellow in lane 4. Lane 5 CYSM Pacific in lane 3. I think it's lane 4 that have gone through there. CYL Yellow, well done. CYSM lane 5. Pacific in lane 3. Different Strokes Tonic in lane 2. North Queensland Phoenix in lane 1. There was a go right across the course there.
Oh, tell you what, it could have been anyone's game, and that's why finish is so important, and also the start. Sometimes you get left at the start. Hard to make up pace, especially after you've got that boat up and running, and then you've got the boat speed, but fabulous to see these big mixed boats, and that's the Premier Mixed. Be great to see these times. Should be up at...
Yeah, we'll get the replay of the finish here, and you can just see how tight it is. All the boats, and this is the stage where they really do lift it up.
Look at
the
that,
big
look at that
finishes
footage.
on, and right across the course. Terrific racing here. CYL Yellow, and then I think it's CYSM that maybe just
out wide.
Yeah, I think so. Just a bit of a gut feel, but boy, there's not much in it. We had a dead heat earlier in the
Stewards Inquiry.
Yeah, well, it was. Where are we heading back to there? That was in this same sort of group. It was Typhoon and Mako were a dead heat.
Wow, well, that's race 49.
Got one more of the repechage to come.
Okay.
The boat's getting ready there. So our final times are here. The Pacific Dragons, they got through. It was on the inside.
Ooh,
lane 3.
Yeah.
52.15. CYSM on the far side, it was lane 5, 52.21. So only 0.06 of a second separating there.
Wow, look at different strokes. It just must have been the bob of the Dragon's nostril on the line that took that off them.
It depends on just the rate, whether the paddle goes in at the right time or it doesn't. And if your paddle's up out of the air, sometimes that's all it is. A bit of luck in the finish when you're talking that fewer hundredths of a second.
That's it. I must commend all crews. You are doing a lot better job getting to marshalling, because obviously you do want to paddle those 2,000 metre races. We've got the Minister of Paddling Affairs is giving us pretty good news. But Bryce, we move to the next race.
It's the Repechage 3, the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Standard Boat, Repechage 3. In lane 1, the Griffins, lane 2, the Sloth Rebels, lane 3, Hunter, lane 4, Ice Dragons, lane 5, Peninsula Dragonflies, and in lane 6, it's a Aka Waka. So they're away now. In the middle there, it looks like the Ice Dragons in lane 4 have started particularly well. Lane 2's impressive too. The Sloths and Hunter are just getting into their work now after a bit of a sluggish start. Griffin in lane 1 are tracking along, and Aka Waka out in lane 6. That red crew are going quite well. Peninsula Dragonflies in the purple are putting their case forward, but it looks like the action is in lane 4 and lane 3.
Oh, Ice Dragons and Hunter are really starting to go here with Griffins on the inside. Hunter and the Ice Dragons Peninsula looks like they're going to be taking out here in 4 and 3, with Hunter and the Ice Dragons putting very big finishes on. Outside Aka Waka have fallen away, but it's going to be Hunter, I think, crossing the line ahead of Ice Dragons. Over in 5 is Peninsula. Ooh, in 2 is the Sloths. Griffins come in, and out wide is Aka Waka.
Another terrific finish. They're so evenly matched. All these boats, the racing is tight.
And it's reflecting in the times. So, as you said before, some of them dead heats, especially progressing into semis and finals, which is very, very important.
Yeah, so of those 3 repechage rounds there, the first from each repechage goes through to the semi-final. They progress through, and then the 2 fastest overall. So the number 1s go through, and then it comes down to time. So we'll keep a close look on those times that come through.
there we got the results. And yeah, look at that. Race 50, Hunter River Dragons 51.50, Ice Dragons 52.08. Peninsula Dragonflies, they snuck in third, 53.54, Bryce, and then Sloss 53.54. You can't get any close to that. And then even after that, coming in at fifth, the Griffins at 53.96. So very, very tightly contested, hundreds of seconds, and only separating three teams from second to sixth. So we've coming up, we've just had the start list ran up for us for race 51, and it is the Blue Fins in lane 2. Sydney Tsunami in 3, Yarra River Dragons in 4, and the Northern Beaches in 5. So as they cruise across in these beautiful conditions at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, like to thank a lot of our sponsors, obviously AusDBF, Penrith, we've got the Chinese, the Hong Kong Trade and Economic Department, Cacao Collective, we've got Fire Apparel, VCommerce. Going to get a list of all those sponsors. Proudly, we've got My Sport Live and Dragon Boat New South Wales are doing a great job here, putting on this event, putting it on live all around the world with mysportlive.tv for the Oz Champs. And if you see on the screen, and Robbie, your honey has gone down a treat. Good. The throat is lubricated. The voices are back.
Well, that's what we do at Robbie's Honey. It's all about the client. And the world needs it. The world needs a bit more Nick Hando. We do not want you losing your voice.
No.
At this point in time. So what do we got? We've got three at the start.
3 of the 4 that we need at the start.
Yeah, we're probably one shy here at the moment.
Looks like the Blue Fins in lane 2.
No scratchings?
Well, that's a... Well,
we've had a scratching out of lane 1.
I can see the Blue Fins now out there in the marshalling area. They're making a bit of a dash for the cash.
Well, Blue Fins, there's no marlin, but you guys have got to start getting to the start line a bit quicker than that.
Is this the row of shame, would you call it, Nick, now? They're just
Paddle.
a bit like the paddle, sorry, the paddle. The paddle of... here they go. Look, they're right to go.
That's it. Keep going, Blue Fins.
Save a bit of ammo, though.
So we have 2 repechage rounds here for the Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Small Boat. The first in each repechage, plus the next 2 fastest go through. So first team go through, then you're looking at times to get through to that semi-final. Unfortunately, the remaining 5 crews drop out of the competition.
Lots of different techniques, lots of different body shapes, weight. And Bryce, when you're a coach, when you're a manager, there's many things. You might have 20 paddlers in a boat, you might have 80 personalities that you've got to manage, which is fantastic, but it's also about balancing the boat. So when you're training, are you training on one side only? Are you balancing left and right? Then you've got the stern, then you've got the drummer. You want to try and have a balanced boat. When you get to the Worlds, when you get to the club crew, I was fortunate enough to be involved in quite a few, and I had probably less than a kilo each side to balance the boat.
That's balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because you want that boat up when you hit and it glides, and that's where you want it. So, especially in the Premier Opens, when you see the ratings of the Thais, the Indonesians, the Chinese, where they're getting up to 130 at the start. you know. So the rating is phenomenal, but different body shapes. The Canadians are getting right up there. Just at the Worlds in Italy, True North, NDRC, their ratings just going up. Instead of that slow one, it's off and going, and they are going straight away because they have to.
Off the charts.
Yeah.
Nick, we did see earlier here, I was pointing out to Bryce that we had one of the crew members who was actually bailing out water on the way out to the start line. So just the little extra things they were doing, just taking any amount of weight out of the boat.
Absolutely. I think you've got to do that because a little bit of water in the boat goes a long way if it's going side to side. But they almost said here, Bryce, and it's over to you to start this one off.
Bluefins have met the start there. They're in lane 2. Sydney Tsunami in lane 3. YRD lane 4. And Northern Beaches in lane 5. This is the first of the repechage round.
Here they go.
They are set and racing now. A good even start. A little slow on the far side with the Northern Beaches. In the middle there, Sydney Tsunami got their boat up and going as they really power their start. YRD in lane 4 have started well, and Bluefins are probably off to their best start after doing a lot of work to get to the start.
Can they maintain it? Have they used too much out of the tank? We will find out. YRD doing nicely there in 3. There's good competition though, in 4. Inside them though, Sydney Tsunami are staying with them. On the outside in 5, the Northern Beaches got a little bit of work to do. It's the 2 middle crews at the moment. Yarra River Dragons, they are holding. But on the inside, Sydney Tsunami, big finish coming up here. YRD holding sway. Coming through, pushing though. Tsunami, one last burst at it. Pushing. They might get there. They will get there. They have just nailed YRD on the line. Northern Beaches in 5 come through in 3rd. And on the inside lane, it was the Bluefins. But what a Tsunami that was. Incredible stuff.
It certainly was. They put it all the way to the finish and past the finish, and they go straight through to that semi-final. YRD were pushed all the way. It was a great call. It was certainly...
That's it.
The lane 3, Sydney Tsunami got it done. YRD just tiring in the end, just hanging in there.
What did they used
It'll
to
go
call
down
it?
to their time.
What they used to call it in a race? Pipped at the post.
Yeah, they were.
Big finish. So, repechage 2. Great to see the crews there out and about, ready to roll in. We'll go through the list of those. We have got in 2 the Sydney Zodiacs under 24, the Muds in 3, that's the Melbourne Uni crew, the Southern Storm, and then the Sydney Zodiacs will be coming out of lane 5. So just going through those again, we've got the Sydney Zodiacs under 24s in 2, the Muds in 3, Southern Storm in the familiar green, predominantly green colour, they're in lane 4, and then in lane 5 we have the Sydney Zodiacs. So repechage number 2, first in each of these reps, plus the next 2 fastest progress to the semi-final. Just to finish that last one there, Nick, times have come through.
You called it correct. Tsunami 57.81, Yarra River Dragons 58.02, very close. Northern Beaches 161 and 188. Whew, close for 3rd and 4th, and also very close for 1st and 2nd. Well, they are off in the progression. Repechage 2, the Penrith City Council Zodiacs under 24s in 2, the Melbourne University in 3, Southern Storm in 4, and the Zodiacs are out in 5. but it looks like the Zodiac under 24 have taken off in blistering pace. They've got their rating up. Inside of them, the Melbourne University going strong too. It looks like there's a bit of a skew F positioning on the Southern Storm, but they've straightened up, and outside of them and the Zodiacs. But it looks like Mud have started to take over control of getting over the Zodiac under 24s. And Bryce, if you'd like to finish it off, let's roll.
Yes, the University team in lane 3 going along nicely. Southern Storm aren't to be done. They've lined up straight and they are finishing very strong in lane 4. Lane 5, the Sydney Zodiacs, and the 24 team in lane 2 are pushing their case as the Melbourne Uni tighten right up on the end. They really just hung in there. They get it, the job done though. Lane 3, Sydney Zodiac under 24 is a powerful finish as Southern Storm spent all their tickets in lane 4 and the Sydney Zodiacs in lane 5. It was a well-contested thing, that.
Yeah, must have been a bit of a mishap there with the sweep, just trying to realign the boat. Actually, we've been very fortunate. There's been no, touch wood, no mishaps today at all, and that will continue.
Due to these perfect conditions, we've got, in order, no doubt, it's the big help, Nick. It's you could, geez, be good water skiing out on that today. Be absolutely fantastic.
Oh, just got to watch out for those mud crabs.
Yeah. So that's the repechage is done. So the winner of those, they go through to the semi-final, and then the next 2 fastest, so another 4 crews will get through there. And next coming up, the Fire Apparel. Round 2, this is the progression. And we saw the Joey's Red and the Joey's Blue teams going up against Sydney Zodiacs and Canberra Grammar.
Wasn't that a fabulous race the first round?
It's good running indeed there.
I think there's the Joey's Red, I think, if I remember correctly. I think they got up in that first one.
It was a really tight go, so we'll expect the same there. A couple of the crews, three of the 4 out there at the moment, so we'll be back for the start. So the Fire Apparel 18 and under mixed standard boat, round 2 of the progression. Got Joey's Red in 1, Sydney Zodiacs in 2, Joey's Blue in 3, and the Canberra Grammar Crew over there in 4.
Very tightly contested race in round 2 for this under 18. And again, this is the future of dragon boating. As you can see, it looks very New South Wales centric, doesn't it? So we have to get these other states up in Queensland and Victoria to get some of these younger under 18 and under 24 teams going as Phil gets them almost set. I'll let you take it off.
Open the batting, so to speak. Must comment just how smart the commentary team's looking in the Fire Apparel. Well, here we go. We've got to start. So just loosen yourself up, Nick. I'll get the ball rolling here. So Joey's Red in 1. The Zodiacs from Sydney are in 2. In 3, Joey's Blue. And across there, Canberra Grammar in 4, who have probably taken up the early running here, have the Grammar side. And it's a very good go. Across the whole 4 of these crews, there's not a lot between them. Probably the Canberra side at the moment in 4, doing the best of it. Zodiacs in 3. Both Joey sides very competitive there. Take it away, Nick.
Well, I tell you what, as you've just finished off, Joey's Red have just put a big cracker on it. Sydney Zodiacs in 2, and here's Joey's Blue in the outside with Grammar. Looking it up, you could throw a blanket, but Joey's Red in 1 are starting to wind up. Zodiacs in 2, outside that, but it is Joey's Red flying home in front of Zodiacs, and Joey's Red in 3, and Canberra on the outside. It's going to be Joey's Red, Joey's Blue, Canberra, and then the Sydney Zodiacs.
Wow. What a go for the Miners. Without doubt, Joey's Red in 1. We look at, here's the replays. We'll get very close to this. So there's Joey's Red. Now coming through now, I think in 3, we might see Joey's Blue.
The other Joey's.
Have a look at that. And then on the outside in 4, Canberra Grammar. And then the Zodiacs in 2. That is some racing. And being a progression, and just round 2, it's alive and kicking, this one.
2 Joeys, does that make a kangaroo?
Very good. Yeah, it does make for good racing. It's absolutely fantastic. So we're going to get, next up, we're staying with the Fire Apparel crew, who we had the opportunity to meet yesterday. Fantastic crew of the lads. They were there early in the in reception this morning, too, up and about. They've got a great setup here at the venue. Go and check them out.
Preparing us for some wet weather gear as well.
Yeah, be ready for that. Yeah, just prepare for that tomorrow. So next up, we have the 18 and under mixed small boat. Round 2 of their progression. And this has been a fascinating contest. Beechworth's Golden Serpents will be in 1. Joey's in 2. Zodiac's 3. And Ride in 4.
There we go. We'll
have a look at that.
Joey's Red, 56.22. 57.36. Joey's Blue second. 57.50 in Grammar third, and pipped out the Zodiacs. Wow, look at that, 57.58. So, as we expected, very tight racing, and they should rip down and get a cacao, because that will even make them go even further. Get a cacao, Papau, as well as your Penrith City Council and Fire Apparel, sponsors of this great International Sydney Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes, home of the Penrith Panthers.
Well, it's in their hood. We had a good look at their display, the main floor of the Penrith Leeds Club last night. Gee, don't they love their Panthers?
It's
pretty impressive.
It's bred very heavily and deep.
Yeah, it is indeed.
The Black Panthers, and 4 in a row. I wonder if there's 4 in a row. I wonder if anyone here's got 4 in a row national titles.
I would think.
Can we go to our stats man, Bryce?
Yeah, Bryce is our man for that. So we'll. He's probably out researching it now. He's probably trying to enjoy a bit of a lunch break, but we're not too far away from a start here. We need a little bit of a realignment there in the ride crew out there in lane 4.
That's it, and good to see the next race, which is the semi-final. They're all getting prepared to row down. Row down. Goodness me. Paddle down.
I've taught you a bad lesson,
haven't I? You did.
Yeah.
You did. Anyway, Phil's got them aligned here in race 54. I'll rip it in and you can come home to finish.
Love it.
Robbie, and they're all set. Just coming back again. Premier Mixed Standard Boat, race 54. Under 18, and they are off. We have Beechworth, Golden Serpents in 1, Joey's in 2, Sydney Zodiacs in 3, and Ride outside of them in 4. So it is 1, the Beechworth Golden Serpents. Again, very, very quick start, and in 3, just ahead of them, of the Sydney Zodiacs, but it's going to be a very close race from there. Inside of them is Joey's, and outside of them, just falling a tiny bit behind, is Ride. But as you can see now, Beechworth got off to a very good start. Sydney Zodiac starting at the halfway point. Robbie.
Yes, can the Beechworth Serpents cash in on that very good start, because the Zodiacs made up a lot of ground in the middle part of the course. Now this is another big finish coming. Beechworth in lane 1, right in front of us. Sydney Zodiacs just keep hammering away at them. This is close. Beechworth might just have it on the inside. The Serpents, Beechworth get there. They beat the Zodiacs. Coming through in 3rd will be Joey's, and out there in lane 4 will be Ride. But the Beechworth Serpents have fought back, and this one sets up a fascinating round 3. The differential between their times across the first 2 rounds, I reckon there'd be a proverbial you-know-what between them. I reckon not much at all.
A flea's whisker.
Absolutely.
A whisker of a he's. A whisker of a bee's.
Yeah, that's not much.
Oh, wow. As we're looking across the drone footage, and I know that I think on the big screen for some of the main finals of the 2000s, we're going to be having some of that footage on there, hopefully. But just going out past the tower is...
We need some lists, don't we?
We probably get some lists.
Well, I reckon that's what Bryce is probably down there doing. If not, I will scurry down there. We'll take a break and we come back. We'll have it all, will we?
It's okay. We don't have to take a break.
You've got them, have you?
Our man Bryce has got them. He is across it. He's ahead of the game.
How good's that?
But if just looking here, we've got Typhoon, we've got Coomera, Pacific Dragons, Ice Dragons, or Mako, I think it is. This is different strokes coming through here in the end.
It's a semi-final of the progression.
It's a big one.
Yeah, it is a big one. So the winner from each semi-final plus the 3 fastest crews progress to the grand final.
Grand finale.
So we look forward to that, which we should have for you.
Oh, everyone give us a wave. The drone's getting pictures on the grandstand, so please give us a wave and a big cheer. There's the drone coming across for you live and direct.
Yes, our man Bryce is just getting our lists together there. So the one to look for first in the heats we'll see out of lane 3. And then we go all the way, if you go up to lane 1, we had the 13th quickest in the heat. So there's quite a differential there, but it will get interesting, that middle part. We did see, Nick, how close it was amongst all the minors, the winners, the minors, even down to 4th and 5th at times. It was very close. So this is going, I can't wait till we get through to the final of this, but for the semi-finals, I reckon we're set for a couple of crackers.
Well, I reckon the semi-finals, so you got to expect, if the winners are going against the 7th and 6th places, you're going to have a clear winner of each semi-final to come through, because
you would think
if we're looking, well, that's sort of my just looking at that. You got first against the 7th and 13th, and then obviously you go through to the semi-final.
As Richie Benno once said, never assume anything, Bill.
Yes.
So there you go. So
welcome back to the
now.
stadium.
Talk about welcome back. Bryce McGain's back, and Bryce McGain, speaking of good cricketers, I reckon he's got the list here for the first semi-final.
As they say in South Africa, we don't hold a grudge. A grudge is a place to park your car. So as Bryce parked his car this morning, he left it on, and Tony Gregg is just wishing him down, tapping him on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, probably not best to leave the keys in the car."
No keys in it. Those things just keep running.
Don't
worry about that. We've all done it. So let's get on to the business of the first semi-final. This is a Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Standard Boat. And In lane 1, Kumara. In lane 2, Komodo. In lane 3, the Yarra River Dragons. In lane 4, Different Strokes, Gin. Lane 5, Mako. And lane 6, Pacific Dragons. As they get under starters' orders now. And they are away. The first semi-final Premier Mixed Standard Boat. Each winner from the semi-final plus the next 3 fastest. 6 crews progress to the grand final. 12 crews drop out, and in the middle of the course, look at them go here. Yarra River Dragons, they were the first in the heats, and look at them kick on here in lane 3. Different Strokes Gin in lane 4 are sticking right with them. They're not going to be outdone. And Komodo, well, they've shown they're a crew to be reckoned with in lane 2. Chimera in lane 1. Over in lane 5, Mako, we know they've got a big finish, and in lane 6 are Pacific Dragons.
And there we have it. It is Yarra River Dragons taking off Different Strokes, and they start to put the medal down. So it's Yarra River Dragons, Komodo not to be left down, Mako out wide, and here come the Different Strokes coming up, but it's going to be Yarra River Dragons, as suspected, coming through. Great work there. Different Strokes, Komodo. Back in 2 is Komodo. 5 is Mako. Pacific Dragons just finish off the tail. But great power. Premier Mixed. Standard Boat. Was a pretty good start from Yarra River Dragons, and they maintained that boat speed. And Different Strokes came in second. So we'll just wait up for those. Sorry.
Well, Nick, the Yarra River Dragons didn't have it all their own way. They were the first time in the heats and went through as the first ranked boat. But Different Strokes Gin crew pushed them all the way. And Komodo weren't to be outdone as well in lane 2. Lane 5, Mako, I think, might have snuck into 3rd spot. So we'll have a look at the replay as it comes across. Here we go now. It was a terrific finish, and Yarra River Dragons maybe just controlling things out in front, maybe just didn't put the hammer down with their biggest finish. So they didn't have it all their own way, and Different Strokes, that Gin crew, really pushed them all the way. So it was lane 3, then lane 4, which is that Gin crew. I think maybe Mako in 5 and Komodo in 2 in a really sharp thing. And Kumara were really finishing off really strong as well. And Pacific Dragons, they weren't that far away.
Yeah, the Coomera team. Coomera team from up in Queensland. If I can get those run sheet for the next Premier Mixed, is it? So we are going to have Hunter.
So with this is the semi-final number 2. 2 of 3. So Hunter in 1. They've come via the repechage. Top seed out of the repechage. Lane 2, Ride Black. Lane 3, Sloths, their purple crew. They were the second in heats, so keep an eye there. 5th in the heats with that New Zealand team, the Boppers. Bop. Lane 5, Sydney Typhoon.
Brisbane.
Brisbane Typhoon. And in lane 6, Tiwaka, who came via the repechage with an amazing finish. So that's our field. Hunter in 1, 2 Ride Black, Sloss Purple in 3, lane 4 Bop, Brisbane Typhoon in lane 5 as they all line up now, and in lane 6 Tiwaka just gliding across the nose of their crews, probably eyeballing them as they do so.
Getting that dragon's eye, the nostril looking straight at them. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. So the winner, plus the next 3 fastest out of the crews, will progress to the grand final. So if it's anything to go by that last heat, which was pretty close, especially for 2nd and 3rd, and I think Mako probably snuck in there, Robbie, as you said, as we've got these teams coming through. So this is Penrith City Council semi-final 2, Premier Mix Standard Boat. Hunter in 1, Ride Black, 2 Sloss Purple in 3. Bop, Bay of Plenty all the way over from New Zealand. Brisbane Typhoon in 5. And Tewaka in 6. As they just manoeuvre themselves back for the Ride Black team. And going past is Akka for the next race. Great to see you guys getting all up and ready, helping the magnificent officials and volunteers make this event as smooth and easy. And it's great commentary. We love seeing the athletes in water sports. And Bryce, over to you.
Well, the crews are lining now. Hunter just sliding back into lane 1. Tried to sneak over into lane 2. And Ride Black said, hey, this is ours. So you line up where you need to. Stay in your lane, literally. Hunter in 1, Ride Black 2, Sloths Purple 3, Bay of Plenty from New Zealand, lane 4, Brisbane Typhoon in lane 5.
Ones
lane
to look
6,
out for.
Te Waka.
Yeah, ones to look out for, Sloss. And then don't discount Bay of Plenty. Phil's got them ready. Lane 1's got to straighten up a touch. Oh, as I clear my Robbie's honey through my throat. Look at that shot from the drone. And they are off and racing in the semi-final. So we have Hunter in 1, Ride Black in 2, Sloss taken off very quick in 3, Bay of Plenty New Zealand in 4, Typhoon also going out quite hard with Te Waka just sort of starting to come back into it, but it's in the lane 3, Sloss Purple, Bay of Plenty, as I said, don't discount them on the inside, Hunter falling back bitch, but over to you Bryce, it looks like it is Sloss.
It is Sloss in lane 3, got their Dragon head ahead. Bopper really charging them down in lane 4. Brisbane Typhoon went sideways halfway through in lane 5, but they've straightened up now for the big finish. Te Waka in lane 6, aren't to be outdone. Sloss Purple, lane 3, going to get it done. Yes, they go through. Grand final for you for the Sloss. Lane 4, Bay of Plenty, they posted up a nice time there. Brisbane Typhoon in lane 5, Ride Black in lane 2. Hunter via the Repocharge did well in lane 1 and Te Waka over in lane 6. But well done to Sloss Purple. Booked themselves into the grand final. Bay of Plenty, the New Zealand team.
Yeah, Typhoon sort of lost it a bit there, did they? Down the
it went sideways for a little way. Probably from about between the 80 to about the 120. Straightened up, but you can really lose some momentum, Nick, and I think that might have cost them.
Yeah, once you stick you stick that sweeper in too much, sometimes you just got to let it go. And, some of these boats, I think we've got some bucks, got some beautiful brand new boats from Peishing over here for the event. But it is, and we'll see it when we get to the 2000s when they turn. So it's really how the sweep can adjust. And also, if there's more power on the right, on the left, there's sometimes a bit of pull. So if you've got some heavy people there, over to you boys, I'm doing some medal presentations.
So that's where we saw the finish. It was a good thing. The Sloths, their purple crew, set themselves, controlled it from the front. They were the second seeded from the heats, and they were impressive. Their start has probably been a standout. And they just controlled the race from the front. Bop are getting better. Every time they get in the water, the New Zealand crew, they're adjusting to the time zone, I think. They are really hitting their straps, and Ride Black and Brisbane Typhoon were pushing things there. So the Sloths are 48.69, Bop 49.44, and 50.80 were the Ride. So the Ride Black team. So very, very competitive second heat. We're ready for the third heat now. Robbie.
Yeah, very controlled, wasn't it, from the Sloths, and the gang from Bay of Plenty, our New Zealand friends, certainly right in this one. And as you said, Bryce, they're getting better with every hit out on the water now. That's just as calm as we'd like to see it. A little bit of sunshine coming through. Beautiful conditions here today at the Sydney International Regatta Centre on Penrith Lakes. What a wonderful venue. Looking across there. The shots from the drone. The Bear. And we'll just go through the list in the semi-final number 3 of the progression. Cyclone CYC Yellow in 1, Flames in 2, CYC Black in 3, Acker in 4, DSA in 5, and the Ice Dragons in 6. All right, here we go. We're off in the third of the semi-finals. And as we look across it, it's been a nice strong start in the middle there, which is no surprise from CYC Black. In 4, Acker have been strong. And the outside lanes are doing well too. Ice Dragons in 6, DSA in 5, but in 3, it's CYC Black, who've started really strongly. CYC Yellow and the Flames in 2 have got a bit of work to do, Bryce. But gee, CYC Black going to be hard to bring in from here.
Yeah, I think the CYL team in 3 are doing well. Lane 4, Akadaka. Lane 2, Melbourne Flames. They're lifting up now. Lane 1, CYL Yellow, and not to be outdone. They're putting in their best effort. CYL Black will get this done. Akadaka will finish second. Melbourne Flames in lane 2 will finish third. DSA in lane 5 in 4th spot. Ice Dragons on the far side, and then CYL Yellow. But another well-run semi-final there. First team, book yourself in to that grand final. CYL Black, and then we'll check out the times after that.
Yeah, well, the handicapper got it right again. So as went for the script from the qualifying times from their first races. So it's CYL Black. Get the chockies there, and in they go. Winner from each semi-final, plus the next 3 fastest of the 6 crews progress to the grand final, which should be an absolute beauty. So that completes the 3 semi-finals of the progression. And next up, we've got the semi-final of the Premier Mixed Small Boat. Semi-finals 1 and 2. First and second from each semi-final get through to the granny, plus the next 2 fastest from both these heats.
Unfortunately, the next 6 get squeezed out. So first and second, keep your eye on them in the small boat. The mixed small boat for Premier athletes. Thanks to the Penrith City Council sponsoring all the mixed events. All the crews preparing well. So the set time for this one is 2 o'clock. So the local time now is just coming up to 2:15. So we've picked up a little bit of time. And for those watching around the world, it is 15 minutes behind the schedule as listed. So just keep track of that. We'll keep you up to speed. But this is race 58, semi-final number 1 of 2. The Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Small Boat.
And yeah, just going back into race 57, there's the results. Very quick, and it was CYCL Black, Akadaka 49.32, second Flames in 3. DSA came in forward 51.27. CYL Yellow very close 51.99, and the Ice Dragons followed at 52.78. Yeah, so it's great that we've caught up a bit of time. Always sensitive to time. That is. Penrith, Powerblade, sorry, in 2, Flames in 3, Akasnaka in 4, Lakers out in 5, doing pretty well, and the Zodiacs under 24 team. But it is lane 3. Flames are doing quite well outside of them. Akasnaka also with the Powerblades on the inside, but the Flames are putting their foot down at about the 80-metre market. Muds are falling down just a little bit outside, and also the Zodiac under 24s are all the way outside, but it looks, Bryce, that 4 is coming back at the Flames. Akka.
Yeah, Melbourne Flames looking to control it in lane 3 from the front. Lane 4, Akasnaka. Lane 5, the Lakers aren't to be outdone. And in lane 2, it's the Powerblades, but I think the Melbourne Flames will control this from the front. They have done, they've held on. Lane 4, Akasnaka. Lane 5, the Lakers. Powerblades in 2. Lane 1 coming through the Melbourne Uni crew. And in lane 6, Zodiac under 24s competing in the Premier Mixed Small Boat semi-final number 1.
Wow, great racing. Great racing. Even the Zodiac under 24s were doing a fabulous job there. As we've just got the replay coming through from My Sport Live. Yep. And there it is. It is the Flames, as you said, controlling that race all the way through to the finish. Powerblade's coming home through, but Akasnaka out wide, probably finished off second. Yeah, there's the Flames, Akasnaka and Lakers ripped into third.
Yeah, they did.
They did indeed.
So certainly an improvement from their heat time. The Lakers, they were 8th in the heats, and they've gone past the Powerblades, who were 5th in the heats. So the number 1 seed, however, in that mixed small boat division is the Melbourne Flames, and they go through straight through to that grand final alongside Akasnaka.
So coming up next, we've got the Premier Mixed. It is a semi-final 2. So second in the reps was Sydney Tsunami. Black Sea Dragons were in 2. They were 8th in the heats. Second in the heats, Tawaka. Third, CYCM are in lane 4. Navman in 5. And third in the reps, Yarra River Dragons.
Easy for you to say. It can blend together. YRD is nice and easy.
YRD.
Yeah.
There we go.
And everyone knows what that is. Even those around the world, they know that that's the Yarra River Dragons. It's a real mouthful if you're trying to commentate them in a tight finish.
I know, you never know. It could have, just my accent sort of could have got confused there a little bit.
Of course, a Melbourne-based club. If you're listening across the world or interstate, not sure. I guess they train on the Yarra, or are they on the at the Docklands?
They're out of the hub at the Docklands,
Okay.
but yeah, originally on the Yarra. Of course, Moomba was where dragon boating was quite prevalent. Even got itself on mainstream TV back in the time.
Yeah.
And
oh, there's a
no
shot of
longer,
us.
no longer dragon boating.
We'll give them a bit of a wave as the drone's coming in on Bryce and ourselves.
There's the drone operators there. Have a look at them.
That's it.
Have a look there.
Bit of
Just
self time.
A bit of me time from the lads. That's it. Okay.
There we go.
Back on it. It's good to see them working. There's those confirmation of those times. The Flames pretty comfy. Had a little bit up their sleeve, I reckon. Just under a second ahead of Akasnaka, and it was about another second then on to the Lakers. So the Flames have put themselves in a good position here.
And again, it's race management. If you know that you're in the semi-final, you don't want to sort of hit a heavy finish if you know that you progress straight through. So a lot of tactics that can be or can come with experience in rowing and maintaining paddlers and recovery rates.
And particularly paddling a standard size boat with just the small crew. Hustling that along in pretty slow water is proving to be quite taxing. So you want to conserve everything for that grand final, which is not that long away.
Absolutely. If you're a boat length ahead and you know that you progress, you can down to. Yes, your times mightn't, if it's not a progressive time race, Robbie, against each other. But look, we're almost set here. I think
59. Bit of pump up there in the background.
Absolutely.
Who was that, Bryce? What cruise that?
CYL.
Yeah, business like look. Here we go.
And they are off in Tsunami in 1, Black Sea Dragons are in 2, Tawaka in 3, CYSM in 4, Navman in 5, and YRD, Yarra River Dragons. And you could throw a blanket across this field, but it looks like Tawaka in 3, taken off quite well with CYSM and Sydney Tsunami on the inner closer to the banks, with the Black Sea Dragons also going well. Out wide we have Navman just sliding off a bit, but it's in the middle of the field. Tawaka and CYM with probably about 60 metres to go, and YRD. Bryce, how are you seeing it?
Well, I think Tawaka are just hanging on in the boat number 3. Boat number 4 is CYSM. They're finishing really strong. In fact, I think they might have just got their dragon head ahead. It's going to be a racing 2 right out in front there. Tawaka are finishing just a little bit better than CYSM. The first 2 go through, so they're both through to the grand final. The time for second. Down in lane 2, the Black Sea Dragons.
Maybe 3, maybe Tawaka.
Wow.
That's what my thought is, yeah.
It was extraordinarily close.
Now, isn't that going to be interesting? Both those boats knew they were progressing, but when you're in that boat, you don't want to come second.
Yeah.
So even though both those 2 boats were out in front, they did not want to give an inch, and Tawaka responded. And let's have a look at that.
Yeah,
I think Tawaka got it.
We've had a dead heat for the miners earlier today. This is close, but Tawaka by 0.05 for mine, Bryce.
Yeah.
So there we go.
I reckon 0.8.
Okay, here we go. It is close. Talk us through this one, Nick.
So straight through, Tawaka actually got as you said, put the paddle in, but they actually responded really well. And I reckon they've just got that dragon's nose, a little bit of a nostril. They've done the eye dotting ceremony. They might have been blessed by the dragons today, but let's have a look at the results if they're going to bring it up on the screen. Very close. But both those crews progress, as you said, Bryce.
Then it comes down to time. The Black Sea Dragons in lane 2 were 3rd. So it comes down to whether their time matches up with those crews that finished 3rd and 4th in the semi-final number 1. That was the Lakers. They did a 55-54. And the Power Blades 55-89. So the Black Sea Dragons and then YRD out wide in lane 6.
That's going for the grand final, isn't it?
That is. That puts you straight into the grand final. So those extra teams. Here we go with times now. Read them out for us.
Tawaka, they did get there by 0.09 of a second ahead of the Sea Dragons. 54.74, Bryce. So that would make them probably take up the fastest qualifier. And the Dragons not far behind in the CYSM Dragons, that is. And we've got the Black Sea Dragons, 56.8. So, wow, what a finish. 54.74.
Yeah, look, unofficially, if I can look at the times, the semi-final number 1 was running some faster times, and I think the Lakers have got through. Good news for the Lakers, and I think the Power Blades have as well. They might have just pipped out Black Sea Dragons by not a whole lot, less than a second. So that's how it rolls. The first 2 of those semi-finals go through to the grand final, plus the next 2 fastest times, and I think unofficially, Lakers and Power Blades.
Wow. Again, race management. You're in a heat, someone's leading. You don't chase it as hard. Can't leave too much in the tank. But yeah, it'll be really, really interesting to see that final list, and that's going to be the grand final, which will be at 2:24.
Well, pretty quickly we're going to focus our attention on the 18s and under, the mixed standard boat, and this is the 3rd round of the progression. And we've seen some very good racing between these four combatants. Canberra Grammar will start this one in 1, Joey's Blue in 2, Sydney Zodiac's 3, and Joey's Red in 4. Nick, there has been nothing between these 4 crews.
We've called the last 2, and we're going to rip Bryce in for this finale because...
Can he bring something different home?
Oh. Well, then we've got Beechworth, the next one as well. Another.
I wouldn't mind a bit of Beechworth.
Bit of Beechworth.
It's in my hood.
It's in your... Okay, here we have... Oh, no. Already
You are ready to go, aren't you? You are just...
Who do you like here in the under-18s mixed standard boat?
Oh.
I like Joey's Red.
Yep.
Like Joey's Red. They performed well, even in from lane 1 last time. They progressed to Canberra Grammar and also Zodiacs, and they are off. So, Canberra Grammar off. Actually, their rating got off quite quick then. In 2 is Joey's Blue, Sydney Zodiacs in 3, and out wide, Joey's Red in 4. But from mind, I can see Canberra Grammar have got a fantastic start in lane 1, and in 3, the Sydney Zodiacs going with them. But now starting to come, they're starting to get into their trug. They've hit that transition, and there goes 4 Joey's Red that are just starting to possibly edge ahead of Canberra Grammar.
Yeah, Nick, they were your favourite crew, and they're certainly showing why over in lane 4. That's Joey's Red controlling the race now. Look at them go, lengthening their stroke. Lane 3 is the Sydney Zodiacs, but down in lane 1, Canberra Grammar, you haven't seen anything like this. A young school crew lifting like that are pushing up into second spot, I would have thought so. It's Joey's Red, number 4. They got to the finish and did a U-turn just about in lane 1. The Canberra Grammar crew, they've aligned it now as they go past the winning post. But over in lane 4, Joey's Red, really, really impressive crew there. Sydney Zodiacs hanging on, but Canberra Grammar, I think they might have got up into second spot there. And time matters because it is a combination of round 1, 2 and 3 all added together to work out those placings.
So not too far away from the completion of the 18 and under mixed small boat, round 3 of the progression. And we've seen right throughout been a pretty good stoush between the Beechworth Golden Serpents. They'll be over in lane 4, furthest from the grandstand side of the course. And Zodiac, Sydney Zodiac's in 2. So we've made a start. In 1 we have Ride, Zodiac's in 2, Joey's are in 3, and the Beechworth Serpents in 4. So we look and think it'll be a real battle between lane 4 Beechworth and 2 the Sydney Zodiacs, and already it's starting to pan out like that, although we are seeing an improved performance from Joey's. But Beechworth at the moment have made a very good start. across the first 80 metres of the course, and they'll take it up to the halfway point, but we have seen a big lift here from the Sydney Zodiacs. Nick, call this one home. This is a cracker.
Yeah, Zodiacs is starting to bring their rating up as again Beechworth right out wide, and I think Zodiacs are starting to lengthen. Are Beechworth going to come back at him? The other two are falling away, but it's Beechworth now starting to put the power in. They're just getting in front. Can the Zodiacs kick back at them? They're coming hard. It's going to be a hard ask, but it's going to be Beechworth out in 4, Zodiacs in 2. Coming in 3 is Joey's great racing, and in 1 is Ride Dragon Boat Club. Great racing from these under 18 mixed. The youth, the future of Australian dragon boating.
Yeah, the commanding performance there from the Beechworth Serpents. They saved their best for last there. It's been over the 3 rounds a great tussle between the Zodiacs and Beechworth, but Beechworth maybe, just maybe enough that they might get their second gong for the day.
Yeah, very very interesting when I was down there reading the times out for the presentations, and the Zodiacs and Beechworth came in very, very, very close. Because remember, they were one of the races, they were probably a boat length ahead.
Yep.
And then Zodiacs came back.
Made ground.
And made ground. So
time will tell. When we come back, we've got the grand final, the big one, of the Premier Mixed Standard Boat.
Oh yeah, well we're back live after some very funny commentary we've just heard. It's awesome. We're getting down to the pointy end of things with 2 races to go, and this is the Premier Mix Standard Boat Grand Final. So if you'd all like to get to the foreshore, I congratulate you all teams from wherever you are from. You've all kept up your promise by getting to marshalling earlier. So, as we have out in 6, the Melbourne Flames. In 5, Akadaka. In 4, the Sloss Purple. In 3, CYL Black. In 2, Yarra River Dragons Red. In 1, different strokes. So, Bryce and Robbie, it's been a real pleasure commentating with some of the best in the business with you up in the tower and up and above. And the whole crew, the volunteers, the sponsors, we're all on time. Just had a magnificent lunch. The sun's coming out.
Life's great. Up and about, eh? We've got a couple of really good grand finals coming up here.
Oh, and look, I got a few text messages in. I think it's even reached South Africa,
So I believe.
the live stream. So it's awesome.
Ah, fantastic.
Hong Kong, they've got some great viewers there. I've got Typhoon Listers texted me before saying, great coverage, boys.
Great sponsorship out of Hong Kong.
Absolutely.
Well, what do we like here? We've got...
Well, the top seed is the CYL Black
Yeah,
team. They're in
yeah.
lane 3. Lane 4 has got the Sloss Purple, and they were pretty impressive, as were YRD, as they qualified through. They were the 3 fastest. They won their semi-final as they went in here, but you can't discount different strokes. All their crews. This is the Gin one in lane 1, and you cannot discount them. They've been absolutely outstanding. Melbourne Flames, of course, over in lane number 6. Akadaka as well. Boy, this is going to be some final.
Okay, as we hear a hush go over the grandstand as Phil and the team prepare one of the premier mixed standard boat Penrith City Council grand final, as the viewers at home are looking with a magnificent panoramic view of the start there. As they're just lining up. Okay, we're about to go. No, they've come back. The adrenaline is high.
Yeah, it's pumping. Absolutely pumping out
And they are off. They are off in the final. Out wide in 6 is Melbourne Flames. Akka in 5. Sloths in 4. CYL Black off fast in 3. Yarra Red in 2. Different strokes in 1. But it is 3 and 4. The Sloth Purple are giving it to CYCL Black. Yarra River Dragons can't be discounted either. And in lane 1, different strokes are coming across it. So in the centre, Bryce, we've got CYL, Yarra River Dragons and Sloths really taking it out. Don't discount Akadaka in the black and the Melbourne Flames. Over to you to finish it off.
Well, the reigning champion CYL in lane 3. They're right up there, but I think the Sloths might be just putting a little nostril ahead here. Lane 5, Akadaka. This is a great finish. YRD in lane 2, but it's lane 4, the Sloths Purple. They're going to get the job done. It's the Sloths beating CYL. It's a turn up. Lane 5, Akadaka. YRD in lane 2. Melbourne Flames over in lane 6. Different strokes in lane 1, but it's a turnover from last year's.
Arrow formation. Beautiful crossing the finish line.
CYL Black were the reigning champions. It's been overturned. Sloths were the runners-up last year. They have overturned it this year. Sloths in lane 4.
Never discount a sloth.
What a story. What a comeback.
Certainly not sloth-like the way they paddled. They were dynamic. They put it up to CYL, who had the better of the starts. And did they finish over the top? That was impressive.
Wow. Great racing. I hope you're all enjoying the racing wherever you are around the world, around the globe, nationally, and also locally here in the Penrith City National Regatta.
As we see a replay of this finish, and it was just some brilliant racing. As good a final as we've seen.
Look at the squadron.
There we go there. They were all in the hunt. It was half a boat length amongst all
back.
of them.
There we have it, Sloths.
Who's for third over there in number 5? I reckon it's Akadaka.
Akadaka, yeah.
Have
snuck in for 3.
Unofficially, in our
between
humble
Yarra,
opinion.
Between Yarra River Dragons.
But
wow.
Half a boat length between a lot of them. How good is that?
Absolutely outstanding racing there. turned around from last year at Champion Lakes in Western Australia, Perth. And they've turned the table, the Sloss Purple team.
Back live in Penrith, and great news from the organising committee. The 2,000 metres will be going ahead, probably just ahead of time, but just making sure that all your crews, you all know that the seeding is taking place. You know you're racing the 2,000. Please prepare, get to marshalling, because if you're not at marshalling, we will go without you. So fantastic news from the powers to be of the Minister of Paddling Affairs. So we're lining up here for the last race, and is that the...
They're the results of the previous grand final, with the Sloths getting over the line by a couple of hundredths of a second.
Yeah, 48.17 to 48.45.
So very exciting finish there. But we have another grand final right under our nose. In lane 1, it'll be the Lakers. This is a Penrith City Council Premier Mixed Small Boat. We have in lane 1, the Lakers. In lane 2, Tiwaka. In lane 3, Melbourne Flames, seeded 1. In lane 4, Aka Snacker. In lane 5, CYSM. And in lane 6, the Power Blades.
They're all set. And they're off from lane 3. We've got the Flames and Acker outside of them, starting quite well. Tewaka in 2. Forward out of 3, 5 is CYSM. Power Blades in 6. and the Lakers on the inside. But it looks like the Flames have got off to quite a good start. But Tiwaka going with them absolutely toe for toe. Outside of them, Aka, CYSM, not to be outside, and also in lane 1, Lakers. But it's going to be a tussle between Tiwaka, the Flames, and Aka. And I'd say, Bryce, that Flames are trying to get back at Tiwaka, and Waggy is going to call them home.
They are indeed. The Flames in lane 3. Tiwaka are right with them in lane 2. Lane 5, CYSM. Slow start for Akasnaka in lane 4, but they're finishing really strongly. Lane 3, the Melbourne Flames may just have the edge, but look across the other side. Lane 5, CYSM are coming from nowhere. I think the Flames have just got over the line in lane 3. CYSM lane 5. Tiwaka tired after a great start that set the pace for most of it. They finished
early
with the bronze medal. Akasnaka, who had a slow start in lane 4, then Power Blades in lane 6, and the Lakers in lane 1. But what a finish that was. That's competitive racing in the small boat.
Oh, Flames kept their composure there. Tiwaka out of the blocks really quick. And then big strong finish. Was it Akasnaka out the wide? Or
CYSM in lane 5 was most impressive. But
Here we go.
When you're challenged by Tiwaka all the way along, I think it was important for the Flames to keep their composure out in front. They kept their rate, kept it strong, finished strongly, and I think it's been enough to get it done. But CYSM were absolutely flying.
Look at that.
They've got across there. Melbourne Flames, CYSM, Tiwaka just tiring in the end, but boy, they made a serious race of it. Akasnaka then coming across the line in 4th, 5th on the far side as the Power Blades in lane 6, and the Lakers, well, they weren't disgraced. In the end, they were less than half a boat length behind the leader.
Great final. And look, hey, exactly. Tiwaka was out. Flames trusted their race plan, their chug, and I think they've almost been the fastest crew. Well, they seeded 1, in the final.
Yeah, coming through the semi-final, but anything can happen in the final, and they were challenged all the way. Not only challenged, they were challenged early with Tiwaka, who just tired in the end, and CYSM with an unbelievable finish.
Yeah,
well, that concludes across the whole cruise, all 6. It was neck and neck. Terrific racing.
Well, that concludes our and there it is. So, Flames at 54.02, 54.32 is CYSM, and 54.70. So, you could have thrown a fishing net over the 3 of them, but Melbourne Flames have got there, and then after those 3 you had Akasnaka, Power Blades, all in the 55. So yeah, fantastic racing, very proud. You should all be very proud of your crews and clubs, and that concludes our 200 metre racing. You've all been fantastic. Bryce, Robbie, you've been great as well.
Thank you, Nick, and I'll say that on behalf of Robbie as well. We'll set up the course for the 2,000 metre. We'll get those rankings and get all those details to you shortly. So we should be returning in around about 10 minutes with those rankings of the first race there. Race number 64, due to start at 3. I would suggest it might be around 10 past.
Okay, bye for now.
Running and covering all racing. The first events just got underway, and out of the box we've got in lane 1 the Ride, in lane 2 the CYSM, in lane 3 Sunshine Coast, Different Strokes Gin in lane 4, ACDC in 5, and Akawaka in lane 6. Now they've travelled about 50 metres, 70 metres, and already we're seeing a couple of boats moving slightly ahead. I think Sunshine Coast and the CYSM team, as well as the Different Strokes Gin, are running level pegging, actually, slightly in front of the Ride team and ACDC and Akawaka. They've travelled about nearly 200 metres, actually, going pretty quickly there. We've still got those 3 boats leading, CYSM, Sunshine Coast and Different Strokes are pretty much equal across the board, and we've got, I think, over in the far lane, Akawaka is travelling pretty well as indeed. And we moved up. We've got about 250 metres to go here. We've got still the three boats leading. I think lane 3, Sunshine Coast, might be slightly in front now of different strokes, and I think CYSM also travelling pretty well, and out in the outside lane, I think that's ACDC just dropping a bit behind there. But as we get closer to the line, about 100 metres to go, I think lane 3, the Gold Coast, slightly in front, but they're getting pulled back by the Different Strokes team. They're working hard to breach the gap. We've got the CYSM struggling to bring up third place, and in lane 5, ACDC looking very, very strong there. But without a doubt, we've got Sunshine Coast going to come over the line in first place. In second place, we've got Different Strokes, Gin. And then we've got CYSM. Then in 5, ACDC. And then in lane 1, we've got Ride. And bringing up the rear of the field, we have Akawaka.
Let them go. Let them go without having to hold the bar. So let's go.
Well, they're away. And look, we've had a good start, an early start there in lane 4, but in lane 1 we have Sydney Tsunami. We've got Kumra in lane 2, Komodo in 3. We've got Sloths Purple in 4, and Forza in lane 5. And the Sloths have certainly moved slightly ahead at this stage, but I think we've got Komodo and Kumra pretty close to them. Sydney Tsunami and Forza running on the outside lane. They've travelled about nearly on 100 metres now, and they're all going pretty well there. But I think that Komodo just maybe just showing a bit there. They're almost a boat ahead. And then next up we've got Kumra and we've got no, sorry, that's Sloth. Sloth is actually leading the race, and we've got Komodo and Kumra in second and third, but Sloths are going very, very well. A well-established team, Sloths, out of Sydney, and they're certainly showing that they've got the ability still to race in top class. Look, they're leading by almost a boat and a half now, and behind them is Komodo. They're travelling very well too, but Sloths has got this one in the bag, as they say. We've got just on 100 metres to the line, and Sloths is pulling very, very hard. The team is going well. You can just see they're really just outstanding at the moment. But Komodo is coming second, and it's a bit of a race between Komodo and Kumra. And Komodo look like they're now definitely in second place, but Sloths is really powering ahead. They're going to go over the line in first place. Komodo is coming in second, and looks like Kumra's third. So Komodo over the line now, and then Kumra in third place. And next up we have the Forza. They're away. That's right. And lane 1, we've got DSA. Lane 2, Canberra Griffins. Akadaka in 3. We've got Wairo in 4, and CYL in lane 5. And a really good start from the DSA crew. They've moved out slightly in front, but we've got Akadaka also travelling very well. And the other clubs, the Wairo Club, also looking very strong there. We've seen Canberra Griffins just drop back slightly, but DSA travelling very well. Akadaka, Wairo and CYL Black, and their CYL in lane 4 are also just tipping the front there. I see the DSA teams dropping off the pace there. We've got Wairo actually slightly in front. CYL staying with them, as is Akadaka. We've reached about a third of the way down the course, and it's still looking like Wairo are slightly in front, but they're very closely followed by both CYL and Akadaka at this stage. Moving down towards the 200 metre mark, and the Akadaka team are trying to push their way forward, but CYL also trying there, but right in the middle between the two of them. Wairo is still in front. In fact, I think they've increased their lead slightly. We've got 100 metres left to the line, and Wairo looking strong now, and Akadaka's trying hard to pull up, as is CYL, but they're just not being able to make any impression on this Wairo team. The Wairo team is about half a boat in front now, and CYL and Akadaka are now challenging for second place, but Wairo is going to win this one. They're about half a boat in front, and they're moving to the finish line now, and they've crossed the line. But in second place, we look like CYL by a half head across from Akadaka in third place.
And of course, in lane 2, Pacific Dragons, who have been around for a long, long time.
And they got away now to a good start, and straight off, Melbourne Flame has jumped to the lead. They've very good starters in the Sydney Zodiacs, though, in lane 1, the under-24, also travelling very well. Pacific Dragons in lane 2. We've got Tawaka also running well over in lane 5. Ride is just dropping off a bit, and so we find in lane 1 that the Zodiacs have just dropped off a bit as well, but the Melbourne Flame, flanked by Pacific Dragons and Tawaka, those three clubs are really flying, and the Flame half a boat in front at this stage, but that may change, although they're very strong, and if they get a taste of it, the Flame are hard to pull back. At this stage, we've got two clubs working to stay with them, and that's the Pacific Dragons and Tawaka, but the Flame are still slightly in front, about half a boat, and that's going to be hard to pull up. We're getting close to the 200 metre mark, and to be able to make up half a boat in this class over that distance, 200 metres, is going to be tough going. But Melbourne Flame continue to lead. They're pulling pretty hard there, and of course you've got the Pacific Dragons working hard on one side, and then on the lane 4 on the other side, Tawaka trying hard to make ground up. Flame doesn't seem to be losing any distance. They are sticking with their pace, and they're staying in that half a boat head position. We're working for second here, and it looks as though Tawaka and Pacific Dragons, it could be between them. Pacific Dragons is making up a little bit of ground, but Melbourne Flame, well and truly, they're half a boat in front, cross the line now. Pacific Dragons slightly in front of Tawaka, so Sydney Dragons second, Tawaka third, and away they go. We've got to start now for race 5, the Premier Mixed Standard Boat. Lane 1, Sloth Rebels. Lane 2, Manly. We've got Yarra River Dragons in 3, CYL Yellow in 4, and Different Strokes Tonic in 5. And we've already got the Yarra River Dragons in lane 3, looking like they're on top of the game, and we've got all the others are pretty much level pegging, but Different Strokes Tonic has dropped behind. But we've got in lane 1 Sloth Rebels and the Manly Dragon Boat Club. They look like they're both running pretty even. Yarra River Dragons slightly out in front, about half a boat, and then CYL also sticking there in line with the Sloths and Manly, and Different Strokes certainly out of the event. They've just dropped behind. They just can't keep up. But we've got getting close to the centre of the course now, and the Yarra River Dragons are starting to move a little bit further ahead there. I think Manly and the Sloths are, Sloths in particular look like they might be coming second here. The CYL Yellows dropped off the pace and leaving it for the Yarra River Dragons. But we're probably got about 150 metres now to go, and it's certainly looking like Yarra River Dragons have got this one in the bag at this stage, barring accidents, of course, and the other teams are fighting for second and third. But we've got about 100 metres left now, and in second place is Manly, but Yarra River Dragons certainly pulling ahead now. They are over a boat length in front. CYL and Manly are vying for second place, and Sloth Rebels are also coming up on the inside, and they're looking for second. But across the finish line, we've got Yarra River Dragons they're finished first. They've got CYL, they're going to be second, and third place has gone to Manly, who've just crossed the line, and then we've got Sloth Revels and last across the line, Different Strokes. A good start from all those boats. They're pretty even there, and they're running in a straight line still at the moment, and no one seems to have taken much of an advantage. We've got Navmat in lane 1, Mandurah in 2, Melbourne Flames in 3, Tawaka in 4, and DSA in 5. But we've now got Melbourne Flame just moving slightly in front, but the others are still working very well together, and maybe we've got Mandurah a slight second there, but very hard to tell. Melbourne Flame, of course, notorious for these fast starts. They didn't quite get away as much as they have previously, but they're closely followed by Mandurah and Tawaka, and that's who flanks them, and Navmat also travelling very well, and DSA is not slouching either. But we're probably at about a third of the way into the race, and Melbourne Flames still slightly in front. We've got Mandurah possibly second, and then Tawaka third, and Navmat probably in fourth place with DSA behind that. But we're coming up now to the 200 metre mark, and Melbourne Flame is looking stronger as time moves on. They're about 3/4 of a boat ahead there. Mandurah is sticking second with them, but Tawaka is also right up there too, so pretty hard to separate the second place, and Navmat travelling pretty well, and DSA probably at the rear at this stage in lane 5, but we're coming up. We're 200 metres to go, and certainly Melbourne Flame is got the goods on them at the moment. They're almost a boat length in front. We've got the Mandurah team travelling in lane 2, which is probably in second place, but very, very tight with Tawaka, and the other two, which is Navmat and DSA aren't going to be getting a place here, I don't think. But we've got Melbourne Flame, a boat length in front, coming down to the finish line. And then who's for second? Mandurah. They've been running second the whole race, and they're holding that back. They're going to come in second place. Then we've got Tawaka just in front of Navmat.
We don't allow what we call double rostering, but we'll get back to the start of this race, which is race number 7.
And they're off, and look, it's a pretty good start there, but I think in lane 1, Beechworth have jumped the rest of them. Black Sea Dragons are running next, and we've got CYSM dropping off a little bit, with Lakers in lane 5 staying with the majority. But we've only travelled about 55 metres, and it's clearly Beechworth just drawing away a little bit there, but they're very closely followed by the Black Sea Dragons. Then we've got the Lakers and CYSM in fourth place. It's 100 metres travelled now, and I think the Beechworth team has just settled down. They're not making any gains at this stage, and Black Sea Dragons is probably just slowly moving up on them, but a bit early to tell. The Lakers crew in lane 5 is also travelling pretty well. CYSM has just dropped away in that lane 3. But they're coming up to about a third of the race, and we find that the Beechworth team and the Black Sea Dragons are pretty much running even Steven now. I think Black Sea Dragons is obviously making up a fair bit of ground here, and they've pulled back that lead that Beechworth had. Lane 5, Lakers also travelling pretty well, but I think we've got the Black Sea Dragons followed by Beechworth, but the Lakers in third, and maybe they're pulling away. I think CYSM has dropped right off, but they've got about 150 metres to go now, and we've got the Black Sea Dragons taken command, and they're running home, but the Beechworth Club aren't letting them get away with it. They've upped the ante to try and pull them back, and Lakers is in third position on the far side of the course. But we've only got about 50 metres to go. We've got the Black Sea Dragons leading the way, and they're going to come home in first place. Beechworth will be second. About a half a boat behind, and then in lane 5 Lakers is coming third, and they're away now. A good start from all, but we've got in lane 3 Power Blades, and they've jumped just about a quarter of a boat in front at the start. It probably won't last long. The Melbourne University crew are starting to pull up and run with the Power Blades, and also we've got in lane 5 the Fremantle Swans looking pretty strong as well. But we've travelled about 70-80 metres, and we have at this stage a good run by both the Power Blades and the Melbourne University group, the Mud team. And Yarra River Dragons doing pretty well in lane 1, as well as the Fremantle Swans in the outside lane, although they're probably dropping back a little bit. But the two big teams in this race look like Power Blades and the Melbourne University team. They're both level pegging at around about a third of the way down the track, and they're pretty steady with it. I see that the Fremantle Swans have dropped off a little bit, but and so Yarra River Dragons have also dropped right back. But Power Blades are slightly in front of Melbourne University. It's a bit of a seesawing back and forwards there, but and at this stage it's Power Blades slightly ahead of Melbourne Uni, but they're almost neck and neck, so you can't really give much on that one. But we're now got about 200 metres to go, and the action's starting to intensify. They're working a bit harder to try and pull back on the Melbourne University. Power Blades is probably moving to the front a bit now, in front of the University team. We've got the, Aka Snacker also starting to pull up, and the Fremantle Swans have dropped back a fair bit. But Power Blades coming home quite strong, but Melbourne University also travelling very well, but they have dropped off. It's going to be Power Blades coming over the line. Aka Snacker's working hard to try and pull back on the University, but they won't make it, and we've got Power Blades over the line in first place. Then we've got Melbourne University second, and in third place we have Aka Snacker.
They hand over to the men who get the down breeze leg, and already the Melbourne Flames are putting in an incredible rate. They get to about halfway, and they look to be really reaching out at a very high rate.
Yeah, working extremely hard. As you can see, that great overhead shot from the Bear, our drone, and the Flames. Doing it nicely. They're hanging in there, though, of the Bravehearts. It's City versus Country, a classic encounter here. And it's the City Slickers. They are slick indeed. The Melbourne Flames down here on the inside lane on the foreshore side. The white flag goes up, ready for the changeover, and there it is. So the Melbourne Flames men got the paddles into the water, and they're working feverishly, and it'll be the Bravehearts, and it's going to take a Braveheart to chase them down from here, because the Flames, have a look at the power through the water. That boat is pinging along. Massive amount of water.
For those on the bank, just pause what you're doing and have a look at the water now. This is the Premier Men's team in the new Peaching Dragon boat, and this is speed and power all on display right now. This is an extraordinary leg. It's as quick as we've seen the boats going. I can't wait to see the time of what they're able to put together. That is the Melbourne Flames on the near side. On the far side, it's the Bravehearts. And it's not necessarily about the head-to-head racing. It's about the time you're logging. And, well, this is the fastest time that we've seen today. The Melbourne Flames have got the queue in the rack. They're cruising through the end. A very strong, powerful leg there. The Bravehearts, they're still beating their time. finishing off nice and strong as well. But a standout, eye-popping leg from the Melbourne Flames. And they are away now. So that's the Komodo crew. They're on the far side. On the near side, CYSM. The crew from Melbourne. And it looks like a good even start between the two crews.
Yeah, possibly it's the CYSM crew on the inside lane. Yeah, just taken up about a quarter of a boat length over the first 40 to 50 metres. But this has been the point of the race that we've seen where teams can start to get it together, can really make up some ground. And I think you're seeing that with Komodo at the moment. CYSM, their work rate has been pretty high. They've kept it consistent. But on the outside there, Komodo have really not only lifted their rate, they've probably stretched out to a bit of a lead here. Got themselves in good shape here as we approach the changeover.
Well, what I'm looking forward to here is that powerful Komodo men's crew and just seeing what they can do down breeze in these new boats. The flags go down pretty much simultaneous, and it kicks off the Komodo group. They made up some ground there, most definitely. CYSM tired in the end, the women's crew in the Premier. But look at these two men's crews go. The rate of CYSM is enormous, and Komodo, it's all power on the far side. We'll see how this finishes off.
Yes, they've certainly got into that longest stroke now, have Komodo. CYSM have matched it. It is so close at the moment. We go through the halfway point of this second leg. Nothing in it at all. They come past us now. We'll get a really good look across this buoy here. It is CYSM. Have it by about 5 metres as we approach the last part. It's CYSM. Can they hang on here? It is all about the time. Komodo hanging on, challenging. CYSM on the inside will get there just. Gee, that's a tight finish. Closest finish we've seen across the whole racing here today. Spectacular stuff from both those crews. And they are off. Got to start. So the Barbarians on the outside there. And on the inside on your screen, you can see them coming into action there. We've got the Melbourne University crew. So we're going to get a good early look at it. And coming across right in front of our vantage point here, you would say the Melbourne University have taken up around about a quarter of a boat length lead as they work their way through the first 100 metres of the first leg.
And some great energy on the drummer of the Melbourne Uni, using her body weight and shifting with the crew. Tremendous stuff on the far side. It's the Barbarians, the women's team. This is the Premier Division. And it looks like on the far side they're just picking up the Barbarians against the students, the Melbourne Uni, on the near side. But it is neck and neck. The flags will just be just to the outside. There you go. And the flags on the inside. Very close racing.
Nothing in it. Just a little sideline. Interesting technique by the two flag bearers, Bryce. One likes to hold the flag in the air. The other one has it cocked behind his back for a bit more power.
Yeah.
Through the. But anyway, talk about power. We've got that. Gee, we've got a good race on our hands here. Melbourne Uni on the inside, closest to us on the foreshore. So on your right-hand side, as you can see it on the screen there, that's the Melbourne Uni. On our far side, we've got the Barbarians. And we have got one hell of a finish coming up here. We'll get a close look at them as they approach the last 40 metres. It's the Barbarians at the moment, Bryce.
It is indeed, but the Melbourne Uni students, they're not to be done with. Their rate is strong and it's powerful. They're looking to lift for the last 30 metres as they come down to the finishing line. The Barbarians are holding strong. It's another great finish. I think it just might be the Barbarians, the students, maybe just the Barbarians. By a nose hair on that dragon. It was very, very tight racing once again.
Gettable.
They are indeed. We have a start now. This is the 7th and 8th ranked. It's the Water Dragons. They did the 209. And the Combo Dragons, they did the 210.
Alrighty. With the Water Dragons, closest to us you can see on screen there. I've taken up a nice lead across the first
70 metres of this first leg, and they're just starting to increase that too. If the Combo Dragons just not quite getting their rhythm together. They did find it better over the second half of that first leg in their heat, and we're starting to see that eventuate again too. They're starting to pull back a bit of ground. But just for now though, it is the Water Dragons who should take a good margin in across this first leg.
Yeah, they are indeed setting themselves a good time. They were the 7th fastest ranked team. But what we see is some adjustments in their crew, and this is where they can improve their times because they do the tweaks. They learn from their previous run, and this is the grand final. They are away now. The men are away for the Water Dragons, and that breeze is picking up, and so are they. And on the far side, it's the Combo Dragons in the purple shirts. They are flying along now. They're picking up the Combo Dragons. But on the near side here, the Water Dragons. They look to be finishing strongly. They get to about the halfway with about 100 metres to go. A good rate. The boat is cruising along nicely. That's the Water Dragons on the near side. The Combo Dragons on the far side are looking to finish as well. They've got 100 metres to go. Water Dragons here. Encouragement from the sweep as they lift up now. The Water Dragons zeroing in on their last 20 metres to the finish line. It's a powerful finish. I'm certain it would be a faster time than what they logged in the heats. Very, very well done. And the Combo Dragons working their way across the course find their way through to the finish line now.
Let's see how we go here. Beechworth.
And welcome back to race 64. It's a combined Premier Women's Standard and under 18 small boat. So just for the viewers out there, this is a combined race. So you will have the start list from 1 to 17. So just running through quickly before we start, we've got 1 Diamond Phoenix. 15 seconds after that goes DSA, then North Queensland, Coomera in 4, Sloss in 5, Te Waka 6, Ride in 7, Mako 8, CYL in 9, Different Strokes 10, Akka. 12, combined, Joey's Green. 13, Joey's Red. 14, Joey's Blue. 15, Beechworth. 16, Canberra Grammar. And 17, Sydney Zodiacs. So this is exciting racing, Bryce. Combined racing, race 64. 2,000 metres. They go down 500 metres. They stay to the right of the pontoon for the people watching globally. Then they get 50 metres. If you're in front, you get right away around the bottom turn, coming back up, facing towards the tower, almost going out a little bit of a dog leg past the pontoon where the 2 orange boys are. So pretty much common knowledge, and you know, if you see a fast boat coming, you just move over to the right and let the left go through. Then they'll come past the tower here in a bit of a corridor, left to the boys, all the way over. 1 more loop, and I'm pretty sure that we will see some fantastic racing. And there we go off. It is Diamond Phoenix, and racing starts now as we go. And Phil will take the next boat off. Bryce in about 15 seconds, and there they go. So they'll start their starting sequence for people at home as you're watching, and the time doesn't start till it hits now. Then it'll start. So as you can see, they're going off in sequence. They've been seated, and it's going to be a great journey. Fabulous to watch, Bryce.
It is indeed. Diamond Phoenix in boat number 1. They've taken away DSA, the blue boat, with boat number 2. This is North Queensland Phoenix getting past that start line. So that's boat number 2. We're seeing DSA head off down the track there, down the course. Approaching now, boat number 4, Coomera Dragons.
And you'll see all different types of starts with this racing. So it is tactical. You don't want to be doing your full start before you get to the line. Very strategic. As long as you've got your boat speed. As you can see now, Sloss getting their boat speed up and going through the start sequence. And they're safely across the first pontoon. But it's going to be pretty hairy down there because I think DSA have put a little bit of, or closed a little bit of a gap on them. Beautiful. Look at the picture there across this magnificent Sydney International Regatta Centre, Penrith. In 7, that's Ride, just taking off. And on the screen, you'll coming down for the viewers home. You've got Diamond Phoenix in 1, and DSA. Don't think they're going to catch them because they've got to get within 50. Whoever's got priority when they come to the turn 50 metres out. So as you can see, they're starting to turn.
Yeah, they've certainly made ground, DSA, to the Diamond Phoenix, and North Queensland are poking along okay, and then the Coomera Dragons as well, who are going along nicely with probably the Sloths at the moment, just looking in 5th, out in number 5, looking to make up a bit of ground as well.
Okay, there we're just back on the start there, and that's 10 different strokes that have just taken off.
So they're coming into picture now. The shots there just past the start line. Boat number 11 getting through there, and that's Akka. So that's the last of the women standard boats, 2,000 metres. The Premier Women's Standard. And so mostly down that first stretch, they keep the even spacing. It's when they get around that first bend and the skill of the sweep to take the boat around the shortest route, they start catching up
as you
with
can
those
see
boats
there,
in front.
DSA, look at that. DSA went wide.
Yep.
So didn't hug that. They're straightening them back up now, so looking a bit like a wiggle worm.
Yeah, Diamond Phoenix handled that very well. They kept a nice tight line. So we see the junior boats out on the water.
Yeah, so heading off first is the Joey's Green. They're in boat number 12. Boat number 13 has also started off there, Joey's Red. Boat number 14, Joey's Blue, have gone through the start line as we see it
dear,
there.
I'm sorry guys, North Queensland and all sorts of bother.
They're going to hit the bank.
They're going to hit the bank here. So we can get a shot of that up at the far end of the course there. And we've got Queensland, the North Queensland boat have gone into the bank.
And we see that on the right-hand side there. We see that boat have gone into the bank and they've had to reassess. And once you get out of that corner, it is quite challenging, Nick, with the sweep. You can really get caught up and there's a bit of wash that's still hanging around from the boats in front.
They dig it in. They've just got to have the confidence to let it go. And sometimes when you've got that dig oar and you feel the boat go the other way, some sweeps panic and pull it the other way, and then they lose control, just like that.
Yeah. So that's boat number 17 going through. That's the Sydney Zodiacs, the last of the under 18 small open boat.
So as we're going here, just past it, we've got priority. So let's see how Diamond Phoenix control this, because I think they're going to be good, because we've got a faster boat, DSA, on the left. This is going to be very interesting. Oh,
yeah, they're just coming through.
Wow. Yeah, Diamond Phoenix are just the outside corridor. The sweeps will be telling them to please give us a little room.
I think they've managed that pretty well. It got tight there for a little bit. The number 1 boat, the Diamond Phoenix, made room, and DSA, the number 2 boat, sneaking up there. So it's still a tight thing as they go around the top of the apex.
And they're going to lose. Look, okay. Oh, she's managed to just get that back, DSA.
I think we've had at the other end of the course too, the ACCA, the last of the boats to go through, have also gone pretty wide. They're straightening up again now. So there's been a few issues. You can see that in the top left-hand corner of the screen there.
It's a Coomera going front of the tower, and this is good because Ride have come through. Or you're looking at Sloss go through the inside. They're powered. They're 5. They've overtaken.
Yeah, boat number 5 has gone through a few numbers and caught up a couple of them. So boat number 6 just going through there now. He's tight around the corner. Boat number 5, the Slots are probably making the big move here.
Yeah.
Boat number 3, North Queensland Phoenix, just dropping back. The 4 boats got through them as well, Coomera Dragons.
And there's the shot on the wide of the right. So you got DSA overtaking Diamond Phoenix. Diamond Phoenix have pulled off to the right, and probably they didn't want to see this, but they're going to be overtaking right where the pontoon is. So this will be interesting. Maintain, bit of nerves, bit of pressure. Got to maintain that. Don't want to get the wash as the boat overtakes you, as you saw North Queensland Phoenix lost it a bit there as well.
That's boat number 10 getting different strokes, getting under CYL. So they've caught up a placing as well, the boat number 10. So some good progress made there. And we look at the wide shot as the boats at the front end start their 3rd leg.
So is that allowable? We saw down here the turn, we saw the boat number 9, CYL, actually give up, and they have to go to the other side of the green buoy. Is there a penalty for that?
No.
Or it's allowable?
No, that's it. They just went right. As long as they're not cutting through the left of the orange buoys, they're giving way. Everyone's been very respectful of it. There's a great shot coming down. What we're seeing on the screen is what we're seeing right in front of us coming down. Beautiful Dragons.
They're the under 18 crews coming through. Small boat crews.
So we've got Joey's. It'd be great to see if there's any movement. And I think Joey's blue 14 have definitely caught up, but Joey's green are there.
Yeah, it looks like Joey's blue. So yes, Joey's red are doing quite well there.
That's the far camera. So DSA have overtaken Phoenix in the women's.
The other big
Sandy
mover of the
boat.
Sloths as well, just on that left-hand side. The Sloths just getting up underneath North Queensland.
So, there we go. 12's maintained their position, but 15, Beechworth have caught up 3 boats. Great work. They were very strong in the 200s, weren't they, Robbie?
Yeah, they have. They've picked up 3 positions already, and they'll work their way nicely around the corner there. We can see a great shot there.
Look at
that. That Dragon Head is biting the sweep out of my road.
It's a real challenge here for the sweeps.
Now here's a bit of
Didn't want to give room.
No.
The boat in the front has sort of put the block on. So I don't know how. It's competitive racing. There's no doubt about it.
Is it legal?
Well, that's the question with Joey's Green. They're just holding their own at the front there, and that 15 boat Beechworth got held up quite a bit, and they're just maybe cutting on the inside of that orange buoy.
And now we're in trouble here. 15 are going to get penalised here.
They're going to get. They've just probably gone. Look, we've got to push through. We're getting blocked left, right, and centre. They are
Possibly
certainly a
should have
quicker
moved
boat.
wide.
Yeah, could have gone wide and swept around the outside. So they get into their third leg now, and they probably need to put the hammer down and put some time gap on, because they will get a penalty.
What they've made up, they could have just lost there. And you never know, because they'll probably have a bit of a... the drone footage is there for the adjudicators to go to the third umpire, as they used to say. But now back on screen, there's 15. They are the faster boat, so if you're at home or on the land, if you are the faster boat, best to have a call, move over to the right, let them past.
It's the Beechworth crew. We can see there in 15. And DSA, as we get a chance to come around, look at the grandstand side of the course.
Now, if you have a look at the finish here, they can move over to the inside, because this is their finish. So they don't have to finish on the transit lane. They can go into lane 1. So this is their finish. This is where they're going to bring the rating up. You see DSA there, hit snap, going right up.
That's the boat number 2, right on screen now. That's DSA. They've moved up a place. They've passed the Diamond Phoenix.
And Sloss, look at Sloss, big mover.
Yes. And we have another boat we can see there, crew going off track there. You can see on the middle of the screen on the left there.
That's North Queensland again.
They're having some bobbers of Queenslanders.
Coomera with a strong, look at that, sitting up. Holding off 5. The Sloths have made a little bit of ground.
So this is where the racing is for time, coming up with the next boats towards the finish line. We see the ones just going through the finish. This is boat number 7. That's Ride getting through. Boat number 8, Mako. Boat number 6 is in behind them, and North Queensland have had all sorts of dramas in just controlling. They've looked to the bank. Boat number 10, Different Strokes, just stuck to their task, and they just kept driving through. It looked like it was going to get a bit hairy there.
Finishing off strong.
They've made up some good ground there, Different Strokes. They've picked up a couple in front of them. And have got a big gap on the 11 boat who started behind them, Akka. So Different Strokes could be in contention.
Through go boat number 3, North Queensland Phoenix. They had a tough run of it. Went off course a number of times, and the 2 boats now finishing off. Boat number 11, Akka, have made up some time. They're passing a boat that was 2 starts ahead of them in boat number 9, CYL.
Well, yeah, Sloss in mine with a standout in that first, but we're still not finishing this combined because we have the under-18 smalls and Beechworth that have come through. However, they were impeded a little bit and had to cut inside that bill. So that'll be taken into consideration, and we won't know the full results for that, Robbie.
No, the time will tell. There's 4 marshal boats out there, officials perusing everything. Plenty of footage.
Yeah, and while these boats are coming, you saw North Queensland Phoenix there, and as the sweep, she had it very high. So she needs to have it lower so she can maintain and get control of the boat. And then sometimes when you do lose a boat, you push back the other way and the boat goes. So, yeah, it's just unfortunate, but it's experience. It comes with experience, and you're only going to gain experience by coming to events like this.
As we see Beechworth there, the front of the screen there, making their way down with a couple of hundred to go.
They're going past the pontoon there for the 200-metre start. And then they're lining themselves up for the finish line. So 200 metres to go for the Beechworth crew. They did miss a buoy on their second turn, so that will come into consideration. But they've put a good gap on the other Joey's green, Joey's red and Joey's blue. Canberra Grammar are out after them, but Sydney Zodiacs are also on the track. So they're taking a lot of them.
Yeah, even if they lose that 10 seconds, I reckon they're probably up there as well.
So very
and they are
competitive
paddling
racing.
for it. Look at them go. Look at them finish.
Yep. And as you said, Nick, they can take over that lane 1 as they'll come down there.
Absolutely.
In the finish. They've had a good day, the Serpents from Northeast Victoria.
They have indeed.
It's a good battle here for what's coming up next. A clump of contestants, amongst them the Joey's crew, the 2 Joey's red and Joey's blue, and the Canberra Grammar.
Yeah, Joey's green as well there. And coming through is Sydney Zodiacs. That's the number 17 crew there. So they started in last space, I suppose, and they were the last boat to start. And they've caught up all but 1 boat in front of them. So some terrific paddling. They're going to make up an enormous amount of time.
Yeah, and with Beechworth's potential penalty, that could be quite interesting too. So get over the line.
By the Zodiacs getting through, and they are exhausted. Encouragement, patting each other on the back. And through come the Joey's teams, all in a clump.
Great work. And coming up the rear, is this the Zodiacs?
This is Canberra Grammar.
Canberra Grammar.
Boat number 16 coming through
wow,
on
they're
screen.
Finishing strong.
Yeah, they're doing a big finish and encouraged by everyone in the crowd. This is fantastic.
They're getting in behind them. The crowd and the grandstand all down on the foreshore there. Great to see. Keep pumping them up.
Keep pumping them up, grandstand. Big rise. That's it. Good to hear.
Fantastic. Bring them home.
Even give it a clap if you're sitting on the couch or watching it on the bus. Give yourself a tap on the shoulder. Pretty good. Well, that completes the first race 64. 17 crews in the one race, which was fantastic.
What stood out to you, Nick, in that Premier Women's?
Premier Women's Sloths. Yeah, I'd if I was going to suggest a market mover, I think Sloths did a very good job.
Maybe different strokes as well.
Yeah, and look DOA, you never know. So some of the 2 that are at front, and then DOA managed to overtake Diamond Phoenix. So DSA are up there as well, and Mako were quite strong.
Some times coming in, and there are different strokes there. 9:51. So they at the moment ahead of Acker. The Sloths we're just talking about 10:28. So that is a massive performance from different strokes. They were second last out on the water from the start, out of number 10, and they've carved it up under 10 minutes. Wonderful performance.
That's a great performance. So as you see, they were seeded. So the slower boats went out first. So even if there was a big mover like we saw Sloss, they were overtaking some slower boats. But then, obviously, we're at different strokes. They started off in 10th position.
Yep.
And they've obviously come through very, very quickly. And yeah, that's great.
And Akka, who they started after different strokes, so they probably got a nice little drift in with them. They were following them right behind, so they got dragged along for the ride. So the back markers.
Yeah, and Mako. So yeah,
handicap, I got it right.
Great paddling from the Premier Women's Standard Boat.
And of course, when we look across to the 18s and under, the interesting one will be, did the Zodiacs make up enough time on the Beechworth Serpents?
Mm.
Well, Beechworth, I'm sure this might take a little time to get the results with Beechworth and the adjudication from their second turn, where they did miss a buoy. So we wait and hear from that. As those results come through, we'll post them up and we'll have them for you.
Okay, yeah, after that fantastic race, we'd love to thank also our sponsors with Lakeside, Hong Kong Trade and Tourism, Cacao Collective. So that was the Premier Women's Standard boat that we just saw, which was the Fire Apparel sponsored Premier Women's race in the juniors, and also the Cacao Collective, which was the Premier Women's. Up next, while we look at the fabulous shots from the drone as they're marshalling all the boats, we have another one, Premier Women's Small Boat, and also the Under 18 Women's Small Boat combined. So in one is ACCA. They've sort of been seeded from 1 to 13, how the results with the 200 went. In 2, Canberra Griffins. In 3, Gold Coast. In 4, Zodiacs. 5, Ice Dragons. 6, Pack Dragons. CYCM in 7, Brisbane Typhoon in 8, ACDC in 9, Peninsula Dragons 10, Melbourne Flames in 11, Komodo in 12, and following up the rear 13 is Yarra River Dragons. Then continuing on is the under 18s, Canberra Grammar, Joey's and Skulls. So it looks like we have a start, Bryce.
We do indeed, and it's not going to be boat number 1. I don't think ACCA are racing, so it's going to be the Canberra Griffins as they go through that starting point to kick things off in the Premier Women's Small. Now, this is hard work. Half the crew are in the boat, moving the big boats. It is a real challenge. Gold Coast Dragons in the next boat going through that start. They're in boat number 3. Boat number 4, just getting their starting routine away there, the Sydney Zodiacs. They'll be out chasing and they get their boat up to speed and get through that start line now.
As Phil takes them every 15 seconds. As if you're tuning in, the time for the race doesn't go when Phil says go, it starts when we cross that starting line right there.
So it's boat number 5, that's the Ice Dragons, getting through that starting point. Boat number 6, the Pacific Dragons.
I think they'll be quite good in the long distance. They do a lot of outrigging as well.
7 will be CYSM. You got the call up. They're out and away they go. The lead boat, the Griffins, have gone past that first 200. And then we've got next through, we see the Griffins there on screen, working their way. And next up, the paddles in the water, we've got the Brisbane Typhoons in 8.
They're hitting the start line there. Very snappy start from Typhoon. They'll take it out.
Just the early indicators are that the Sydney Zodiacs have made a bit of ground at the top of the course there, so they've made a fantastic start.
Yeah, they've caught up on those boats in front of the Gold Coast Dragons and Canberra Griffins in their sights as they get to the first turn. That's boat number 9, ACDC, commencing their start, and through they go.
Nice purple colours there.
Boat number 10 of the Peninsula Dragonflies just ripping through the start. The Purple People Eaters.
Your neck of the woods.
It certainly is. Train on a terrific course there that had the Melbourne Commonwealth Games, the rowing and paddling there.
Straight through with the Flames. They're flaming on.
They're looking for a hot start, Nick.
Very good. And Komodo from Canberra will be chasing them down. So got to watch these back 5 markers, especially Yarra. See how they go and see how they come up. So as we're looking down the field, there goes.
That's the Griffins making the the turn into the home straight.
They've had a terrific turn because they're getting close into them. Was Gold Coast, who are just behind them, and the Sydney Zodiacs have caught up on the Gold Coast there in third spot. But the Canberra Griffins, their corner was still nice and tight, so they actually took some ground away from those boats just behind them. So, but as you pointed out, they got a little wide as they went into that straight, second straight.
There's a better turn coming in on the inside as well. So, as Robbie, you mentioned, is it who was 3? Was it the Zodiacs in 4?
Yep.
This will be really interesting for the Zodiacs if we're coming through here. If they can catch up onto Gold Coast, they'll have priority.
So boat number 15 there on the screen is the Joeys, and the Scholes team, boat number 16, have gone through the start and they are tracking them down. So we have Canberra Grammar in boat 14, the Joeys in 15 and Scholes in 16. That's the under 18 women's small boat as they go about their work in their own little competition. The Premier Women's Small Boat is all out in front and all on course now.
That's right. And as you'll see in front, Canberra Griffins are going to maintain that through to their second turn. But what I envisage is the Zodiacs are going to have right away here and possibly might even overtake them by the time they even get. So it might not even come into play.
We can see those first 5 boats going down close to the tower away from the screen there. Yep. And then there's a bit of a gap back to CYSM in boat number 7. So the first 5 have just eased their way away, CYSM. But those back markers are certainly making their move around the turns.
Right. So what you've got here in front of you at the screen, we've got the official boat, the adjudicators. They're going to call boat 4 Zodiacs right away. So that means the Gold Coast on the right are going to have to they're going to have to just play. And they're perfect. They're just staying wide. They're going to let them go through.
And there's the official with the loud hailer in hand.
So what you don't want to see, like we saw with the previous race, is Gold Coast cutting in. So they want to stay wide. Experienced helms. They should both take these turns, so they'll keep the red buoy on the left. One will stay outside the green, and they should go around together, slide it back up, and then Gold Coast will duck inside, possibly get a bit of wash, and away we go. There we go. They're cutting it really nice down the quarter there, Robbie.
Yeah, and I think if we've got a big mover in the pack, for mine it's the Pacific Dragons, number 6. So they've made a lot of ground. They've got the right away here, it looks like, on their opponent who started in front of them. Ice Dragons, this could be interesting.
Did they have right away? I don't know.
Maybe not. But they're doing well. They're making up a lot of ground. They're 5th out.
Remember that was what I was saying. They do a lot of outrigging down there in Pacific Dragons, so they've got that.
Yeah, and there's
stamina.
a big gap, Nick. There's a big gap if you look between the 6th boat, the Pacific Dragons, to the next one, which 8.
And also catching 6 almost up to the starters.
Yep.
Typhoon coming through in 8. They've got right away, so we're all just going to have to. They'll cruise here. Is that who's in the purple? That's your purple people eaters?
That's the Peninsula Dragonflies.
I wonder.
Doing okay.
Normie or whoever's saying right away. We're back on the screen.
And the Flames are flying too. The Flames in 11 are going as well as anyone on course at the moment.
Uh-oh.
Oh, trouble. Trouble here in the corner.
Yeah, so unfortunately, CYSM have just swung across the bow of the Dragonflies, who have had to stop paddling. Paddles went in the air. The Melbourne Flames haven't missed a beat. They've gone right round the outside and said, well, we're not going to muck around with you guys fighting it over on the inner rein. We will go the longer version, but we won't lose momentum.
No.
Great call. Yeah.
So this is interesting here. Also, you've got to try and maintain your line. So when you come in, sometimes in races you can go a bit wider. If they're maintaining their line and holding it, you can duck inside them.
That's it. That's Flames there coming through on the outside of a couple of those boats there.
Yeah, so, they've connected as well.
Yep, they are pumping along, the Melbourne Flames. For mine, I think they're the fastest crew out there at the moment.
Well, they haven't missed a beat, even though they've connected there with the number 10 boat, the Peninsula Dragonflies, getting stuck as the CYSM. They've tired on their second turn. They're from much earlier up in the field, and they're dropping back through the field, but they're causing a little bit of havoc for those boats behind. The Flames have just gone round the outside. They have taken off, and impeded majorly are the Peninsula Dragonflies. They've got some straight running now, though.
Yeah, Flames and probably Yarra, but also Pacific Dragons. Now look at this.
The 18
the under
and under
18s,
girl,
Canberra
women's.
Grammar, Joey's, Skulls. Who's got right away and who's not? They're on the inside.
So we see that kerfuffle on screen there. It's still the Melbourne Flames on the bank, closest to the bank. Squeezed out as the boat number 7 in the red there. That's CYSM, and coming on the inside there is the Peninsula Dragonflies. So there, that's the movement now. Now we see the under-18 girls on screen now. Around the outside of Skulls. That they've picked them up, but they've got a little wild there and maybe caught a bit of wash. The sweep was just instructing the group with a big smile on her face as they went way wide around the corner. It's all okay. Everyone's
all
safe.
Smiles.
Canberra Grammar have been caught by the Joeys as well, who have snuck up the inside.
Yeah.
So very competitive in the under-18 women's small.
Big move from the Joeys.
So sometimes when you're seeing it, see a bit of a big mistake in taking it out and trying to go. You just want to leave it in there and just rip it back.
I assume you're talking about the sweeps or?
Yes.
Yep. And they've managed that pretty well around the outside, the Skulls group. But back up the front.
It's the Zodiacs.
What are you seeing up there,
Yeah,
Robbie?
the Zodiacs are making ground. So the Griffins in the 2 boat, but the Zodiacs are the next ones behind them. That's them coming around. On the inside there on the right, you could see, that's them there. So on that second boat in, they are flying along.
Yeah, they've passed the Gold Coast Dragons in boat number 3. So that's boat number 4, Sydney Zodiacs, working up the inside of the Canberra Griffins, who have taken some catching, it must be said. They've got round the 3 turns now, and they've hung on to their lead. They were the first boat away, boat number 2.
And where are Pack Dragons? They're in the orange. Can't see them. They must be in the mix there.
The Flames are about to take the Peninsula Dragons right at the top end there. So getting to the business end of it.
They are indeed. Double boats around that turning buoy there.
That's it. So they're hitting that 200-metre buoy. They're going to cut inside, get the inside track, and they are going for home with 200 metres to go. And it looks like it is the Zodiacs.
Yeah, it's the lead boat is the Griffins, and then we've got the Zodiacs who are right on their hammer. And hammer's a word because they have put the hammer to the floor. They're flying along there. They've made up a lot of ground. The Griffins, as Bryce said, they've been pretty brave. They've held it out right at the front.
Well, they may get through. Often the first boat away is not the one that finishes first.
No.
And they've been able to hang on all the way through. So it's been a terrific run by the Canberra Griffins team, and they should be cheered along here. They've been absolutely outstanding.
Okay,
obviously, Sydney Zodiacs have made a mark here.
Dragons in
and
6.
these Pacific Dragons.
Yeah.
So they've made up a lot of ground.
Yep.
But let's have a cheer from the side. Cheer on your teams.
I was looking at that and the differentials from the start. That 30-second gap, the Pacific Dragons, anything under 30 seconds you would think are going to catch the Sydney Zodiacs.
Yeah, they are the third boat going across the line. The Canberra Griffins, they cannot be caught. They go across, and that's a proud drummer with both arms in the air saying no one got past us.
Well,
and
we
that
got
was
line on us.
Terrific running, yeah. Boat number 3 getting through now. Boat 6 has just come through, and that's the Pacific Dragons. That's the biggest mover. Gold Coast Dragons hung in tough there. Across they go.
Then we've got to look out for Flames.
Yeah, the boat number 5 getting across here was the Ice Dragons as they get to the finish line. That's the boat cutting across now.
Yeah.
But the big race is all happening now.
That's the Flames.
That's the Flames on the outside. They're pretty formidable. Flames, and where's Komodo? Komodo have fallen
Yeah, they've cleaned all those up. It's just
bit.
whether they can knock over the Pacific Dragons. That is the big question. So there would be around about 1:15 difference between them from their start times.
So
it's going to be tight.
So that's the Flames just getting past the 9 boat, which is
Yeah,
ACDC.
you don't really want to be hitting a buoy.
Just crossing the line now is the boat number 8. That's Brisbane Typhoon. Here's boat number 11. That's the Melbourne Flames, the big mover in the whole course. They get across the line just ahead of ACDC, boat number 9. Boat number 10, Peninsula Dragonflies, after all the interference, have stuck on pretty well. Credit to the girls there.
13 is Yarra River Dragons coming through.
Yeah, so Flames and Dragons Pacific.
Yeah, and a lot of it, you see the sprinters from today. You see some of the clubs that have done really, really well on the sprints and the longer races. Depending on turns, sometimes you can lose 2 or 3, 4 seconds on one of those turns on the wide. So it's going to be interesting to see. Flames have done very, very well. Pacific Dragons also.
And YRD,
Yarra River Dragons
have just finished very strongly.
Yeah.
That'll be my trifecta at the moment.
That's Komodo across the line finishing there, and coming through is CYSM. It's been a hard slog for the CYSM team. They are exhausted as they go across
Well
the line.
done to all crews. And now the under 18 women's.
Skulls leading the way there.
Yeah, after on the second turn, the Skulls crew gobbled up Canberra Grammar and the Joeys, who are in front of them, and they are looking strong as they come down with about 170 metres to go.
Yeah, in second there, the Joeys. It's coming past the pontoon there. They're just going to stay on the outside there, the Skulls. They're going to have a direct run home. They might duck in now.
Okay, let's have a cheer from the sideline, please, from all your crews for these young under 18s. Great work. Super work all round.
Yeah, indeed.
From Bryson, Robbie and myself.
And Joey's just in the middle there, running in second. Just keep going through. And the Grammar, Canberra Grammar, they're going to need a big hand from that grandstand and that foreshore to give them a pump up as they come past you.
So that's boat number 16. That's Skulls, all powerful. They were the last to start, first to finish in the under 18. Very, very impressive indeed.
They've smashed it, haven't they?
And they don't even look like they're out of breath at the finish either.
Wouldn't blow a candle out.
No.
Well, that's it. All that hard work, the training pays off, especially in these long distance races.
Joey's coming through. They've around about 10 or 15 metres, and then let's lift Canberra Grammar out of the water. Come on, let's get up. Let's get up and around them. Here come the Canberra Grammar girls. I'm sure they will respond.
And they have. They've lifted their rating up. Great to see Canberra Grammar back on the national stage.
That's a gutsy effort. Have a look at that. That's effort right to the end. Come on, girls. Finish it off. Finish them off. Come on. Nearly there.
Well
Drive it
done,
home.
girls. That's it. The drummer. Well done.
Amen, they say. Well done. Yes. Clap indeed. Great work. Great support. As we await the times.
Must be said the unofficial times. But some big
Yep.
movers in there. Who caught your eye?
Yeah, well, Pacific Dragons, obviously first up, we thought were good. Then the Flames. And then right at the end, Yarra River Dragons, who were the last to start, really came home well. You try to picture the differential, and here we go. So yeah, indeed, look at that. Yarra River Dragons in 11 minutes.
Close.
5 seconds ahead of the Melbourne Flames, and the Dragonflies not too far away either. So that top three, and the Dragons, the Pacific Dragons as well, Komodo, that's a great race.
You think about it when the Flames were here on that first corner and they had to pull it up 4 seconds. Wow. That's the strategy, guys. That's racing. And Well done.
Yeah, it's a great point, Nick. We do you do reflect on that now.
Pack Dragons, we said they were the good movers, did really well as well.
Yeah, one of the earlier starters, finishing in 4th spot. Most impressive.
And wow.
There you go. They're all pretty cooked. That's Canberra Grammar Girls there in shot.
And that's great. There'll be some great recovery today, and that's what it's all about. But these are the premier teams. So up next is race 66. And probably don't know whether we'll get that start list up, but we can go through them. Different strokes. Acker in 2, CYS in 3, Brisbane Typhoon in 4, Coomera Dragons, Riders in 6, Different Strokes in 7, in 8, Tawaka, DSA in 9, Sloths in 10, CYL in 11, and that is the Premier Open standard boat. Then we go to the under 18 women's standard, which is Skulls Fury, Sydney Zodiacs, and Skulls Fire. So this could be very interesting. You've got the under 18 women's standard boat, and then combined with the open standard boat. So on that last corner, you never know what could be catching up.
We'll wait and see. It's all ahead of us. We'll be back in about 5 minutes for it.
Okay, fabulous racing there, Bryce and Robbie. Now we've got Premier and Junior Open Women's Standard Small Boats Race 66 that we will be seeing up next in 1, different strokes. In 2, ACCA, 3, CYSM, Brisbane Typhoon in 4, Coomera Dragons in 5, Riders in 6, different strokes, Gin in 7, in 8 Tawaka, in 9 DSA, in 10 the Sloths, 11 CYL, and then Bryce, the under-18s women.
Yeah, the standard boats, Skulls Fury in 12, 13 is Sydney Zodiacs, and 14 Skulls Fire. So hopefully those girls who competed so well for Skulls in the previous race don't have to settle straight up in and do back-to-back 2Ks, because Skulls were a standout in the small boat. This is a standard boat in the Premier Open standards and the under-18 women's standard.
And as you can see from the previous 2 races, the end markers that have been seeded, they've done very, very well, because the other boats are compressing up. Like there was a great mover with Pacific Dragons, and we thought, wow, they've done well, and they did well. They got 4th, but then you had coming in at 13, even though they finished probably a bit behind the field, but the rest of the field had compressed and they'd made up a lot of ground.
Yep.
So, and look, I'm sure there'll be a few stewards' inquiries going out there with it, but I think we're under starters' orders. Overhead. In the Sydney International Regatta Centre at Penrith Lakes, the Oz DBF. And it has been fantastic with all the sponsors. Joining the thousands of people online with that link. They're all bunched up well. So Robbie, those flags down at the 500 are still not weathering. There's not a blister of wind coming across, and the rain gods have kept us
Yeah, could
in
be
good stead.
calm before the storm potentially, as I just look across my weather app for tomorrow, and this could help people prepare for
Let's
tomorrow.
rain tonight.
I'm not trying to make doom or gloom here, but just in case, there's a forecast of 49 millimetres tomorrow. So just prepare umbrellas, raincoats, gumboots, if maybe. That's just to get into the venue. So, but be prepared. We might just have a few challenges tomorrow, but we'll get through them.
Hopefully that rain just comes tonight and clears up for all the racing tomorrow. It's been a terrific day. Early fog, bit of sun, now a bit of cloud cover as the boats prepare for the start. It's a Premier Open standard and also the under-18 women's standard.
So who are your standouts here, Robbie? And
Oh, always very keen on the different strokes. T Waka, there's a lot of strength and power in that boat. The Sloths. Yeah, I'm keen to look at the Sloths for mine, this one. Yeah.
Yep.
DSA.
And then obviously
solid.
you can't discount CYL.
No, well,
they've been pretty dominant.
They'll come out last, won't they, out onto the water in the 11. How about our starter today, Phil Redder? Hasn't he put on a clinic?
As he does with him and the team.
I wonder if our car's flat when we get to the car park, that we might need Phil to give it a start as well.
Well, they're off, and it is different strokes, Tonic, in 1, 15 seconds next to go. This is the Premier Open Standards. It is Acker going through.
No, I think that's boat number 3. Acker might be having a break and not starting. That's CYSM in boat number 3. Boat number 4 is Brisbane Typhoon.
Yep, that's the black and red from Brisbane Typhoon, so that's correct. 2 are scratching. Evenly spread out there. Bryce from Brisbane Typhoon, followed up by another Queensland team, the Coomera Dragons in 5. Here's a great start.
Good early work rate from CYSM I've detected.
Ride completing their starting sequence, and it's a powerhouse start. They've really got the rate up, got the boat speed moving in that number 6, and looking the strongest of the starters thus far.
And there's Different Strokes also bringing their rating up as well as we start to get to the faster seated boats down the tail end or the middle end of these first 11 boats.
There's Tiwaka on the water, and away they go. Very powerful combination. And if you look, just having a little glance up at the top of the course, the CYSM are really pounding along, and so is the crew behind them, the Brisbane crew. So we'll just keep an eye on that early as DSA out, and away they go.
That's the Tiwaka
and the
crew
Sloths
there.
also.
The Sloths getting their start underway. Boat number 10.
So that gives you a first look there at CYSM, the amount of ground that have already made up, chasing the Different Strokes tonic combination. And don't discount what Brisbane are doing right behind them as CYL on the water. So all of the open standards boats are out. Women's under 18s will follow.
Yeah, there's DSA going past the pontoon. They've actually got off to a pretty solid start, hitting their transition. You want that boat to just hit and glide, so you're maintaining the boat speed. Some of these crews will be doing probably 13 to 15 kilometres an hour on these long distance.
The Brisbane crew have made a very good start as well too, so they're pushing hard up at CYSM. Both those boats are dragging each other along at the moment.
Which one's that? Brisbane Typhoon?
Yep, Brisbane Typhoons. You can see there in that on the right-hand side, sort of middle part of the screen. That's the Typhoons in 3rd, behind the leader, which is Different Strokes Tonic, CYSM, and then Brisbane.
So we've got all boats underway now. The back 3 are the under 18 women's standard. That's Skulls Fury in boat 12, Sydney Zodiacs in boat 13, and Skulls Fire in boat 14. They're the back 3 boats. But here's a good look at those up at the front. What are you seeing there, Nick?
Yeah, Typhoon CYSM, I think, have they overtaken Different Strokes?
Not
yet?
yet.
No, Different Strokes are maintaining that. This will be interesting to see if CYSM can possibly get on the back end of their boat, and if that happens, they can get right away. But I don't think they're going to get them. So they're going to maintain good power. But what we want to see, and what the viewers want to see, is how close in these standard open boats and how great they are turning with their sequence.
So we see boat 3. There is no boat 2 in the race. Acker were listed there. So it'd be interesting whether they have to give way here with Different Strokes, whether the adjudication has come. I suspect it has done. Different Strokes Tonic keeping reasonably wide around that turn. And boat number 3, CYSM, coming through.
And you can see they're slowing their rating there. That's not really a good sign what you want to see. You want to see them power on through that. Typhoon are doing a great job up in front there. Oh, sorry, in 4. Just taking it a bit wide though.
Coomera have been good too. If you have a look, so from CYSM, Brisbane Crew and Coomera, there's not a lot of difference. They all appear to be making up, they're maintaining the same distance and encroaching on the leaders.
CYSM again just stopping paddling as they're going around that course. Oh, there's a great shot from the drone above Phil and across at the tower where we're looking, and there's different strokes going through in 7, is it? Yep.
It is, yeah. So look, no one's overtaken anybody yet, but they have sort of bunched up a little bit more at the front. They've caught up on the 15 seconds.
Flames, and is this Te Waka in 8?
DSA, it is there in boat number 9. Te Waka is 8, yes indeed.
Yeah.
That's them going around there and starting their second turn. And they look well drilled as they go around. Again, not looking to slow down their stroke. They're looking to power their way through.
These 3 boats are manoeuvring themselves up. So again, it's the back markers. Bit surprised CYL.
Yeah.
CYL are that far back.
I think Sloths have been pretty quick too over this last 500 metres, Nick. And the way they're looking now, I think they're going to be one of the stronger finishers here. Sloths really putting themselves into contention here as we just have a bit of a peek up at the leaders there, and there's a little bit of movement starting to happen.
So we're looking back at the under-18 women's standard and how they are situated there. They're the 3 boats on the pavilion side, if you like.
CYL taking that round
We're
a
up
bit
to
wide.
the front now, up to the front of the course. And still holding themselves out there, different strokes. The Tonic Crew are holding on. Boat number 3, CYSM, have tried to push towards them. Coomera Dragons are the boat that have come up just behind them. And again, we're across to the under-18s there, just trying to get those numbers. Boat number 12, Skulls Fury on the left. Boat 13 is coming through, the Sydney Zodiacs. And the Skulls Fire are following that path on the inside, boat 14. So a good race there in the under-18s.
Yeah, so Zodiacs were very strong.
And there's the view at that third turn right up at the top.
And it is CYSM
in second place there. Different strokes, Tonic are holding on.
Just.
Gee, they've been brave out front, the different strokes, Tonic, haven't they? They've had a bit of pressure put on right from the start, but they're holding up well. The one that is starting to make that move now, the 5 boat, is Coomera.
And here's an interesting right in front of us. They've had to go wide, the 12, which was the
Fury.
The Fury. They've gone wide, and 14 might actually sneak inside of them if they don't cut off. But the Zodiacs have powered.
How tidy were they?
Yeah.
Nice work from the Zodiacs. That's the women's 18 and under. Now we get a chance to look at the top of the course. So we've seen those early boats. Oh, we've got one coming on the inside there.
The Typhoon, is it?
Now, I think that's Coomera Dragons, boat number 5, who have been really powerful. They look to be picking off a few of the markers that kicked off before them. Brave as different strokes, Tonic. They've held on out in front. CYSM weren't to be denied either. I think the Coomera Dragons have got past the Brisbane Typhoon, and it's a good go.
And it's on the way home with about 230 metres to go. They're going to nip inside the transit lane into 1, and they're going to bring it home. Robbie's got the binoculars, and he is literally...
Yeah, the Sloth's the one I'm keeping an eye on, as well as one of the back markers. Making up a lot of ground. When you look at the whole context of that,
they put a bit
that
on
bunch.
They put a bit on CYL as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they have indeed. We're still looking at the front there. So the 5 boat coming through there is Coomera.
Yeah, they've done a terrific job. They're getting past the first boat, different strokes. The boat number 3, CYSM, are trying to just surge their way through to the finish.
Let's hear you. And let's raise the voices, guys, on the sidelines. Let's go.
And right in 6, who are on the
outside
there of Coomera, their time differential will be pretty good. So they're actually getting pushed along here nicely. A bit of a bonus here for Coomera with a late charge from a couple of the top markers, the Different Strokes, Tonic and CYSM. But what a great reception from the crowd. But have a look at Ride coming through the 6th boat. They have made up a mountain of ground. They are powering home. They are going to set a cracking time.
Ride have been good.
They know it too. They feel pretty good about it.
Typhoon coming across the line on it, but back on the screen, there's Typhoon finishing off.
Nick, a lot can be said for finding some clear water and steering away, particularly that last leg and getting right away from your opposition and letting your boat really finish off strongly. That's boat number 7 going through now, Different Strokes Gin. They'll join the Tonic
and
at
look at
finish line.
Sloss coming in flames. Sloss are coming at flames, and
no,
also
DSA there. Yep.
No, I'm sorry, it's on the bot. Oh, DSA.
Yep.
Yeah, Sloss and the Purple. I think they are the only ones really now who could potentially challenge Ride. They would have to finish inside a minute 15.
Tiwaka getting through there, boat number 8. Boat number 9, DSA, finishing off really strongly. And boat number 10, Sloss, have clearly made up some ground on the 9 boat. So the timing, CYL back coming through now, boat number 11.
Yeah, I'll be really surprised if we don't see Ride and Sloss in the top 2 going on. Just what we've seen, the amount of ground they made up and whatnot. Unofficially, they were fantastic.
But we could be wrong. But 11, obviously, Sloss were 10.
Yep.
And they haven't made up.
It was more what they were catching that I liked. And then also Ride too. Ride were fantastic. So we'll wait the times.
We have a look back at the under 18 as they get around their final turn.
Fantastic to see the under 18 crews as the drone camera is scooting past the tower and going to give us some great footage as they're coming in.
I'll tell you what, haven't the it's the Fury are out the back, but the battle at the front, Royale between the Zodiacs and the Skulls Fire is a very interesting one because it looked like for all money the Skulls Fire were going to just take that one away, but there's been a massive comeback and a real push there from the Zodiacs. It's going to be a really good finish, this one. It looks like it could be the Zodiacs. If that's the Zodiacs there on the outside, we're just trying to pick up that number there. We'll have a look. So at the front at the moment, 13, which is the Zodiacs. So Zodiacs are leading, but it's the Skulls Fire who have really made the comeback at them. So they started after them, so they have probably narrowed that start margin of 15 seconds. They would be, I would think at the moment, the Skulls Fire would probably be holding sway here.
Absolutely.
And let's bring them home, eh? Bring them home. Don't forget about the Fury, who are coming down past the pontoon, but let's lift these two out of the water here. This is going to be a great run home here. Let's get behind both these crews, the Zodiacs and the Fire. And it looks like it will be the Fire, the Skulls Fire.
Yeah, I think they're going to even come over the top of the 14 and 13. What a great finish.
What about the effort? The persistence here. They just keep driving along here.
Oh, great finish.
Well
They're
done.
lifting their rating.
It should be enough there for the Skulls Fire, but righto, we got one left out there. We've got the Skulls Fury. They need to be picked up. Let's get in behind them as well. Bring them home.
Let's lift them, crowd.
They won't let you down. They'll drive it home here. The last bit of work for the day.
Heads up. Let's bring them home. There we go.
Skulls Fury. Right to the end. Keep pushing it.
Great work, girls. Wow. Great stuff. Now, let's think about it. And we've got Sloss.
And
you're on.
Yeah, and the Ride crew. So the 6 Ride and 10, the Sloughs. I think I will find they'll be certainly well in contention, but we never know. Beautiful sight. It's starting to lose a little bit of our light out here as we tick towards 20-5 on the eastern seaboard. Oh, beautiful day here out at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. The Penrith Lakes looked an absolute treat.
One more race to go, Robbie.
One more in a same.
The Premier Open small boats, 16 starters in that, and that's going to be a great crescendo finish. Race 67. 67 races in all across day one at the National Championship. There's a shot of the pavilion, and the paddlers there have had a great day. We wait for those times to come up and be displayed. I don't think there was any issues with any protest or any cutting of corners from what we could see.
No, just a few crews slowing down, stopping the paddlers because giving sort of right away, which comes in experience. And it's about, especially in these races, Bryce, once you get that start and then you lock it in and you just want to keep the momentum and keep that boat speed. If these bigger crews, especially the opens in the big boats, when they're hitting 15, 16 kilometre an hour, around the 2000s. So, you know, that's what they want to try and do. Some of the crews opt for powering out of the turns. Some of them just maintain it. Some of them do power-ups halfway down the course. Sometimes that lifts the boat up and then drops it back down. So, yeah, many different coaching styles, many different technique styles, how they're positioned in the boat.
And some of it's a bit of luck as well, isn't it? With who you come across at particular turns and so forth as well. So it's manoeuvring that and reading the strategy in advance. Your sweep's got a lot of control over those types of strategy, and maybe the power up at different times when it's a little unusual, just to make sure you can get some clear water, particularly around a turn.
And sometimes the sweep can go possibly a bit righter.
The times are up.
There we go, and we were almost on the money, and we were. Sloss 9:14.51.
Over the ride combination?
It was ride.
And the one, I think it was
Robbie.
They'll look at there just
CYL?
Yeah, CYL. So there we go. So the Sloughs 10 seconds ahead of the riders, and then CYL and DSA really close call there.
Really interesting that they're only 9 seconds ahead from Sloss. Oh no, Sloss were.
Yeah, from the CYL.
So
yeah,
let's have a look at that.
Yep.
Oh no, they were
about 15
they were
seconds.
good
So
15, but
it did appear more, didn't it? It felt more in that gap. So yeah, Sloughs were good. To pick them on their first rep. They looked the most powerful side after the first lap as they came through and down here in front of us. Their rate was good, their strength. They took the turn beautifully. So yeah, they've pounded home for a big win. All right, well, the crews will get themselves sorted. We'll take a drink and we'll be back for our final race of day one of the Oz Champs.
Okay, we are race 67, and it is Pacific Dragons, the small boat Premier Open, are off in the final race of the day. So everyone get to the foreshore. Canberra Griffins are off next, as you see Pacific Dragons just taking a lead there in the small boat opens, followed by there's Canberra Griffins on the screen as we come back to the start.
Yeah, the Zodiacs are out.
Here's the Zodiacs.
Sydney Zodiacs, and now it's the Gold Coast Dragons. Are ripping into their work. So a nice little leave. No indication of any earlier movement out there as they go. Looks like the Pacific Dragons have made a really good start. 5 is the Tsunami crew. And then it'll be North Queensland Phoenix.
Let's hope they can keep
Number
online.
6. Look at that water. Glide across that. And one good day's racing here on day one of the Oz Champs. There you go, the Phoenix from Queensland. So I pack a jumper in tomorrow too. Around about 18 degrees I'm hearing. So just don't say you weren't warned. Potential weather fluctuations. The Ice Dragons are out, Nick.
Speaking of ice, Dragons are a bit colder.
Seeing good shots right up the course there, and putting a space on those behind is the boat number 1, Pacific Dragons,
Yeah,
on their first run through.
Couldn't be space behind it. Might be the second one really dragging back. So as you can see, the third boat is
Zodiacs are
catching the
doing well,
second
aren't
boat.
they? Is that a 6 of one, half a dozen the other sort of type situation, Nick?
Shall we have a look at the start? Getting through there is boat number 10. That's AC/DC. Melbourne Uni were able to get ahead of them in boat number 9. So that's boat number 10. AC/DC.
Okay, I want to watch out for the Bot Flyers. Bay of Plenty Dragons. Premier Open Smalls going across the line now.
They've had a good day, haven't they? Our guests from across the ditch. Great to have them on board. Here's the Southern Storm crew. They're off.
Yeah, there's some great drone footage above the start where Phil is as well.
Some power boats about to come out too. So the last 4, Mako Flames, Komodo and Yarra River Dragons. It's going to be some hot competition at the back end of this field.
16 in total.
That's the start of the Melbourne Flames. The other 2 boats are just waiting for their orders from the starter. Those final boats, Komodo in 15 and Yarra River Dragons in 16. So still a couple of boats to get started. We see on the near side there, the Pacific Dragons.
Yeah, look. And 15 is over now. So just looking at the front of the screen there, we had a good shot of the Pacific Dragons, and they have made a very good start. So they were first out. They put a big gap on the Griffins. And the interesting one is the Zodiacs, who are about to take the Griffins, who've been pumping along O2. Other than that, there is pretty much a general gap and a spacing that we saw as they go over the start line. So not a lot of movement at the moment. Potentially the Pacific Dragons, and we think the Sydney Zodiacs, the early movers and shakers. And that's the Pacific Dragons right there in front of us. Just about, well, we're almost looking down over them. They've put a big gap on the field, haven't they?
Yeah, it's a bit illusionary. The second team have actually fallen back very dramatically when you look at it coming down on the screen.
That's the Canberra Griffins in boat number 2, and
right.
The Sydney Zodiacs have probably held the 30-second gap to the first boat, but that's them sneaking up on the inside. Boat number 3, the Sydney Zodiacs, getting up the inside of boat number 2, the Canberra Griffins.
Yeah, so they'll have right away. They're just keeping a wide berth around the tower. Very well done.
Yeah, if you look at the top end of the course there, now there's a good bit of movement, but just at the front end again, I'm just looking down, I just can't be too much impressed by the Pacific Dragons. So that at the top there, that boat making a big move. Bryce, we think there's one at that top end of the course.
Yeah, Melbourne Flames.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know if Melbourne have overtaken Mako, but I think Komodo are still back here. Melbourne Flames are probably making a move on Mako, and Southern Storm. Interesting.
That's boat number 5 just getting around now. That's Tsunami.
Okay.
They're going round that turn. Their second turn.
So Pacific Dragons still lead, but Sydney Zodiacs making a bit of a move. A fascinating contest, this one. The 7 boat, yeah, doing well. The Ice Dragons. A bit tight there.
Going wide.
Yep.
So you're losing 1, 2.
Well, the
3.
8 boat is certainly not doing that. Akka are just shaving it round the corner there, keeping it really tight. They would have picked up many lengths on the boat in front. The Ice Dragons, the number 7 boat. And getting through there is the 9 boat. That's the Melbourne Uni crew. And again, they're swinging just a little bit wide. Maybe you take the first corner wide and then makes you zero in and keep it tight on the other side. Boat number 10, Akka ACDC getting through.
Well, look at this. This is a great shot. You've almost got a boat on every corner. This is what we want to see in 2,000 metre racing.
That's the Dragons out there in front. They were the first out, and they have still got a big gap on the nearest, which is the number 3, the Sydney Zodiacs. So if you're looking at times and when they go, if they are more than in around that 30 seconds ahead, which I think it would be. So the Dragons are doing really well. Are the Flames the one making the big move? Is it the Southern Storm? I think it's the Flames. We'll see them coming through in 14, but the boat in front of them, Mako, they are holding pretty solid too. As we see them come down in front of us now. That's the Southern Storm and the Flames there. And the Flames will take the inside running.
Yeah, so Mako's overtaken the Southern Storm, and so have Melbourne Storm.
So they're taking it tight on that turn. Good control as they rip around. Southern Storm having to go a little wider, the slower boat.
And Yarra.
Around they go now. Tight race in there. Boat number 15 coming through is Komodo. And they've been holding on pretty solid. That's similar distance behind that 15-second start distance behind the Melbourne Melbourne Flames. So Komodo doing their part, and the Yarra River Dragons here are holding on as well. So the back markers, as we suspected, steadily picking their way forward without making too much ground on each other.
For me, it's Sloths and probably Yarra, and if Pack Dragons have got clear water, which they have.
They're the interesting ones, aren't they?
And they are long distance.
And if Zodiacs, who are hunting up behind them, can continue to make ground, the Pack Dragons, can they maintain it? This is a big challenge for them. Who's out there? Who can take it up? Is it the Flames? The Flames out on the 14.
Yeah, you'd have to still look at the back markers coming through.
But it's been impressive up the front here. Pacific Dragons, they've just gone past the 200-metre pontoon as that's them now. They bravely fight their way to the finish. Every part of their body is aching at the moment.
That's it. They're just sitting up. And if we can hear, let's lift from the crowd, please. Let's lift these crews home on the last race of the day.
They've done the hard yards. The Pacific Dragons.
Great work.
First out, first home. How will the time hold up? Push hard here. They can push hard to finish.
Let's go Pacific Dragons, bring it home.
It might be a coast-to-coast job here.
Coast to coast. We've got a coast-to-coast race up in Queensland.
Well, we've certainly got a clubhouse leader there. The Pacific Dragons, boat number 1 across the line. And it's a good go around that third turn at the top of the field. It is starting to bunch up that field.
So who we got here? Is it the Zodiacs?
It is indeed.
Coming in.
So the Zodiacs in the foreground there. We're zooming in on their finish.
And they would need to be just under that 30 seconds, you'd think, under the finish. So the Dragons finished about 20 seconds ago. I don't think they'll have enough time. So Dragons at the moment still holding sway. Looking ahead to the next potential boat that could challenge. There's none at the moment, so I think if there's going to be a challenge to the Pack Dragons, it is going to probably have to come from those back markers, you would think.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you've got Mako, Melbourne Flames, Komodo and Yarra River Dragons. Depending on Yarra hit the line at about 15 seconds, so and they've only made up not too much difference, but you've got the faster crews in the back, so let's see how the times hold up. Is that Gold Coast?
Well, they've got them covered.
Going across, absolutely. Oh, what's happening here?
Oh, hello. What have you spotted, Nick?
So they've just come in the side. I don't know, is it the Flames that just ripped on the, is that, no, that's not the Flames.
I think they're just looking for clear water, learning from the races before. Go and find yourself some clear water as you get down to the finish line rather than scrambling and bumping into each other. This is boat number 5 finishing off now, the Tsunami. Boat number 7's caught up quite a bit. The Ice Dragons are just in behind them.
Yeah, and they're off the mark too, Bryce.
So they've done very well. 8 boat right behind them as well, Acker. So it is going to be a very interesting timing situation.
Number 10 could be the best challenger moment. It could be AC/DC. So their time, this is rough calculations. AC/DC need to come in, and I would think they're the biggest challenge to the Pack Dragons at the moment.
Mate, and here we have Bop.
What a strong finish they're bringing now.
Mako have made ground as well.
Well, the Bop are going to be over par as well.
But it's the Flames for me, yeah, this is the Flames in 14 coming up. They've made a significant
Mako are right on the, it is neck and neck between Mako and Pacific Dragons at the moment. And this could be the one. So the Flames, I reckon it's somewhere 5 seconds either way between them and the Pacific Dragons. These are just estimated rough times from when I started the stopwatch, when the Pack Dragons went over the line. So
it's very calculated up here, Bryce.
I think it's so there's no threat out there now from the remaining ones on the. Has Komodo come in?
The honey's starting to kick in, and here we go. These are the back markers. So there's Komodo. As you said, Mako were finishing strong. This is Southern. They've dropped back, haven't they? But there is 16. So that's Yarra River Dragons.
Yeah, and even that, the big effort, but I just don't think it's going to be in around the times set by the Pack Dragons, who went out first.
Wow.
And
good.
The
Look,
Flames.
They are solid. They're outriggers down there in the northern beaches, long distance races compared to the two. So, look, for me, it's Sloths and Pack Dragons are a thing, and Mako are thereabouts as well as the Yarra River Dragons.
And the Flames.
Yeah, the Flames. Absolutely, the Flames.
Flames and Pack Dragons for mine. So we'll await the clock. That's us there, Bryce, just up in that nice little spot. Bit of a A wave and a shake. A duck, here he is. The duck flying across there. G'day to the bear.
Well, we await those times, the all-important times, as the pavilion starts packing up. Of course, following the racing and due to start with guests arriving at 5:30, which is
not that
in just
far
about
away.
half an hour. So turn up in your pedal gear for the welcome function.
Here we go. Oh, I think it was the Flames. If we could just flash back to that front page again. I think I saw the Flames.
We're trying to keep the suspense.
There we have
and
it.
it is. They broke the 10-minute barrier. 9:56 for the Melbourne Flames. Mako in second with a 10:02.
And it might have been the Yarra River Dragons. So my estimations on the Pack Dragons might have been a little bit generous in the end, but it was a brave effort. Yeah, they finished fifth. And it was Komodo Bryce who come in just behind Mako. So that's your top three. The Melbourne Flames. Mako were third.
Okay.
Just getting that second position again.
No, I think Mako was second.
Sorry.
Komodo third.
Correct. There we have it. There.
Yeah. So they're the final placings as we see them now. 10:02 for Mako, plus a bit of loose change, and Komodo. That time just escaped me there, but some tight finishing as that came up on your screen.
Well,
what a
Bryce,
fantastic day, Robbie.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, Bryce. We will wrap it up there at the Sydney International Regatta Centre here at the Penrith Lakes. Fantastic day's racing, Oz Championships, day one. On behalf of myself, Robbie McKinlay, Nick Hando and Bryce McGain, we look forward to joining you again tomorrow morning here at Penrith Lakes for day two action.
That's fantastic at the live stream. And now, if we move our attention to the stage for the day one. We have the 200 mixed. We need third place, Joey's. We need second place, Sydney Zodiac.
The streets, locked in a cage, I'ma let out the